All right, some new video showing us one of the tornadoes that we saw tonight, and just spectacular footage from this vantage point that you don't often get in the southeast because of the nature of the landscape. A lot of it's covered in trees, so you really have to get up above that to really see the horizon. And in this case, you clearly see the tornado. It kind of spun up, went back up, and then spun back multiple times. So multiple twisters here with this tornado warning storm that was just earlier, a few hours ago, as the sun was setting in Bassfield, Mississippi. One of several confirmed tornadoes that we have seen so far this evening. I'm meteorologist Chris Bruin alongside storm specialist Carl Parker. We're tracking the storms live well into the overnight hours, tracking a dangerous line of storms still ongoing here in Mississippi and also getting into parts of Alabama. So I want to bring in storm specialist Carl Parker now with the latest on the radar and how many warnings are we actively seeing?
Yeah, and right now you're looking at live pictures of some of the damage in Lowndes County in Mississippi. So this is basically between Starkville and Columbus, and certainly testament to the power of the storms that we have seen tonight. We did see what's called a debris signature on the radar. So this is almost certainly tornado damage, a tornado coming through around 7:30 to 8 o'clock Central Time tonight. And, you know, what we want you to know is that this threat is going to continue for a long time tonight. We're going to see very strong winds at several levels of the atmosphere. We're going to see plenty of instability in parts of Mississippi and Alabama. And there is now what is called a PDS watch in place from the Storm Prediction Center, particularly dangerous situation. And that's not something that we see a lot of. That's issued a handful of times every year, and that's going until 2 o'clock in the morning in central parts of Mississippi. So please do have a way to be notified if you're going to be, going to bed tonight. Make sure that you leave your phone on, that it's not in airplane mode, that you've got a way to be notified. We're going to be with you through the night tonight tracking these storms, but it's a very dangerous night, and those nocturnal tornadoes in particular are particularly worrying. Now, we do have a couple of tornado warnings to tell you about right now. One in southern Mississippi, actually a couple of rotating cells here. Franklin, Lawrence, and Lincoln counties under warning until 9:45. Strong rotation now showing up near 55, near Interstate 55, and moving towards the northeast. I'm going to go back a couple of frames, try to get a good sense of the trajectory here. Looks to be just about due northeast. And so tracking that forward, that is going to be coming across 55, moving towards Blueberry Hill, 9:06, Hartman at 9:14, Fair Oak Springs at 9:24, and NOLA at 9:33. Let's see if there's any evidence of debris right now. Not seeing any debris, but certainly a very strong signature. And then to the northeast of that, another signature here right there, a very well-defined area of spin that is now west of Route 27. This too moving northeast about 40 miles per hour. That's going to be coming up into Tyrus, into Oma, Schley, and Bridgeport, and Shivers. So in all of those areas, we've got a possible tornado coming your way, so heads up for that. Then farther northeast, there was a tornado warning near Demopolis in Alabama. That has been allowed to expire. A couple of severe thunderstorm warnings here, one in Kemper, Neshoba, Newton counties, another one to the northeast, Kemper and Noxubee counties, going until 9:30. And so certainly there's going to be a very serious damaging wind threat and a hail threat, but primarily what we're concerned about tonight is tornadoes occurring in those overnight hours. Also notice here the cells north of Jackson. We did have a tornado warning on one of those, all of those showing some level of rotation. We'll continue to keep a close eye on that. Now, here's that watch that I told you about, tornado watch going until 2 o'clock in the morning. Particularly dangerous situation in this tornado watch, looking at the possibility of intense tornadoes. And so that from Natchez and Brookhaven up through Jackson, right up 55 into Starkville, into Columbus, and also west and into Greenville. In all of those areas, we want you to be really aware of what's going on tonight. This could be one of those nights when we see some intense tornadoes, some violent tornadoes coming through. And I want to show you the model forecast and how this is going to play out. So you see where the strong storms are as we go into midnight tonight, lining up there, new rounds coming into Jackson and the south central part of Mississippi, as well as into Alabama. So just ahead of that line is where you're going to see the greatest instability. Farther to the north, there's going to be a lot of rain, and that's going to cut down on that instability in northern Alabama as well as into northern Georgia. So that's going to help to reduce the threat, but it will remain along that line in parts of Alabama and also in Mississippi. Well, we want to get out now to our Mike Seidel. He's been reporting on the storms in Starkville, Mississippi. Mike, what's the latest there?
I can tell you right now, it's still quiet here in Starkville. We have kind of threaded the needle. We had a couple of tornado-warned storms clip the northern part of the county. They have moved on. In fact, one has caused damage over near Columbus and Lowndes County. We've been showing you the live pictures from Charles Peak. He tells me that a big building, a part of the fire department, that's been hit pretty hard. There's several homes, or at least one home with a roof off, and several other homes have some minor damage. That's what we've heard from there. That's about 35 miles from here. I can tell you right now, the filtered tornado reports from the Storm Prediction Center have totaled up to 16 touchdowns reported, unconfirmed, but reported touchdowns. And out of those 16, all but 2 are in Mississippi. Power outages, I just checked that, minimal. Most of those are in Lowndes County, what we just talked about. 3,100 customers out there statewide, just a little over 7,400 customers. So about just under half of the power outages customer-wise are over in Lowndes County. As far as the rest of the night, we're still under that particularly dangerous situation, but right now on the radar there's nothing imminent. You look upstream, meaning from here you look south and west, and I don't see anything on the radar heading our way. That doesn't mean we're totally out of the woods, but at least in the short term we're looking pretty good, and there are no storms that are upstream to our south and west that have any warnings. So we'll see how that shakes out over the next few hours. But so far, so good here in Starkville. And I can tell you one thing else, Carl, that no reports of any fatalities or no injuries so far. So we have done fairly well at this point. We still have at least a few more hours to go through in this part of Mississippi. But coming into this with a particularly dangerous situation and a watch issued early this afternoon, then another one, and a lot of tornado warnings and some tornadoes on the ground, we have fared fairly well, all things considered. But we can't let our guard down, certainly because we have the watch until 2 a.m. in this part of Mississippi, a lot of Mississippi, and we have the watch over in Alabama, that tornado watch, until 11 p.m. And there may be another watch or two issued as these storms move east. But as they do move east, they're going to outrun their dynamic support, the jet stream wind energy. Plus, we don't have any heating. So by the time they hit Atlanta, we're not looking at any risk of any tornadoes. Carl will keep you updated, and you'll keep us updated as these storms continue to percolate after midnight, long after the sun has gone down.
Very dangerous night tonight. Mike, thank you so much. And we've had several tornado reports tonight, including one that caught a storm tracker in it near McCool, Mississippi. Watch what it was like for him not too long ago.
I'm right inside the circulation. Be careful a tree doesn't come down on me. Oh my God, I'm in it. This is it. This is a tornado. I'm in a tornado. I'm inside the tornado. Holy. I'm between McCool and Louisville, pretty much right in McCool actually. Just east, I want to say. Just east of McCool. Might be in the RF.
All right, and the worry tonight, of course, is that there's not going to be any visibility. Obviously, it's nighttime, but it's just generally a more difficult area to spot tornadoes because the cloud bases tend to be lower and because there's a lot of tree cover in the southeast. So there's a very high, what we call societal vulnerability for severe weather and tornadoes in the south, in the deep south in particular. I want to show you the latest tornado warning here. There are actually a couple of cells that we're looking at. Lawrence and Lincoln counties under warning until 9:45. That is a robust area of circulation that is now right along that 55 corridor, Interstate 55, and that is moving just about due northeast. I'm going to go back a couple of frames. try to get a good sense of the vector. And yeah, that does appear to be northeast, pretty much right on target towards the northeast. So that is coming towards Hartman and Fair Oak Springs, NOLA as well, and Sontag. Keep checking to see if there's any debris showing up. I'm not seeing any debris right now, but that is certainly a strong low-level circulation that's showing up there. And then to the northeast and just outside of the polygon, there's now another tornado possibly here, another circulation at least in the low levels of the atmosphere. Oma, Schley, and Shivers and Bush, possible tornado coming your way, though there is not now a tornado warning that does extend into your area. But it's one of those nights when we really need to keep our guard up. Looking at the tornado watch going until 2 o'clock in the morning, Chris, in central and southern parts of Mississippi, and a PDS watch, just something that we don't see a lot of as we go through an average year.
Yeah, so not your average tornado watch. This is something you want to treat very seriously. And anytime you're under those warnings, and get into your safe place immediately. We're taking you back to Lowndes County. This is north of Columbus, Mississippi, where you can see some of the damage from a tornado earlier this evening. And again, this looks to be some sort of warehouse, some sort of a structure that houses maybe equipment and tools, shed of some sorts. It's got aluminum siding right there, so that has kind of collapsed down. We're getting a couple of different vantage points, some of the different damage reports we're getting. Now, the area this apparent tornado went through, sparsely populated, so there wasn't widespread damage. It was just a few structures. We were told maybe about 6 homes that suffered some sort of damage, and then a volunteer fire station and some industrial buildings like you just saw there north of Columbus. All right, so there's a look at the situation right now. Notice all the lightning. In fact, Todd, if you're able to help me out here, can we put a lightning tracker just across, say, the southeast and just kind of get an idea just how much lightning that we're looking at here, because this has been an electrical setup, very unstable atmosphere, and really counting the strikes. Even just in the last few seconds, you've seen tens of lightning strikes here across the state. Look at this, we're well over 2,000 lightning strikes, and that's within the last 15 minutes, most of which are in Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, and also parts of northern Louisiana. Of course, tracking a couple of those tornado warnings, as Carl was mentioning, but look at some of these storm reports, some of which have been confirmed tornadoes. Again, the exact number still yet to be determined by the National Weather Service, but there's been a lot of reported tornadoes here, many of which have been in Mississippi. Sherwood, this is just to the west of Columbus. There was damage to a home. That was a radar-confirmed tornado. Also in Stringer, in the southern part of Mississippi, several trees down, power lines taken down, and damage to several homes. Now, the damage that we were showing you in Lowndes County, that was from this tornado-warned storm. This was about 6 o'clock local time. The cell went just north of Columbus, really intensified. We stopped it right there about 6:35 p.m. And see that little notch there south of Caledonia? That was the hook, and that was the apparent tornado. And we can show you a couple of different vantage points of this by the radar of this very dangerous storm earlier this evening, and this is the one that really kind of just takes the cake of some of the other tornado warnings we are tracking. Crossing over that highway, Charles Peak is somewhere in this vicinity, just north of Columbus, not far from Woodlawn, and then that kind of just the rotation at least broadened out a little bit beyond that. And then we look at the correlation coefficient oftentimes to see if debris was lofted, and in very which case you see that. Now, a lot of that could be tree debris, but there were some structures that took a hit and suffered damage, as we saw with some of the ground truth video there coming out of some of those communities just north of Columbus, Mississippi. And it's not to say more of these types of cells, Carl, are possible late tonight. We don't want to forget about Alabama, because those warnings, a lot of this activity moving into Alabama and southern parts of Mississippi.
Yeah, a lot of times, when you get deeper into the night in along the Gulf Coast in particular, even as you're losing a little of the instability, the low-level wind shear is increasing.
Yeah.
So, overall, the net is that you still have this very serious threat, even well into the evening. We do have a new tornado warning to tell you about in east central parts of Mississippi. This is now just north of Interstate 20, Kemper, Neshoba, and Newton County. counties under warning until 10 p.m. Showing you now the velocity data with that storm. That is a very strong circulation that is now just to the west of Union, or at least southwest of Union, and moving towards the northeast. Let's see if there's any debris. Not seeing any debris right now, but a robust circulation now moving towards the northeast. I believe about 40 miles per hour. Let me check that. Actually, no, that's 50 miles per hour. So I'm going to increase the speed on this, and we'll track that forward as that moves off to the northeast. That coming into the Union area more immediately here, then into Greenland. Beyond that, into Blackwater towards DeKalb, and also into Carter's. Very strong and tight circulation. Would not be at all surprised if we do see a tornado developing here as that moves into those areas. So heads up just south of Union, then up towards Greenland and Blackwater, a possible tornado now coming your way. Then farther southwest, another tornado warning. Lawrence and Lincoln counties until 9:45. Strong circulation here as well. Now just east of 55 and moving northeast. It's going to be coming across Route 84 into Wellman, Fair Oak Springs, and into NOLA. Much more coming up.
After 15 years of the Share the Love event, Subaru and our retailers have donated over $250 million to charity. In fact, Subaru is the largest corporate donor to the ASPCA and the National Park Foundation, and the largest automotive donor to Meals on Wheels and Make-A-Wish. Get a new Subaru during the Share the Love event, and Subaru and our retailers will donate $300 to charity.
I joined Uber One to save money on my important deliveries, like gravy nachos, staplers, market price swordfish.
And the $0 delivery fee is clutch, because I'm famous, but not famous, so.
Uber One saves me money on vodka.
Holla at me.
And I need to save money for when I get canceled.
Yup.
Because I don't want to go back to selling pictures of my feet.
Oh, I'm in this place. Save money with Uber One.
Out here, there's no shortage of beautiful things. But when you have the capability to go anywhere and do anything, you realize there's nothing more beautiful than freedom.
During the Black Friday sales event, get $1,000 bonus cash plus no monthly payments for 90 days on these Jeep Grand Cherokee models. Visit Jeep.com or a local dealer for a great selection of Jeep vehicles.
By Friday. Now let's head over to the Tower Cam for a... Hey, folks, we seem to have a visitor. Oh, it looks like...
Looks like you paid too much for your glasses.
Who?
Anyone who isn't shopping at America's Best, where 2 pairs and a free exam start at just $79.95. It's a quality exam worth $59. Now, let's take a look at traffic.
What are you doing?
Looking at traffic? 2 pairs and a free exam start at just $79.95. Book an exam today at americasbest.com. Hi, Mom.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it helps take annoying items out of pictures. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones. Get Google Pixel 7 for free and 50% off Pixel Watch and Pixel Buds A series.
Because your lives are forever entwined.
Darling, please be mine.
Love entwined, exclusively at Kay.
At the Home Depot, you'll find appliances to fill every holiday need, in-store and online. From festive sweater washing to keeping your holiday favorites fresh, so you can do more together. Final days to shop Black Friday savings on select LG kitchen packages at the Home Depot.
Welcome home. I wasn't expecting this.
Fast Home Rescue, Saturday nights, 8/7 Central, only on the Weather Channel.
Hello,
Are you kidding me? Is that for me?
How?
Oh, can't wait to see what you got your mother.
The BMW Road Home Sales Event, on now. Exceptional offers won't last. The BMW Black Friday Sales Event now through November 30th.
How does Aldi have 1,199 new holiday faves at low prices?
Gnomes, obviously. Okay, everyone, the holidays start tonight. Sam, quality check charcuterie? That doesn't mean eating it all.
Cranberry cheddar, still delicious.
Okay, who's on holiday gift duty?
Not it.
Oh, pick Mabel. Finge is my middle name.
Brian, low price dust on
Everything. Got it, boss.
There's hot cocoa waiting at the end of the night. Make me proud.
Endless wonder, unbelievable savings. It's an Aldi thing.
Currently in our area, 39 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, mainly cloudy, low 39, winds southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Wednesday, rain and wind, high 59, rainfall near a half an inch, locally heavy rainfall possible. Wednesday night, mainly clear and windy, low 36, winds west at 20 to 30 miles per hour, higher wind gusts possible. Here's our 7-day outlook.
I'm Mike Corey. I travel the world to carve a path for those who aren't afraid to get a little bit dirty.
There's a cocktail of excitement and terror.
Long way down.
That is the craziest thing I have ever done in my life.
Come on, let's go on an uncharted adventure.
All right, we're getting some more new video into us out of Bassfield, Mississippi. Another perspective of one of these reported tornadoes. You see that tornado there in the distance? We had just enough daylight before the sunset that you can clearly see the structure of the storm. That looks like a very dangerous tornado. We've had several different vantage points of this tornado. There was another drone perspective of likely the same storm, but this a little bit later in the stage. You see the lightning kind of illuminating the sky. This looks to be a little bit more of a larger kind of wedge-shaped tornado, at least from this distance. Hard to tell exactly because it's pretty far from this person's location, but you hear the sirens going off there and the wind kind of being sucked into that storm. So damage continues to come in across parts of Mississippi. You're looking at a lot of downed trees here. This out of Choctaw County. Of course, multiple tornadoes already being reported across the state. Still that ongoing threat, and we still have some active tornado warnings. This area seeing a lot of downed trees. Some of these, the entire pine tree flipped over. In other cases, you have some of the limbs that are blocking routes, some of the main highways here where the tornado likely crossed over some of these popular roads of transportation. So that's another factor that you're going to have to contend with. But so far, at least at this point, we have not heard of any injuries or any deaths. So let's continue that trend. Again, stay alert. Even as you go to bed, make sure you have a way to get woken up by these warnings because we are no way done with any of the tornadoes just yet. Still some ongoing warnings and that threat that continues well after midnight tonight. So I want to hand it over to Storm Specialist Carl Parker right now with a look at the radar and where some of the more concerning storms are at this time.
Yeah, Chris, a couple of very troubling storms right now showing up in Mississippi. So let's get right into it and show you where these are. One of them now in the southern part of the state and just north of the Louisiana state line. So that is Lawrence and Lincoln counties under warning until 9:45. Very robust circulation showing up, very strong circulation right there. There is, by the way, another circulation not being warned on there and another one not being warned on there. But the one that is being warned on is the strongest of them. That is now moving northeast, about ready to cross Highway 84, coming towards East Lincoln of Fair Oak Springs as well. NOLA and Ferguson and Oma. Now I'm going to circle this. Let's see if we can see any debris showing up with this storm right now. Still not seeing any clear-cut signs of debris, but that is a really vigorous circulation that is now east of Interstate 55 and south of Highway 84, coming into areas that are west of Monticello. So heads up on that. Really dangerous storm moving into those areas. Now just past Route 583, as you can see right in there. And so that area of bright bluish green and the darker red, that is where the rotation is occurring there. That's the wind showing up, coming towards the radar and moving away from the radar, indicating strong circulation right in that area. Now, also another tornado warning for Kemper, Neshoba, and Newton counties. That until 10 p.m. Central Time. Here, too, vigorous circulation that is now near Union and Collinsville, so right in there. And that is now moving northeast rapidly, about 50 miles per hour on that trajectory, coming towards Herbert Springs, Rio, Klondike, DeKalb, and also into Akron. Again, let's look and see if there's debris. Not seeing any debris at this time, but certainly a healthy rotation showing up in those areas and a possible tornado moving towards those spots as well. Now, let's talk about the future radar and where we go from here. So the area of greatest instability now resides right in here, parts of southern Mississippi and also over in Alabama. And so going through the night tonight, that's basically the area that we need to be concerned about. There are going to be storms that move farther northeast, but we're going to lose a lot of the instability farther north because of all the rain that's going to be coming down. So, Chris, the main concern going forward, central southern Mississippi and southwestern Alabama over the next few hours here. Over to you.
Yeah, and along with the severe threat, we're also tracking the risk for flooding. Really quickly, I want to take you back to Lowndes County, take a look at some of this new damage that we're seeing. This apparently looks to be somebody's home, right? This is the carport, maybe a garage, part of the brick wall kind of collapsing down. Our Charles Peak on the ground kind of driving around this area that was likely hit by a tornado a couple of hours ago. We'll continue to check back in with Charles and some of the scenes that he's dealing with on the ground there north of Columbus, Mississippi. But right now, I want to kind of alert you on the heavy rain threat. So we talked about the severe threat. Heavy rain is going to be problematic here because look at some of these rainfall totals that we've already have seen just in the last 6 hours. I mean, we're approaching a half foot here just to the north of Birmingham, Alabama. So flood watches are already up for parts of southern Tennessee, northern parts of Alabama, and also southern Mississippi and southwest Alabama. Look at this mess of moisture that's going to be continuing to linger from really I-20 north up through southern parts of Tennessee. That also getting into northern parts of Georgia, where some of these spots, in addition to what we have already seen, could pick up another 3 to 6 inches of rainfall, and that could certainly lead to some flash flooding.
Give the gift of shine to your person, your one, your everything. Introducing the You're the One collection, exclusively at Zales, the Diamond Store.
Oh, hey, it's a Donovan's. You know, legend has it, the Donovans had a barbecue that fed half a town.
You know what I heard? They drove cross country just to walk their dog.
Apparently, they climbed a mountain to save some wild horses. That's what they say.
That's what they say.
Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, so what if we have questions about our policy?
And what if it's late at night?
And what if someone still calls us mom for everything?
At State Farm, we're there for your what ifs. Hey, Mom.
Who?
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
In the world of Ninja, surfaces won't stick, chip, or flake thanks to Never Stick technology. Knives stay razor sharp for over 10 years with the Never Dull Sharpener. Meal after meal, time after time. Ninja kitchenware. Never stick, never dull, never stop.
This holiday season, give your family the gift that keeps on going.
Our very own Energizer Bunny?
Energizer Ultimate Lithium. The #1 longest lasting AA battery.
Buy more, save more in qualifying appliances like the LG Kitchen Suites. Get $300 off instantly when you buy select 3 pieces. Shop daily steals this Black Friday, exclusively at Lowe's.
You're helping her study for a geography test. When a burger with steak, butter, and bacon sounds like the best, she's about to find out you can't read a map. Hey, Sonic steak, butter, bacon, cheeseburger.
Sonic.
Stover's makes you happy full.
Kids, dinner!
With 2 times the meat and 3 kinds of cheese, you can't be anything but happy full. Stouffer's.
Dude, you coming?
Because the only thing dripping should be your style. Plop Plop is Fizz with Alka-Seltzer Plus cold and flu relief. Also try for Fizzy Fast cough relief.
At the Home Depot, you'll find appliances to fill every holiday need, in-store and online. From festive sweater washing to keeping your holiday favorites fresh, so you can do more together. Final days to shop Black Friday savings on select Samsung kitchen packages at the Home Depot.
Do you struggle with occasional nerve aches in your hands or feet? Try Nervive Nerve Relief from the world's #1 selling nerve care company. Nervive contains alpha-lipoic acid to relieve occasional nerve aches, weakness, and discomfort. Try Nervive Nerve Relief.
Bright lights everywhere.
Ferrero Rocher, smooth chocolate, crunchy hazelnut, lovingly layered and wrapped in gold.
Christmas time again, my love.
Ferrero Rocher.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it helps take annoying items out of pictures. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones. Get Google Pixel 7 for free and 50% off Pixel Watch and Pixel Buds A series.
All right, welcome back to continuing live coverage here on the Weather Channel of the severe weather threat underway across Mississippi, Alabama, and Louisiana right now. This was a tornado earlier in Bassfield, Mississippi. And again, you're really getting some good visuals here. A lot of lightning. You see the structure of this supercell, and then you see the twister kind of rotating down, spinning back up, pauses for a second, and then reforms just off in the distance. So this shows you the nature of the atmosphere that we're dealing with tonight and the dangers associated with that. A lot of instability, meaning that this threat will continue even though it's in the late night hours and we haven't had a lot of daylight heating any longer. We still have an amped up atmosphere, and you see that as well with the lightning. Look at these storms pushing through Jackson, Mississippi earlier. I mean, look at that lightning strike right in front of the roadway here ahead of this driver, really showing you just the veracity of some of these cells that have been potent and unfortunately damaging here across the state of Mississippi. Lightning, we took a check on how many strikes we've seen just across parts of the southeast over the last 15 minutes, and we're well over 2,000 per 15 minutes, at least currently, based on some of the storms from Tennessee down towards the Gulf Coast. So a lot to cover tonight, and we want you to be safe first and foremost. Make sure you have your plan in place. And even though you've had maybe a couple of warnings already, you're not necessarily done. This threat really shifting to the south across southern parts of Mississippi and also into parts of Alabama. That's where we want to go now to Storm Specialist Carl Parker. He's on the radar monitoring the latest of these cells and some of the active warnings that we have at the moment.
Well, Chris, we're looking at some very scary looking storms now in parts of Mississippi. Let's get right into those warnings and show you where they are. One of them is in the southern part of the state, now along Interstate 55, Lawrence and Lincoln counties, under warning until 9:45. Very strong circulation right here, now just to the south of Highway 84 and moving to the northeast. I'm going to go back a couple of frames to try to get the good sense of that vector. That might be just a little to the east of northeast. And so following that, that's coming up towards Fair River, also towards Rosella and into Ferguson as well. Now, in addition to that, there are a couple of other areas where there are some circulations. There's one kind of right on the edge of the tornado warning right there, another one to the northeast of that. So all of these storms are rotating to some extent, none as strong, though, as the one that we've got tracked out right there. Another thing I want to do is take a look at the debris mode here. This is called the correlation circulation coefficient to see if there's any debris showing up. Not seeing that at this time, but again, a really robust circulation now moving up towards Highway 84. Please get to your safe place in those areas as that moves northeast. Now let's continue up into the eastern part of the state. Kemper and Neshoba counties under warning until 10 p.m. Here we're seeing a tight little circulation that could be evidence of a tornado. Sometimes when you see a real tight area like that, that can be considered a tornado vortex signature. Not seeing any debris right now, but as that moves northeast, we certainly could be looking at a possible tornado near Moscow and also towards DeKalb as well. That'll be moving into Moscow at about 9:42 or so. Looking at the bigger picture here, there is a tornado watch in effect until 2 o'clock in the morning. It is a PDS watch. That is a particularly dangerous situation. This is not something that we see very often. We see this a handful of times every year. Please, folks, have a way to be notified, whether it's just leaving your phone on by your bed, whatever you do, because this is going to be one of those nights when we could see some violent, intense tornadoes coming across these areas. Chris, over to you.
All right, so I want to take you into the overnight hours and then into the day tomorrow, because we are going to have that threat for severe weather. We'll take a look at our high-resolution future radar, and I also want to mention some of the risk for flash flooding. Some of these areas in northern parts of Alabama have already seen over 5 inches of rainfall, and we may double that in a short period of time tonight. So flash flooding is going to be something that's also going to be a threat that we're going to have to monitor here pretty closely. No ongoing flash flood warnings at the moment, but that likely will change, especially when you look at some of these banding features that kind of train over these same areas. Look at the intense rainfall that we'll get into Birmingham, say around 2, 3 a.m. in the morning, and then approach the Atlanta metro and northern parts of Georgia late tonight and early in the morning, then clearing us out. The front finally pushes out of here and we dry out much more quickly tomorrow. So for Birmingham, the worst of the weather is arriving now and will stay with us likely well after midnight. This becomes a threat for damaging winds and severe weather, along with heavy rainfall, especially as it slowly pushes through the metro area before clearing out. Across the Gulf Coast, New Orleans, more isolated activity here with the threat for severe storms by the time we head into the early morning hours tomorrow.
My name is Tanya. I am 42. As a mother of 9 kids, I think I waited this long to get Botox Cosmetic because I take like no time for myself. My kids are sports kids. We're always running from one activity to another. I'm still Tanya, and I got Botox Cosmetic. And this is like the first thing I've done for me in a really, really long time. My life is still crazy. It's just as full as it was before, just with less lines. Botox Cosmetic is FDA approved to temporarily make frown lines, crow's feet, and forehead lines look better. The effects of Botox Cosmetic may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness may be a sign of a life-threatening condition. Do not receive Botox Cosmetic if you have a skin infection. Side effects may include allergic reactions, injection site pain, headache, eyebrow, eyelid drooping, and eyelid swelling. Tell your doctor about your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, and medications including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects. See for yourself at BotoxCosmetic.com.
At Honda, we know you have to drive through the mud if you want to reach the rainbow. Brave the desert before you find the oasis. Conquer the mountain to see how far your dreams can take you. The all-new CR-V and CR-V Hybrid, part of the Honda line of rugged vehicles.
Bright lights everywhere.
Ferrero Rocher, smooth chocolate, crunchy hazelnut, lovingly layered and wrapped in gold.
It's Christmas time again, my love.
Ferrero Rocher.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it helps take annoying items out of pictures. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones. Get Google Pixel 7 for free and 50% off Pixel Watch and Pixel Buds A series.
In the world of Ninja, surfaces won't stick, chip, or flake thanks to Never Stick technology. Knives stay razor sharp for over 10 years with the Never Dull Sharpener. Meal after meal, time after time. Ninja kitchenware. Never stick, never dull, never stop.
This holiday season, give your family the gift that keeps on going.
Her very own Energizer Bunny?
Energizer Ultimate Lithium. The #1 longest lasting AA battery.
Okay, everyone, our mission is complete balanced nutrition. Together, we support immune function, supply fuel for immune cells, and sustain tissue health.
Ensure with 25 vitamins and minerals, and Ensure Complete with 30 grams of protein.
It's nothing.
Sounds like something.
When you have nausea, heartburn, indigestion, upset stomach, diarrhea.
Pepto-Bismol coats and soothes for fast relief when you need it most.
Let's dive in.
What about your back?
It's fine!
Advil Dual Action fights pain 2 ways. Advil targets pain at the source. Acetaminophen blocks pain signals. Advil Dual Action.
It's more than breakfast. It's an adventure. Collect all 3 glow-in-the-dark tattoos for your whole clan in specially marked Kellogg's cereal boxes. And see Avatar: The Way of Water only in theaters December 16th. This film is not yet rated.
Welcome back to our coverage of what is a really dangerous night across parts of Mississippi and Alabama as well. Tornado watches out. One of them is a particularly dangerous situation watch, PDS watch as it's known. We only see a handful of these every year. It is going to be a long night, most likely, and we've got warnings to tell you about right now. Lawrence, Lincoln counties under warning until 9:45. Really vigorous circulation now near Highway 84 and Monticello and moving towards the northeast, so that's about ready to cross Highway 84. Tracking that forward, that's going to be coming up into areas just west of Monticello, so moving towards Ferguson here. Possible tornado coming your way, also Rosella, about 9:46, about 8 minutes from now. So another circulation farther southwest. There's not been a specific warning on that as of yet. They are watching that very closely at the National Weather Service in Jackson. Also looking for any evidence of debris. Not seeing any debris at this time, even though we have been looking at this strong circulation for quite a while. Now, farther north, I want to also show you another tornado warning that is in effect for Kemper and Neshoba counties going until 10 p.m. Here we're not seeing quite as much evidence for a tornado as we had been looking at. Going back several frames here, you see that area of red and green as it passes south of Union. Maybe a tighter circulation right there. And then in this next frame really does kind of wash out at that point. Now that could change once again. So just to be on the safe side, I'll just go ahead and track that area out. But at this time, it does not appear to be as well formed as it was just moments ago. So we'll keep a close eye on that as that continues to move northeast. Again, there is this PDS watch in place, particularly dangerous situation. We only see a handful of these issued every year. They make up, somewhere around, 3, 4, 5% of all tornado watches in any given year. So certainly this is a really serious situation. Now, I wanted to talk about the parameters a little bit here, and you see where we've got the instability, the greatest fuel, but there is this wall that these storms are running into. You see the where it cuts off right in there, where it's been cooler and drier. So warm and humid air coming from the Gulf of Mexico is trying to come in and eat into that, but it's going to have a harder time. And as storms move across that little boundary there into that cooler and drier air, they're going to run out of their intensity. So that's most likely going to keep things relatively stable in the Atlanta area. We'll see some stronger storms most likely, but we won't have the same level of threat that we've got in Mississippi and Alabama. I also want you to notice here the low-level wind shear, because that's an important part of what drives a tornado threat. When you've got winds coming out of different directions in the lowest levels of the atmosphere, we clearly have that in Mississippi and Alabama and in the Atlanta metro. So it's a good thing that it's not warmer and more humid, and won't be, because there is that wind shear in place. So when we combine those things, when we put that instability and that low-level wind shear together, we come up with this product called the tornado parameter. And where you see the red, it's higher. Where you see the deep red, the dark red, that's where it's even higher. And I want you to notice continues to be really vigorous going into midnight tonight. There you see in parts of south central Mississippi as well as into southwestern Alabama, still a really serious tornado threat. Then into 2 o'clock in the morning. Again, it's running into that brick wall right over here, but continues to be high in south central and southwestern parts of Alabama, and then really does begin to contract as we go into the early morning hours. Chris, over to you.
All right, let's check out some more intense video. We've been showing you some of these lightning strikes that we had in Jackson, Mississippi earlier because of some of these storms. And it really just shows you the instability that we're able to tap into. So these storms are not only producing a lot of thunder and lightning, they've got a lot of updrafts, rotation. That's leading to the tornado threat. Also the severe thunderstorm threat that we're getting as well. Damaging winds, a very common sight here across the southeast tonight because of all of the ingredients in place. All right, so we'll continue to track some of the latest here on the tornado warnings. You can get an idea of where we're seeing the worst of the weather. Again, a lot of activity here across the northern part of the state. Those are less in the way of severe, but more producing intense rainfall and frequent lightning, even damaging wind. Now we're starting to get a few flash flood warnings out in far southern parts of Arkansas. So we'll have to watch this in Mississippi. That flash flood risk really going to be increasing here, northern parts of Alabama. Also watching southern Tennessee and northern Georgia. The instability, again, as mentioned, really kind of along I-20 and south. That's where the worst of the weather is. Not to forget here some of the cells popping up in Louisiana. We'll have to watch those over the next several of hours because many of these areas under that tornado watch. Okay, so instability will remain in play as we track several rounds of heavy thunderstorms, slow moving heavy downpours. So we're going to be adding the rainfall totals in inches in many of these spots from Mississippi into Alabama and then getting down into parts of Georgia as well. Atlanta, very wet night ahead. Birmingham down towards Montgomery. Now by tomorrow morning, you're heading into work, say early on. Still going to be wet here along the Atlanta metro area, but things drying out from I-65 west into Mississippi. At this point, the severe threat is really going to be limited to the far southern part of Alabama, the Florida Panhandle, and southern parts of Georgia, but much less than what we're seeing out there right now. So the flood watches are up. They include Hattiesburg, Laurel, areas south of Meridian, and then the Birmingham metro area up through Huntsville, Alabama. Rain still to come. Now remember, this is in addition to what we've already picked up. Many areas from Alabama through Georgia could see upwards of 4, 5, 6 inches of rain.
Let's get you home for the holidays.
People love Subaru just because it stands for much more than just a car.
Through the Share the Love event, Subaru retailers have supported over 1,700 hometown charities.
Have I witnessed and seen the impact of what we do? You bet I have.
We have worked with so many amazing causes and made a difference.
By the end of this year, Subaru and our retailers will have donated over $250 million to charity.
It's about more than just selling cars. The Subaru Share the Love event, going on now.
Outside is frightful, but the fire is so delightful. Since we've no place to go, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
Warm up this season with Olive Garden's oven-baked pastas, like our new ravioli carbonara. And for the gift that keeps on giving, there's our never-ending first course, which is always on us. Plus, you can share the holiday cheer with our catering. Olive Garden, we're all family here.
There you are. You know, Kath, with Chase Freedom Unlimited, we can cash back on all our holiday shopping, earn 3% at drugstores.
I'll be at checkout. You'll bring the card.
Wait, I'm paying again? Earn big time with Chase Freedom Unlimited. How do you cash back? Chase, make more of what's yours.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it helps take annoying items out of pictures. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones. Get Google Pixel 7 for free and 50% off Pixel Watch and Pixel Buds A-Series.
Are you looking for a new career with real growth potential? Spectrum is hiring. Whether you're looking to help customers, share knowledge, make connections, or enjoy uncapped earning potential, we have a role for you. So if you're ready to start a career with a company that offers comprehensive benefits, 401k, and complimentary services, visit jobs.spectrum.com today.
It's Santa. We got a problem.
Hold on. Ho, ho, ho!
For asthma, there's Primatene Mist. When symptoms strike, your airways narrow and there's less breathing room. Primatene Mist is clinically shown to open airways quickly. Get the #1 FDA-approved over-the-counter asthma inhaler and breathe easy again.
Like Corey, I travel the world to carve a path for those who aren't afraid to get a little bit dirty.
That is the craziest thing I have ever done in my life.
Let's go on an uncharted adventure.
Currently in our area, 39 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, mainly cloudy, low 39, winds southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Wednesday, rain and wind, high 59, rainfall near a half an inch, locally heavy rainfall possible. Wednesday night, mainly clear and windy, low 36, winds west at 20 to 30 miles per hour, higher wind gusts possible. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Listen to that. That was a severe thunderstorm that roared through parts of Muscle Shoals, Alabama earlier this afternoon. I mean, look what it did with some of these chairs. I mean, tossing them like pool floats, right? Some of those chairs, they weigh several pounds. So very intense winds. These were almost hurricane force winds. And you can see the horizontal rain, very heavy rainfall. This was likely an exposed kind of carport, and it kind of just ripped some of these things right out from under it. And who knows where that ended up here from Muscle Shoals. So don't underestimate the dangers of even just straight line winds, damaging winds that you get sometimes in severe thunderstorms. And then obviously tornadoes, a whole different beast, but still extremely dangerous, and winds that are much stronger than what we saw in that video, Muscle Shoals. This was near parts of Louisiana earlier this afternoon, where we did see a few tornadoes, and some of which have been reported and confirmed. Something that we're watching here very closely. If you look closely from this vantage point, it looks like the person's kind of parked here at a gas station, looking at pretty ominous storm in the distance. Hard to tell exactly if there's a tornado on the ground or if we got maybe a wall cloud. That appears to be some sort of a funnel, or at least that could be a tornado altogether. That whole thing, it's hard to tell exactly from this vantage point, but it gives you an idea of the kind of nature of some of the storms that we're dealing with. But now we don't have daylight, Carl. We don't have aside from the lightning flashes, we don't have a lot of these visuals that you get in the daytime. And obviously, too, in the southeast, it's hard because you're just lined with trees in every which direction. So you don't get wide expanses on the horizon unless you have some elevation to kind of see, say, a drone or, the second story of your home. So many of these warnings you're just going to have to take as ground truth at this point, especially with it being night, and that brings in a whole new danger with some of these new tornado warnings that are popping up. Yeah, there's been a lot of discussion about that, because in the plains, you generally can get eyes on a tornado. They tend to have very high cloud bases out in the plains. You tend to have fewer trees, and so it's a lot easier to see what's coming. Whereas in the southeast, because of the tree cover, because the cloud bases are lower, and because there are more nighttime tornadoes, there is a high vulnerability to
to severe weather in the southeast. Also, a lot of manufactured housing as well. So for a lot of different reasons, the southeast is a very vulnerable area to severe weather and tornadoes. And it is a scary night tonight. No question about that. Let's take a look, first of all, at a warning here in southern Mississippi. Jeff Davis, Lawrence, Simpson counties under warning right now. We're looking at a couple of circulations. One of them is near Monticello, and we've been watching that for a while now. It's not quite as robust as it was earlier, but right in there, there's another circulation also off to the west of that. And so both of these now basically moving northeast. So we'll track them both forward. Looking at this first one, that's going to be moving into Ferguson, coming into New Hebron as well, Gwynville. And then the second circulation moving up and towards areas northwest of Monticello, Fair Oak Springs, Fair River, Nola, and Rosella. And then there's yet another circulation up near 49 and McGee. Not a particularly strong one right now, but just indicative of how many of these storms are rotating at this time. Again, this is the one that looks a little bit more interesting right now, just southeast of Brookhaven. We'll need to keep a very close eye on that storm. Another warning here for Kemper County. We're not seeing as much in the velocity data, but some chance for a tornado, and that's going to be coming up towards DeKalb here, and also Akron and Scuba. Then a new tornado warning for Greene and Hale counties in southwestern Alabama. I've got an observed tag here. Let me take a look at the details on this. And so we're seeing a radar confirmed tornado along with this storm. Unfortunately, the radar data now a little bit more difficult to decipher, but basically the rotation is right in this area near Eutaw, right about in there, and moving to the east at 40 miles per hour. And so on that path, coming towards Akron, as well as towards Harper Hill and Dara. So in all of those areas, a heads up for a possible tornado. Let's see if there's any debris showing up right now. I'm not seeing anything that is clear cut. Well, actually, that's interesting. Right in that one scan there, I'm going to move down a little bit closer near Eutaw. And so right there, it's actually just behind the W. That could have been a tornado right there. You see that one little area of pixels right there. It'll go into the velocity data at going back to that time a couple of moments ago, and that's right where the circulation was coming through. So that could very well have been a tornado. Now in this most recent scan, it's not. It looks like it may be kind of blowing out, which is often what happens. You can have a tornado, and if it weakens, then that debris field begins to kind of spread out a little bit. So that might be what's happening right here. But certainly a very dangerous storm. If you're in Akron right now, you need to get to your safe place. Got a possible tornado now coming your way as that moves off to the east. Then I want to take you much farther northeast, show you that in the Atlanta area, there are some stronger storms that are coming in, but it's just not quite warm and humid enough to give us a really serious, severe threat in the Atlanta metro. There could be some gusty wind overnight tonight, but it is much cooler and drier relative to what's going on in Alabama and Mississippi. And we will talk much more about this severe weather threat. Our live coverage continuing throughout the evening. And remember to stay tuned to the Weather Channel on your smart TV or streaming device.
Come on, beauty.
Are you ready?
This baby's coming.
Hey, Peloton, step into your power. Let's go.
You didn't come to work out. You came to outwork. Let's get it.
Yo. Boom.
Come on, you got this.
Everyday man's on the
Hey,
block.
no challenge, no change.
The ting goes.
Let's go.
Get up to $600 off Peloton packages. Terms apply.
With one of the best savings rates in America, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than this.
Stop. You're in.
Oh, cool. Yep, even easier than that. What's in your wallet?
Oh, hey, it's a Donovan's.
You know, legend has it, the Donovans had a barbecue that fed half a town.
You know what I heard? They drove cross country just to walk their dog.
Apparently, they climbed a mountain to save some wild horses. That's what they say.
That's what they say. Toyota, let's go places.
Stover's makes you happy full.
Kids, dinner!
With 2 times the meat and 3 kinds of cheese, you can't be anything but happy full. Stouffer's.
Why are 93% of Sleep Number sleepers satisfied with their bed? Maybe it's because you can adjust your comfort and firmness on either side, your Sleep Number setting, to help relieve pressure points and keep you both comfortable all night. And now save $1,000 on select Sleep Number 360 smart beds and adjustable bases. Ends Monday.
Turn it up with Cheetos. Now you're getting it on my clothes. And if the sky is looking gray, turn it up and have them
Unbox the icons with Frito-Lay Variety Pack.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it helps take annoying items out of pictures. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones. Get Google Pixel 7 for free and 50% off Pixel Watch and Pixel Buds A series.
Research shows people remember commercials with nostalgia. So to help you remember that Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance, here's one that'll really take you back.
It's customized home insurance from Liberty Mutual.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
All right, we're getting more and more video this evening as we continue to see the tornadoes continue to pour in here across parts of Mississippi and Alabama. This was a tornado earlier, Bassfield, Mississippi. You get a little bit of an elevated view of this storm. It happened just before sunset, and you can see the twister there centered just beyond the trees. Dangerous weather nonetheless here across the state of Mississippi that has seen the bulk of the tornado warnings. However, Louisiana, Alabama also seeing their fair share of tornado warnings, and we're still nowhere near being done. This threat will continue late into the overnight hours, and I'm meteorologist Chris Bruin alongside storm specialist Carl Parker, kind of monitoring the situation via radar and also reports by law enforcement and National Weather Service, and many just public reports here of the tornadoes that have occurred and any more that may occur late tonight. So there is a look at some of the damage from a tornado that happened earlier. This is out of Columbus, or near Columbus, Mississippi, in Lowndes County, not far from the Alabama state line. Notice we've got more rain now starting to come in. This appears to be a home that suffered some significant damage here. You're looking at what was either a garage or carport. You can see the brick kind of wall that's now leaning on the car that was parked there. So some intense damage, certainly extensive damage here. It'll be interesting to see what kind of rating this is. This is a well-built home, all right? This is a manufactured home. This is a well-built home that's been there for, decades likely. And it looks like these may be news crews kind of reporting up on the scene. We know there were a few homes kind of scattered about this area, pretty remote part of the county just north of Columbus, where the worst of the tornado kind of passed through. We know a volunteer fire station also took a hit, along with several other buildings. So, Carl, when you're looking at that, I mean, the winds easily had to exceed 100 miles per hour to cause damage of that magnitude.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly very troubling to see that kind of thing. And, of course, the thing that's so scary about an event like this is that a lot of this is happening after dark. And when it's after dark, of course, it's very hard to get your eyes on a storm. If it's a tornado coming towards you, you may not realize that until it's on you. And so you've really got to be on top of the warnings tonight. There's now a particularly dangerous situation watch. That is a watch that is only issued a handful of times every year. We just don't see a lot of those, and that is indicative of the magnitude of the threat that we're looking at tonight that will extend deep into the evening. We still have tornado warnings to tell you about at this hour. It's basically been unbroken tornado warnings for several hours now. Jefferson, Davis, Lawrence, and Simpson counties under warning until 10:45. There are two distinct circulations here. One of those now just north north of Highway 84. So you see the area that is right there near west of Monticello, and then another one that is northeast of Monticello. So two separate areas that are rotating. So tracking that first one forward, that's going to be coming towards Gwynville, also moving towards McGee. And then the second one is near Highway 84. That is going to be coming up towards NOLA and moving towards Ferguson and New Hebron. So in all of those areas, possible tornadoes coming your way. So please get to your safe place, the lowest, most interior room, before those storms move into those areas. You see, we're looking at some pretty strong circulations. They're broad, but they are strong. I'm going to circle both of those. Let's see if there's any debris showing up right now. So what we're looking for are little areas of green, which would indicate irregular shapes. Not seeing that at this time. Yeah, so right now it looks like what we've got is very vigorously rotating storms, but perhaps not actually tornadoes. But certainly that could change at any moment. Then farther to the east, over into Alabama, Greene and Hale counties under warning. Now here we did see a debris signature briefly, a very strong, very robust circulation here as well. So that area of green and red right there is where that rotation is. That is now moving east at 40 miles per hour. That'll be coming into Cypress, moving into Phipps at about 10:17. In both of those areas, please get to your safe place. Once again, we'll circle this and see if there's some debris showing up. Oh, wow, there is a debris signature on that. So, folks, we've got a tornado here that is now moving, and I'm going to get real tight, now just north of Akron. Let's go back a couple of frames and see where that might be headed. You see how that has just popped up right there. So that is a well-developed debris signature right in there. I'm going to also take a look at the velocity data, try to get a real good sense of the motion here. That almost looks like it might be a little bit more to the northeast than east-northeast. Boy, that's tough to tell. That might be moving more towards Moundville, but that is definitely a debris signature. So I'm going to back this out a little bit because the motion is not, perfectly apparent. So we can kind of catch a larger area and warn these folks. And so that looks like it's going to be coming towards Cypress in the next few minutes here. That is a tornado on the ground right now. So if you're in the Cypress area, and we'll try to get a sense, we'll take a look at some maps here and try to get a sense of how many people might be in Cypress. But if you're in Cypress, and there's the brand new scan that has just come in, that is a well-developed debris signature that is showing up now just west of Cypress. So right now is the time to get to the lowest, most interior room of your house. You've got just moments. It's going to be coming in at about 10:07 or so. So we're talking about 3 minutes now that you've got in Cypress. Lowest, most interior room, as many walls between you and the outside as is possible. This is a tornado. Could very well be a large tornado. Todd's just telling me 5,000 people in this town here in Alabama. And that could very well be a large, intense tornado that is coming your way and coming your way very quickly. So again, if you are in Cypress, in Alabama, a town of about 5,000 people, you've got to get to your safe place right now. This is as serious as it gets. We've got a tornado on the ground. We've got a very well-developed debris signature. It is coming right towards Cypress right now, and you've got just moments before this begins to move in. This is now to the north of Route 60, which is right there. You see Route 69, which is right there. There we've got a brand new update on this tornado warning. Let's see what the Weather Service is saying about this now. Confirmed tornado located near Akron, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Radar confirmed tornado. And again, we're watching that debris signature, and that is now coming towards Cypress right now. So what the radar is detecting here are irregular shapes. So all that area of red is basically meteorological targets. That's rain and hail. And where you see the green and the blue, that's irregular shapes. That can be tree debris, that can be structural debris. Whatever the case, it's not regular. It doesn't have a rounded sort of normal shape where, the x-axis and the y-axis are about the same length. Rather, it's completely scattered and irregular. And so when we see that is co-located with a very strong rotation situation. We know there's a tornado coming, and so please, folks, you've got probably just 1 or 2 minutes now in Cypress to get to your safe place. This is a very serious situation there in Cypress in Alabama. Chris, over to you.
Carl, really quickly back to that warning. There's a chance some of these tornadoes could be long-tracked tornadoes. So looking at the radar, I'm watching this, and this whole area of storms, one of which being the tornado-warned storm, is making a beeline towards, say, the south side of Birmingham. So how far out are we on a timeline scale for, say, if this were to continue to be extended as a tornado warning, would some of those southernmost suburbs of the Birmingham metro maybe be in play for some more troubling weather ahead?
Well, yes and no. I mean, one thing is that, as we look at the, the instability here, it really does drop off by the time you get over into eastern Alabama. So, they're right on the edge of the instability right now in the southwestern part of the state. And then as the storms run farther east, there's less and less of that instability and more rain, which also reduces that instability. But again, an observed tornado here into Hale County. This is near Eutaw right now and moving east at 40 miles per hour. There's the latest velocity signature right in there. So we're looking at a very strong rotation. And we've also been looking at a debris signature that is now coming towards Cypress, probably moving into Cypress as we speak. Still a very well-developed debris signature, and that is now moving into that 69 corridor. So I'm going to track this one more time. That, folks, is a tornado that is on the ground and is coming towards Cypress. I'm going to move this just one more time, just a little farther northeast, and try to see if we can align that. It looks to be about right. So that is coming into Cypress right now. That big green and blue area, that is the tornado now moving into Cypress, coming in right now. You've got to get to your safe place right now there in Cypress. This is a very serious situation. Chris, over to you.
Thanks, Carl. We want to get back to Lowndes County, Mississippi, where you're looking at some extensive damage here, what appears to be somebody's home. This is just north of Columbus, Mississippi, maybe by about 10, 15 miles or so. And our storm tracker, Charles Peakey's there, kind of going to walk us through some of the damage, Charles, on what you're seeing here in this part of Mississippi.
Damage, not only that. Yeah, Chris, this right here is a well-built home, and there's a lot of debris on the ground, so I'll try to not be too shaky as I walk around, but you can see most of the roof here, if not all of it, was taken off here, parts of the wall. There was a gentleman at home at the time. He was okay through it. His wife was out of town, so they were okay. You have just on the other side of here is a modular home, a mobile home, and it was the one end of it completely destroyed. I talked through FaceTime with the homeowner. They're actually in Disney, and they never leave, but in this case they were gone, and taking a Disney trip may have very well saved their life because their bedroom was totally destroyed. But you've got probably about 8 homes here with damage, roofs taken off, some of them with walls down. The fire department here had major damage to it, the roof ripped off of it, and some damage to their vehicles. But it's fortunate, though, that there are no reported injuries at this time, which, when you see this kind of destruction, it's sort of amazing that that's what you actually have. You can see brick walls here, Chris, that are taken down. This was a garage right here, and you can just see there's just a ton of damage, but fortunately, as best we know right now, no injuries at all reported in Lowndes County here.
And Charles, just to rephrase kind of what you were mentioning, you said that the home that we're looking at, there was somebody there, he's unharmed, and then nearby there was a manufactured home, kind of a mobile home, and some of that has been kind of just blown into this home. Is that what we're looking at? And the people at the mobile home, they were not home, correct?
That's correct. No, this one, the direction, all of the debris you see here is from this home itself. There is another modular home back behind it, but it's so dark that I can't show it. You also have a storage building, it looks like, in the distance there, so sometimes it's a little hard to know exactly where all the debris came from. But that's the situation. The across the road is where the modular home is, and totally a different home here, and it's not connected to this, but just an interesting story that them taking a Disney vacation may have saved their life.
From the looks of it, it's hard to tell. You mentioned a garage, so was this a garage or was this like a carport? Was there a garage door? Because if there was, I'd have no idea where that even is.
You've got to think about the people.
Well, at the back of this vehicle right here would have been where the garage door was. You can see this would have been the brick right here was the right side of it. I've got another TV crew out here right now, so I'm not able to get on that side to really show you. And then this would have been the front right here next to the garage. And I'm going to assume it was a garage. There's no way to really know at this point in time, what it looked like before, but it looked like it was a full garage. This does look like a well-built, nice home, and completely destroyed.
Well, thank you, Charles, so much for being there and kind of just walking us through some of the damage here. Again, a pretty, sparsely populated area, but you still see the damage that these tornadoes did just north of Columbus, Mississippi. Well-built home is suffering extensive damage tonight. And again, I was thinking that was a carport the whole time, Carl, when he was showing us that. You can't even really tell where the garage door is, if it's even there anymore. Somewhere mangled up mess, kind of tossed to and fro. And that was a tornado earlier. Meanwhile, we've got a tornado on the ground here in neighboring Alabama, not far from I-59, I-20.
Yeah, we just had a tornado on the ground here in Alabama. I think it may have lifted at this time, but a very robust debris signature showing up in Alabama. Let's begin there. Tornado warning in effect for Hale County going until 10:30, and so the circulation is showing up here near Moundville and Cypress right now, sitting right about there, and this is moving towards the east-northeast at about 40 miles per hour. So on that trajectory, looks like it's going to be in more rural areas going forward, but I do want to show you what we were looking at moments ago. Right in there, that is a well-developed debris signature. Now, I was looking at this on the maps, and that is an area where there's a lot of trees, very heavily forested area, right before you get into Cypress. And so, I do think that a lot of what we were seeing there is tree debris, and you look at successive frames, and you notice how that really did kind of wash out. So it may very well be that tornado has lifted, but it is a dangerous night here across parts of Mississippi and Alabama. Also an ongoing tornado warning in effect for Jefferson, Davis, Lawrence, and Simpson counties.
At Honda, we know you have to drive through the mud if you want to reach the rainbow. Brave the desert before you find the oasis. Conquer the mountain to see how far your dreams can take you. The all-new CR-V and CR-V Hybrid, part of the Honda line of rugged vehicles.
MS tries to stop me. MS is like riding into headwinds, but I keep pushing forward.
Does MS define me? No, it does not.
I take Ocrevus, an infusion treatment that's 2 times a year.
A prescription for adults with relapsing or primary progressive forms of multiple sclerosis, Ocrevus is proven effective in reducing relapses in RMS and slowing disability progression and reducing brain lesions in RMS and PPMS.
Don't take Ocrevus if you've had a life-threatening allergic reaction to it or have Hep B. Tell your doctor about vaccinations or if you've had colitis or Hep B, as Hep B could come back. A common side effect of Ocrevus is infusion reactions. Some may be serious and require hospitalization. It can increase your risk of infections, which can be serious and may decrease some immunoglobulins. PML is rare but may happen with Ocrevus. It can lead to disability or death. An increased risk of colitis and cancer, including breast cancer, may exist.
We take Ocrevus. That's more progress, less progression.
Ask your doctor about starting with 2 times a year Ocrevus.
Hey. Jake from State Farm.
We have to know.
Yeah, these are State Farm pajamas.
No, what if we have to talk to somebody about our policy, but it's late at night?
Call us 24/7.
Great, because what if someone still calls his mom for everything?
We'll walk you through everything. At State Farm, we're there for your what ifs.
Oh. Yeah, Mom, everything's great. Yeah. I mean, not my mom.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it helps take annoying items out of pictures. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones. Get Google Pixel 7 for free and 50% off Pixel Watch and Pixel Buds A series.
Hi, Susan. Honey.
Yeah?
I respect that, but that cough looks pretty bad. Try this Robitussin honey.
The real honey you love, plus the powerful cough relief you need.
Mind if I root through your trash?
Robitussin, the only brand with real honey and elderberry.
Are you okay?
Oh, it's just a cold.
If you have high blood pressure, a cold is not just a cold. Coricidin is the #1 doctor-recommended cold and flu brand, specially designed for people with high blood pressure. Be there for life's best moments. Trust Coricidin.
We can help get you guys back into that house.
Come on in.
Oh my gosh!
Fast Home Rescue, Saturday nights, 8/7 Central, only on the Weather Channel.
Hey, girls! Hi. Are you kidding me? Is that for me?
How?
Oh, can't wait to see what you got your mother.
The BMW Road Home Sales Event, on now. Exceptional offers won't last. The BMW Black Friday Sales Event now through November 30th.
Hey, girls! Hi. Are you kidding me? Is that for me?
How?
Oh, can't wait to see what you got your mother.
The BMW Road Home Sales Event, on now. Exceptional offers won't last. The BMW Black Friday Sales Event now through November 30th.
Currently in our area, 40 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, mostly cloudy, low 38. Winds southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Wednesday, windy with periods of rain. High 59. Rainfall around a ½ inch. Locally heavy rainfall possible. Wednesday night, a mostly clear sky. Low 36. Winds west at 20 to 30 miles per hour. Higher wind gusts possible. Here's our 7-day outlook.
The power of the Weather Channel, now available to everyone.
This is epic!
Trusted live coverage when it matters most is now yours to stream with the Weather Channel TV app, real-time radar, and maps that let you track all the action.
Let's get into the details.
Personalization, customization, hundreds of hours of your favorite shows, and so much more. There's never been a better way for everyone to watch the Weather Channel. Available now on these platforms. Go to streamtwc.com to start your free 7-day trial.
All right, we're getting some more video out of Bassfield, Mississippi. You see that tornado there off in the distance? You can hear the sirens. But look more closely, kind of illuminated by some of the last bit of light here of the day. Scary looking sky for sure if you were here in Bassfield when this was unfolding. This was, again, several hours ago around sunset. Things have improved there now, but other parts of the state, the same cannot be said. We're still tracking several tornado warnings at this time, and that will continue well into the late night hours tonight. So make sure as you're going to bed, make sure you have a way, multiple ways, not just relying on your phone, but maybe a severe weather radio, multiple ways to be wakened if indeed there were to be a tornado warning issued for your home or your neighborhood. Another vantage point showing you some of the damage here in Choctaw County, Mississippi. A lot of downed trees. And again, this area is just covered in pines, especially, but oaks and many other species here across the southeast, and dense wooded areas that can become, projectiles in tornadoes and likely covering roads. We know there are several roads that are closed because of downed trees and even some power lines, not just here in Choctaw County, but other counties that were hard hit by tornado warning storms. We want to take you live out to Starkville, Mississippi, where we are actually under a brand new tornado warning. You can see the lightning kind of illuminating the sky. This is where Mississippi State University is, so I know they've got a great meteorological program and a lot of weather enthusiasts and students in training to be meteorologists here, I'm sure, up right now, kind of monitoring the situation here in Starkville. And this tornado warning includes some of these hard-hit communities that were just hit by a tornado earlier, Carl, just north of Columbus, Steeds, and areas near Woodlawn, where we were seeing some of the damage Charles Peak's been showing. They're now under a tornado warning again from this cell pushing near Starkville.
Yeah, it tells you how dynamic this situation is tonight, that we are looking at a second warning for this area. And this is going to be a real close call for Starkville as this is coming in. You hear the sirens underway there. And let's get a look at what's going on the radar picture right now. So a tornado warning in effect for Clay and Oktibbeha and Lowndes counties until 11:15. And so we are looking at a robust circulation, that area of brighter blue color and then the red as well. That is now just southwest of Starkville. So right there, that is where the circulation is, right in that area. Now, I'm going to go back a couple of frames and see if we can get a good sense of the vector. And it looks to me that is, pretty much to the northeast at this time. So if we track that forward, man, it's going to be really close to Starkville. If you're on the south side of Starkville in particular, I certainly would be concerned about where the storm is going to be headed. Then coming towards Sessoms and Artesia and Bent Oak and Stephen and Columbus as well. But as Chris mentioned, the area that saw the tornado earlier was around Artesia. That's where we saw a debris signature earlier. So once again, for a second time, areas where they are just now cleaning up from that earlier tornado under another tornado warning. And, again, this is going to be really close when it comes to Starkville. Now, let's go ahead and circle this one more time. And so right in here, that's where the circulation is, and that is now southwest of Starkville. And if I look at the correlation coefficient, I am not now seeing any evidence of debris. That could change at any moment, but at least for the time being, not seeing any evidence of debris. Now, there's a brand new velocity scan there. And so, it does appear to be a broader circulation right now. And, looking at the trajectory of the last couple of scans, there's definitely a little more of an easterly component there. So I do think this is going to slide just south of Starkville, but it does also look like it's going to be coming right into those areas that were hit earlier tonight by a tornado, including the area around Artesia and Bent Oak, coming into Sessoms in about 10 minutes or so. Artesia at 10:38, Bent Oak at 10:46, and Stephen at about 10:50. So a broad circulation, but a strong one. And right now we're not seeing any debris, but unfortunately, the very areas where they are still now just cleaning up from an earlier tornado under threat for another tornado. Now, here into Alabama, Greene County under severe warning. The tornado warning has been dropped, but I did want to show you where we saw a tornado come through not very long ago. Right there, that is a debris signature. That is a very well-developed debris signature. It was coming through a forest at that time, so that could have been tree debris, but that was definitely a tornado there. And then farther southwest, southern Mississippi, Covington, Jefferson Davis, Simpson counties under warning until 10:45. Two distinct circulations here. One of those coming towards New Hebron. And there is a live look at Starkville where there is now a tornado warning underway. It looks like the circulation may pass just to the south and southeast of Starkville. And we'll have more on this coming up in just a few minutes. Stay with us.
This winter, meet the heroes of performance. Acura season of performance.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it helps take annoying items out of pictures. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones. Get Google Pixel 7 for free and 50% off Pixel Watch and Pixel Buds A series.
This is Antonelli's Cheese Shop, and we're the Antonellis.
We chose our Spark Cash Plus card from Capital One because we earn unlimited 2% cash back on every purchase.
And with no preset spending limit, our purchasing power adapts to our business needs. What's in your wallet?
The first ever all-electric Chevy Equinox EV. Up to 300 miles of range on a full charge. A starting price around $30,000. EVs for everyone, everywhere. Chevrolet.
Domino's online carryout deal includes all your favorites for just $7.99 each. So let's play a word association game. Dips and twists?
$7.99.
8-piece wings?
$7.99.
Large one-topping pizzas?
$7.99.
The only place to get this deal?
Domino's.
I'd like to thank our sponsor, Liberty Mutual. They customize your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. Contestants ready? Go! No. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
When tough pain hits, hit back with fast and powerful pain relief. Advil provides longer-lasting relief than Tylenol Extra Strength and treats pain caused by inflammation directly at the source. So get tough on pain and Advil the pain away.
Stover's makes you happy full.
Kids, dinner!
With 2 times the meat and 3 kinds of cheese, you can't be anything but happy full. Stouffer's.
In the world of Ninja, surfaces won't stick, chip, or flake thanks to Never Stick technology. Knives stay razor sharp for over 10 years with the Never Dull Sharpener. Meal after meal, time after time. Ninja kitchenware. Never stick, never dull, never stop.
Turn it up with Cheetos. Now you're getting it on my clothes. And if the sky is looking gray, turn it up and have them
Unbox the icons with Frito-Lay Variety Packs.
Now Special K fruit and yogurt has even more yogurty clusters? That's music to my ears. Kellogg's Special K. Do what's delicious.
No matter what type of severe asthma you have, Tespire can help you have fewer asthma attacks and breathe better. Tespire is an add-on treatment for people 12 and older. It is not a rescue medication. Don't take Tespire if you're allergic to it. Allergic reactions like rash or an eye allergy can happen. Don't stop your asthma treatments unless your doctor tells you to. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection or your asthma worsens. Sore throat, joint, and back pain may occur. Avoid live vaccines. No matter who you are, ask your asthma specialist about Tespire today.
Welcome back to our ongoing coverage of the severe weather threat in Mississippi and Alabama, and we are now looking at a tornado warning in Starkville and surrounding areas in east central Mississippi. Tornado warning in effect for Clay and Lowndes and Oktibbeha counties. Let's get a look at what's going on the radar. This is now moving to the northeast pretty rapidly, about 40 miles per hour. Check that, 55 miles per hour is the motion on the storm. This is going until 11:15, and looking at the velocity data here, I'm going to go back several scans and show you how we were looking at a very different situation just moments ago. So right in there, you've got a pretty strong, pretty well-defined area of circulation. That area of red as well as the blue right in there, showing you where the rotation is occurring. This, by the way, passing now about 6 miles to the south of downtown Starkville. There is development on the southeast side of Starkville, though, and I certainly would be concerned in those areas. But, look at the character of the storm right there. And now let's take this forward a couple of frames in the velocity data, and you can see it's a lot less well-defined. There's still a little more of a concentrated area of spin right about in there, but it also is showing this, sort of broader elongation alongside of that. And so, it's not as well formed as it was moments ago, but just tracking that area out, And taking that forward, looks like that's going to be coming into Artesia, into Mayhew, into Bent Oak, and also into Columbus. Now, unfortunately, this is the very same area where we saw a debris ball. We saw a debris signature from a tornado earlier. Areas right along that Highway 82 and south of Highway 82. Our Charles Peak has been out looking at the damage there. We've seen some significant damage already, and now we've got another tornado circulation that is headed towards those very same areas where they were just now beginning to recover from a tornado. So, that is certainly testament to the level of the threat tonight, that we could get hit by a tornado and then be under threat just a couple of hours later. So, make sure you get to your safe place in those areas. The storm, again, moving very rapidly. And actually, I'm going to redraw this and just change the speed of that, because that is considerably faster relative to some of the earlier storms that we were looking at. So 55 miles per hour is the forward speed. And that is eventually, if it does hold together, will eventually come up into Columbus. So probably getting up into Columbus somewhere around 20-25 minutes, somewhere in that area. So heads up there in Columbus. This is generally headed towards Route 82, Highway 82, I should say, and will be moving towards your area. Farther to the southeast, storms have weakened here in southwestern Alabama. And then we've got an ongoing tornado warning in Covington, Jefferson Davis, Simpson counties in the southern part of the state. Still looking at a pretty strong circulation near New Hebron right now, and then a weaker one farther to the northeast. So I'm going to track that forward, and we'll see where that's headed. That's going to be coming up into Gwynville in the next few minutes here. Also moving towards McGee as well, coming into Maddox and moving into Mize. And let's take a look at the correlation coefficient. Let's see if there's any evidence of debris. I'm not seeing that right now, but that is a pretty strong, pretty tight circulation near New Hebron. So certainly you want to take cover in those areas as that continues to move off to the northeast. But let's take a look at Lowndes County in Mississippi near Columbus. And Chris, we were looking at some of the damage here earlier, and just amazing to think that we're under tornado warning again in this very same area.
Yeah, so our storm checker, Charles Peak, it looks like he's on the move, only because there is that incoming storm with the tornado warning, so likely headed to a place for safety. And it'll be interesting to see what some of those people are doing that were on site, some of those structured that were damaged, some of the structures that were damaged, including that homeowner that his house now took a hit. So you can get a look at the rain increasing, still seeing several flashes of lightning. And we're watching for the incoming storm. Still about 20, 25, maybe even 30 minutes away from that tornado approaching this area that Charles is in, but still taking the safety precautions and getting to some safe places. Let's show you really quickly some of the activity here we're dealing with across Mississippi and Alabama. And notice too, now we're starting to see flash flood warnings starting to pop up. We've seen a couple in Arkansas. Now this training storms near some of these tornado warnings are causing flash flooding on top of that. So you got multiple threats in some of these counties that all at the same time, simultaneously. And notice the heavy rain that still has yet to work in. Very concerning threat that will continue late tonight and tomorrow morning.
Oh, hey, it's the Donovans. Legend has it, the Donovans had a barbecue that fed half a town.
You know what I heard? They drove cross country just to walk their dog.
Apparently, they climbed a mountain to save some wild horses. That's what they say.
That's what they say.
Toyota, let's go places.
It's easy to think that all money managers are pretty much the same. But at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different how? You sell high commission investment products, right?
Nope, Fisher avoids them.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Never at Fisher Investments.
Okay, then you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we structure our fees so we do better when clients do better. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it helps take annoying items out of pictures. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones. Get Google Pixel 7 for free and 50% off Pixel Watch and Pixel Buds A series.
The first ever all-electric Chevy Silverado RST with a multiplex midgate for extra storage. And an available 400 miles of range on a full charge. EVs for everyone, everywhere. Chevrolet.
Let's dive in.
What about your back?
It's fine!
Advil Dual Action fights pain two ways. Advil targets pain at the source. Acetaminophen blocks pain signals. Advil Dual Action.
Stover's makes you happy full.
Kids, dinner!
With 2 times the meat and 3 kinds of cheese, you can't be anything but happy full. Stouffer's.
If you already know that a blend of tender, marbled Wagyu beef makes the best burger, good for you. Arby's Wagyu Steakhouse Burger is back. You beef genius? Arby's, we have the meat.
In the world of Ninja, surfaces won't stick, chip, or flake thanks to Never Stick technology. Knives stay razor sharp for over 10 years with the Never Dull Sharpener. Meal after meal, time after time. Ninja kitchenware, never stick, never dull, never stop.
Okay, everyone, our mission is complete balanced nutrition. Together, we support immune function, supply fuel for immune cells, and sustain tissue health.
Ensure with 25 vitamins and minerals, and Ensure Complete with 30 grams of protein.
When you get a chip in your windshield, trust Safelight. This couple was headed to the farmer's market. When they got a chip, they drove to Safelight for a same-day repair. And with their insurance, it was no cost to them. That's service the way you need it.
Safelight Repair, Safelight Replace.
Welcome to the pack, where an accident here, some stray fur there, and the occasional surprise are no big deal. With products designed for every stage of pet parenthood, Bissell helps you live in the moment, not the mess. Shop them all at Bissell.com.
5 breadsticks for my triple treat. 3 layers deep. 10 Cinnabon mini rolls to eat. And the pizza plus another pizza. The triple treat box, only from Pizza Hut.
I want to show you a couple of different vantage points here, all of which are in the tornado warning. Here is a look outside at Starkville, Mississippi. You can see some rain pushed in. Looks like the threat of the tornado passing by just to the south and to the east of Starkville. So we're starting to get into the clear now. The worst of the more concerning part of the storm likely going to stay to your east. Still some flashes of lightning and rain that's still lingering here in Starkville, Mississippi. There was a flash right there, but even more intense is on the leading edge where these tornado warnings are moving into, are producing a lot of lightning. Let's switch gears and take a look. Ooh, look at that flash right there, just as we were switching cameras. And look at the lightning here in east of Starkville, not far from Columbus, Mississippi, in Lowndes County, where rain now has picked back up. You see several flashes of lightning. And this is our storm checker, Charles Peak. He's been kind of surveying some of the tornado damage that this area has already seen once already earlier this evening, say around 6:35. Several more flashes of lightning continue to kind of light up this view. And then we want to go to Columbus, Mississippi, which is not far from where Charles Peak is. And just watch this for just a couple of seconds. You'll notice just how many flashes of lightning this storm is producing. So this is a massive storm, and it is producing a lot of threats, not just the threat of a tornado. Looks like most people are at home. It is late at night now. I'm not seeing a lot of cars traveling around. That's good news. So remember, this area is under a tornado warning, and this tornado warned storm is moving in the vicinity of Columbus, Mississippi. On top of that, you've got a flash flood warning for some of these same areas that are still under a tornado warning. And that threat for flooding is really going to be on the increase, Carl, as we head into the late night hours tonight and early through tomorrow morning. So it's interesting to see just how many threats some of these same areas are dealing with all at once.
Yeah, and I think the orientation of the storm has a lot to do with that too, because sometimes it's a little more north and south and it kind of sweeps through.
Yep.
Whereas this is more leaned over.
So you're getting back to back, just kind of training.
You're getting round after round of heavy rain, and we certainly are seeing that already. But let's talk more about the severe threat right now because it is significant. We've got a number of tornado warnings to go through. First of all, we'll get up into Clay and Lowndes in Oktibbeha counties going until 11:15. Tornado warning in effect here. There's an elongated area of shear that's sitting right in there. It's not as concentrated, not as well formed as it was earlier. So, I think things are looking a little better here. Nonetheless, we've got this tornado warning in effect. I'm going to go back several frames, and you can see it was a lot more concentrated right there when that cell was southwest of Starkville. Right there, certainly a lot of concern about what was going to happen on the southeast side of Starkville, but you can see it's become a lot more strewn. It's kind of stretched out at this time. But just to be on the safe side, let's go ahead and track that out and see where that's going to be headed. Now, that is coming towards Columbus, so if it does manage to get more organized, we could be looking at possibly a threat there in the Columbus area that would be coming in near the top of the hour. Now we'll go to the south, and we've got an update on the tornado warning here for Jefferson, Davis, and Simpson and Smith counties. That warning going until 11:45. We've been looking at a robust area of circulation for a while now. I mean, there have been a couple of them. This is just an area where these storms have been rotating and rotating consistently. So that is going to be headed towards McGee, also towards Maddox and Cohea and Raleigh. So in all of those areas, a possible tornado coming your way. So please get to your safe place right now. And then we'll go farther southwest. This is along the Mississippi-Louisiana state line, East Feliciana Parish, West Feliciana Parish, and Wilkinson County in Mississippi. We're not getting as good of a look here because we're in the far edge of the radar, but right in there is where the circulation is. It's right along the state line and moving to the northeast. So that is coming towards Norwood, moving towards Capel as well, in Ariel. And all of those areas, possible tornado coming your way. Again, that is now right along that Louisiana state line. And then looking at the watches here, we've got a particularly dangerous situation watch, a PDS watch, this tornado watch that is here in parts of Mississippi and also in Louisiana. That is not something that you see a lot of. We see a handful of those issued every year. And so that is indicative of the level of threat that we're talking about tonight. You notice here that we've got plenty of moisture, low-level warm and humid air coming up and into Mississippi and into parts of Alabama. But then to the east, it does really drop off. So as the storms press farther east and move over into, say, North Georgia, they really don't have a lot of instability to work with. And so, that is helpful. We are going to see this instability axis move a little bit, but it's kind of running into a brick wall into Georgia in particular. And so that will be helpful. And in fact, when we look at a model forecast for what is called the tornado parameter, so this is combining that instability along with the low-level wind shear, you'll notice how there really is kind of a brick wall there that doesn't move very much over the next several hours here. We still do see a lot of tornado threat in Mississippi and Alabama, but then it does begin to shrink as we get deeper into the overnight hours and it really settles down into the southern part of Alabama in particular. Chris, over to you.
All right, I want to head back out to our storm checker, Charles Peak. He's here in Lowndes County. Again, this is the county that's under the tornado warning. And look at the lightning just frequently lighting up the sky here in the distance. At times, it may illuminate enough of it to see if there is, say, a funnel or a tornado on the ground. Right now, we don't have any reports of that, but you certainly see a low cloud base and a very dangerous storm approaching areas like Columbus, Mississippi. Please take shelter immediately. We'll be back with continuing live coverage next.
More truck owners are switching to Ram, which means more people behind the grill are switching to Ram.
Can you flip that?
And more people behind the grill. More first leg of the road trips. And more uncles who take Thanksgiving football games too seriously are switching to Ram.
During the Black Friday sales event, get 0% financing, plus $3,250 total bonus cash, plus no monthly payments for 90 days on select 2022 Ram 1500 models in dealer stock.
At Honda,
We know you have to drive through the mud if you want to reach the rainbow. Brave the desert before you find the oasis. Conquer the mountain to see how far your dreams can take you. The all-new CR-V and CR-V Hybrid, part of the Honda line of rugged vehicles.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it helps take annoying items out of pictures. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones. Get Google Pixel 7 for free and 50% off Pixel Watch and Pixel Buds A series.
Dude, you coming?
Alka-Seltzer Plus Power Max gels with more concentrated power. Because the only thing dripping should be your style. Plop, plop, fizz, fizz. With Alka-Seltzer Plus. Also tried for fast sinus and pain relief.
Stover's makes you happy full.
Kids, dinner!
With 2 times the meat and 3 kinds of cheese, you can't be anything but happy full. Stouffer's.
At Domino's, next time you order 2 medium 2-topping pizzas for $6.99 each, you could be in for a shock. Because hundreds of new electric vehicles are rolling out to deliver Domino's across America.
You're good. I'm great.
The no-nonsense way means doing more with less. But how do you implement this into your small business? Introducing Spectrum Business Connect with RingCentral. Now you can get all of your business communications in one simple app. Good morning, small business owner.
Hey, everyone.
Watch this. Transfer. Seamless. Transfer again just because we can. Hello? Look at me. I can transfer all day and all night from anywhere.
The people here at AgeWell say it best.
Every day I go to work knowing that we're helping those who really need it.
We are a smaller plan. I feel like we can connect better with our members.
And we treat our members like our family.
We will assist you every step of the way to help you navigate the healthcare system and get the services that you need.
Extra attention, extra benefits, extra care. Feel well, live well, age well. AgeWell, New York.
I travel the world to carve a path for those who aren't afraid to get a little bit dirty.
That is the craziest thing I have ever done in my life.
Let's go on an uncharted adventure.
Currently in our area, 40 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, mostly cloudy, low 38. Winds southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Wednesday, windy with periods of rain. High 59. Rainfall around a ½ inch. Locally heavy rainfall possible. Wednesday night, a mostly clear sky. Low 36. Winds west at 20 to 30 miles per hour. Higher wind gusts possible. Here's our 7-day outlook.
All right, we're taking you out to Starkville, Mississippi, a live look showing you kind of a quieter scene right now at this moment than what we were dealing with just moments ago, where we were dealing with a lot of wind, flashes of lightning, horizontal rain, and again, a tornado warning that did include Starkville, Mississippi, as it just missed the area to the south and east. Meteorologist Mike Seidel, he's been in Starkville and went down and is now joining us on the phone. Mike, you saw the storm come in. Describe what it was like during the peak of it just, moments ago.
Hey, Chris. Yeah, we were just north of the center of the circulation, which was warned for a tornado. I don't know if there's anything that touched down, but it moved just a few miles south of here, and the lightning was just nuts. Bolts coming down all around the area. and then the wind picked up, and the rain was, like being in a car wash. I estimated the winds gusted between 40 and 50 miles an hour. Now, the airport has not gusted more than about 20, so they did not get into this. But it was very visual. I've got the video, shipping that in, so we'll get that on the air as soon as possible, and a lot of rainfall. But up until 20, 25 minutes ago, we'd hardly had just a shower all night here in Starkville, and then this cell came in and developed. They put a severe thunderstorm warning out on it first, and then as we're going out to shoot the video, they upgraded it to a tornado warning, and rightly so. We did have a couplet on the radar, as I mentioned, just south of here. Right now, the rain picking up again. There is still some lightning and thunder around, but we have certainly the worst of it has moved on through, and hopefully that is it for any kind of warnings tonight, although the watch continues until 2 a.m. Central. So we were in our safe place inside the hotel in the interior hallway, and I think a lot of folks are already asleep and kind of slept through it. The sirens were going, but you couldn't hear them unless you were outside, and you could hardly hear them, Chris, because the heavy rain was kind of dampening out the siren noise. But it's all in the video, and we'll get that on the air shortly, and you'll see what I saw. Now it's raining very hard again, with some gusty winds and lightning, and there's the wind picking up again. I don't know if you can see that on the storm. Can we go to the storm path camera there, Keith Cromwell in the booth?
Yeah, we have it up. We have it up, Mike.
Okay, so now you're seeing what I'm seeing. This is what it looked like earlier, even windier, but look at the rain and the wind. Wow. Now another just strong kind of a downburst outflow, and it is really whipping through here. Not quite as windy as before, but you get a sense of what we're in. There's some very, very heavy rain. What we don't have that we had 15 or 20 minutes ago are the lightning bolts that were hitting, literally across the street. A few of them were very, very close. And now the wind is easing off a little bit. Nope, there it comes again. So it's quite the visual out here, and I am safe. I'm right at the inside the lobby of the hotel and looking out, and I'm looking exactly to where the storm path camera is located in a tree out on the street there, just off the street. So the wind now has backed off, and so has the rain. So that lasted, about 90 seconds, Chris? Maybe 90 seconds.
Was that how the first burst went, too? Kind of quick, 90 seconds, 2 minutes?
No. It lasted probably, 6-7 minutes or more. And the lightning came in first, and then they put out the tornado warning. No, that was much longer. This was very, very quick. You can see now it's lightened up very much and quite a bit, and there's hardly any wind. So that was just kind of a little bit of an outflow, if you can see something on the radar. But certainly kind of an ending to a very relatively quiet evening here in Starkville, as the previous two warnings clipped the northern part of the county, and that one cell has caused the damage over in Lowndes County near Columbus. Charles Peak has been over there, and we'll be there on the ground starting tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Eastern, 7 Central. So for now, Chris, I think it's time to go back and get some sleep, and hopefully no more tornado sirens tonight.
Yeah, it looks like you got a lot more lightning that will be heading your way overnight. Stormy night, and I know you got to be up in the morning. So get some sleep, Mike. I know it's hard to do when there's a lot of action outside the window, but yeah. I'm sure you'll keep us posted.
Yeah, when you're a weather geek like me.
Same.
The only thing that excites me more, and you would agree, is a raging snowstorm. You're always looking out the window waiting for the first flakes, and you went through that in Buffalo. But we're hoping that this is it for the night. And like I said, the video is on the way in. We'll get that on the air and turn it around and show you what it looked like. It was, here comes some more wind and rain. It's not over till it's over. Chris,
all right, thanks so much.
And we'll see you first thing in the morning.
Yeah, thanks so much for that extra update, Mike. We appreciate it. Ground truth there in Starkville, Mississippi, as we still get hit with some gusty winds at times. More heavy rain on the way, and flash flood threat will be an increasing concern as we head into the overnight hours, especially with the rain that we've already seen, and that will only be adding on top of that, along with the severe threat that continues. A brand new tornado watch has just been issued, Carl, and this extends now into parts of central Alabama near Montgomery.
Yeah, this watch going until 6 o'clock in the morning, and we talked a lot about the fact that the parameters are going to be in place. We're going to watch the area of instability really shrinking as we go towards the early morning hours, but there's so much low-level wind shear in place, and so this threat is going to continue right through the night. We're going to be with you here on the Weather Channel. We've got much more coming up at the top of the hour, and please do join us for that.
This is a glimpse into the not-too-distant future of Lincoln. It's what sanctuary could look like, feel like, sound like, even smell like. More on that soon. The best part? The prequel is pretty sweet, too.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it helps take annoying items out of pictures. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones. Get Google Pixel 7 for free and 50% off Pixel Watch and Pixel Buds A series.
Dude, you coming?
Because the only thing dripping should be your style. Plop Plop is Fizz with Alka-Seltzer Plus Cold and Flu Relief. Also try for Fizzy Fast Cough Relief.
These are the faces of Listerine. The face of millions of germs zapped in seconds. The face of clean. The face of whoa. Some are of intensity. Others, joy. All are of Listerine. Feel the whoa.
Deep sea driving, I see.
Something like that.
Well, here's something else. With your Farmer's Policy Perk new car replacement, you can get a new one.
That is something else.
Get a whole lot of something with Farmer's Policy Perks.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
I brought in Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein.
Those who tried me felt more energy in just 2 weeks. Here, I'll take that.
Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein, 1 gram of sugar, and nutrients for immune health.
We really had our hands full with our 2-year-old.
So naturally, we doubled down with the new puppy.
Thankfully, we also have Tide Ultra Oxy with odor eliminators. Between stains and odors, it can handle double trouble.
For the #1 stain fighter and odor remover, it's got to be Tide.
Do you believe in magic? In a young girl's heart, how the music can free her whenever it starts, and it's magic. Do you believe in magic?
It's more than breakfast. It's an adventure. Collect all 3 glow-in-the-dark tattoos for your whole clan in specially marked Kellogg's cereal boxes. And see Avatar: The Way of Water only in theaters December 16th. This film is not yet rated.
Changing microscopic batteries. Now this is Ergo, and they're rechargeable. Can it get any easier?
It's Cyber Monday all week with big savings on Ergo 6.
Because your lives are forever entwined.
Darling, please be mine.
Love Entwined, exclusively at K.
All right, getting some more video out of Mississippi. This is out of Bassfield, Mississippi, and you can see one of the tornadoes that we saw earlier this evening, clearly defined there. This is a bird's eye view of this supercell that kind of roared through. At least in this case, it was a forested area. Don't see any structures nearby. But that's not the case with all of this. We know there has been damage reported in many communities across Mississippi and now even into parts of Alabama. Also, some areas of Louisiana hit hard as well with tornadoes this evening and earlier this afternoon. I'm meteorologist Chris Pruin alongside storm specialist Carl Parker on your Tuesday night, and it is a long night still. Again, we've had several tornado watches. Those continue. Also, particularly dangerous situation tagged with them, and a brand new tornado watch that now carries us through 6 a.m. in the morning, Carl.
Yeah, a lot to be concerned about tonight. You've got a very dynamic atmosphere, and we're also looking at plenty of instability to keep these storms going right through the night. There's a live look at Lowndes County in Mississippi, where we have had a tornado already tonight. This is from our storm tracker, Charles Peak, who is driving through a tornado-warned storm right now. He showed us some of the damage from a storm that occurred earlier this evening, and now another very vigorous storm coming through. And again, again, this threat is going to go right through the night tonight. There's a brand new tornado watch out, that going until 6 o'clock in the morning. So here's a look at the current state of the watches. So this watch here is what is called a PDS watch, particularly dangerous situation. Only a handful of those PDS watches are issued every year. And so this is why we really want you to be on your toes in Mississippi and in parts of Alabama tonight. And then you see the other watch that has been issued to the east of that watch going until 6 o'clock in the morning. And we expect that threat is going to be slowly migrating farther east into central and southern parts of Alabama. A couple of tornado warnings to tell you about right now. One of those in effect around Clay and Lowndes and Oktibbeha counties. Looking at the velocity data, what we're seeing now is this sort of elongated area of shear. So there appears to be less of a tornado threat right now, but certainly a very vigorous storm coming through the area. And then in the southern part of the state, Simpson and Smith counties under warning until 11:45. We've been looking at rotation with this storm for quite some time now. That's near McGee right now and moving to the northeast rapidly, about 40 miles per hour, coming into Maddox, into Cohay, into Raleigh, and Silva Arena as well. In all those areas, a possible tornado now coming your way. Farther south, there was a warning here along the Mississippi and Louisiana state line, just a broad circulation right now, so not a warning at this time. But, this is what is driving this threat. We've got this low-level wind shear where you've got winds that are coming out of the south from the Gulf of Mexico, delivering that warm and humid air, and then you've got winds that are coming out of the southwest a lot more rapidly, 40, 50, maybe even 60 miles per hour in some areas. And so that change in wind speed and direction creates spin in the atmosphere, which storms can begin to acquire as they develop if there's enough instability. And there is enough instability, particularly here in parts of Alabama and also in Mississippi. That's where those things are sort of co-located, that low-level wind shear and that instability. But you notice here, farther to the east, there's a little bit of a brick wall. It's been cooler and drier in Georgia and eastern Alabama, so that instability is going to make some progress farther east, but not so much that we see a real big severe threat in, say, the Atlanta metro. There could be some severe storms overnight, but it's not going to be the same level of threat that we're looking at farther southwest. And to illustrate that point, we've got a product here that puts those parameters together. This is called the tornado parameter, and it puts that low-level shear together with the instability and shows us where the greatest chance of tornadoes is going to be. So in red, it's higher. In the dark red, it's even higher. You can see where that is right now or over the next hour. There across southern parts of Mississippi and Alabama in particular. But again, as that instability is moving a little farther east, it's still having a hard time bumping up against that cooler and drier air in eastern Alabama and also in Georgia. And also there's a lot of rain to the north there, and that too is going to be limiting the instability. But it continues right through there where you've got all kinds of shear and instability. That's where the tornado threat is going to continue. And then you notice that it does finally really begin to contract as we go through the morning. But a really serious threat for severe weather going through the night tonight, and something we're going to be watching very closely for some time yet. Chris, over to you.
All right, I want to get back out to our storm tracker, Charles Peak. He's been on the road, kind of meandering here in Lowndes County. That's been seeing some of the worst weather already. We had a tornado warning come through, and now another one. Here we go. We talked to Mike Seidel. He was in Starkville when this came through. Now that part of the storm is approaching us here in and around the Columbus, Mississippi area. Look at how much water is in this parking lot outside what appears to be a gas station. Very heavy rain. I mean, the rainfall rate's probably on the order of 1-2 inches per hour. I want to bring in Charles Peak while he stops. And Charles, if you have a moment, we'd love to talk to you about what you've seen just in these last 20-30 minutes as this storm has approached.
Yeah, Chris, it's had multiple levels of different areas of rotation in this tornado warning storm, and it's almost been linear in different spots in it. And the part that was close to Columbus here dissipated just a little bit ago, but we just had torrential rains. It's just let up a little bit. There's still a little rotation back by Mayhew, just a little west of me here, going to be moving north and west of the Columbus area. So it looks like we maybe dodged the ball here on this one and be in a situation that it's just going to be heavy rain. But the grounds are already saturated. We've had lots of areas of rains. There's ponding on the roads. When I was coming over here a few hours ago, already multiple vehicles I saw hydroplaning and into the medians and stuff. So, even though maybe, after this particular situation, maybe it's not a tornado threat, but it still can be very dangerous with the heavy rains and lightning and all the other different threats here.
I'm looking at the radar, and while the tornado threat seems to be decreasing for the time being, at least in your location, I'm concerned about the flash flood threat. We've already seen areas near you that have picked up close to 3 inches of rain, and looking at the trends, we've got a lot of heavy rain that's headed your way over the next several hours.
It's definitely true, Chris, and especially here, it's a situation that you can see the water just flowing in the parking lot here, and that can happen on the roads and other situations as well.
How has the lightning been from your vantage point? We've been watching some of this. It seems like it has been relentless, and the lightning's just, it seems to be increasing with some of these cells that are about to come your way.
There's been quite a bit of lightning, like Mike was talking about, too. I mean, I've had quite a few CGs, cloud to ground, just strikes right in front of me, and then a lot of just lightning. Of course, as we were talking over there by Mayhew, I'm seeing in level 2, you get a little rotation build back up over there. So definitely don't want to take our guards down, even on the tornado threat to this just yet, until they've cleared the tornado warning and the National Weather Service feels comfortable to drop that.
And really quickly, Charles, I know that you were at that home that was damaged not far from your location before the tornado warning was issued. Did you happen to have a chance to talk to the homeowner? And were you there when they issued the new tornado warning that's still ongoing for some of those areas, and what he was planning on doing?
Yeah, that gentleman, an older gentleman, and his next-door neighbor had told me his son had come and picked him up. His wife was actually out of town dealing with another situation, and so he was not there when I was there to talk to him. But the neighbor next to him was there and made sure he knew of the tornado threat and the warning. And then also you've got law enforcement out there doing roadblocks and stuff, state police. And so as I was leaving, I was making sure everybody was aware of the tornado threat.
All right, good to hear. Thanks for that clarification, Charles. We appreciate it. We're looking at some of the video of some of the damage. If folks have missed it earlier, before this new tornado warning for some of these same areas that already were hit earlier this evening. So thanks so much for the update, Charles. Be safe. We'll continue to check back in with you as things kind of evolve there. I want to talk about the threat for flooding, because this is an increasing risk now as this heavy rain has already fallen. The ground is now saturated, and we don't have any end in sight for many hours in some spots here through Mississippi and parts of Alabama. Look at this cell. It has just been parked. I'll draw a line and notice how just slowly it's kind of lingering over some of these areas. We've also got some cells that are kind of forming like this. So in this area through northeast Mississippi and parts of western Alabama, northwest Alabama, that is going to be the spot that's going to be, I think, at highest risk for flooding. Now, also, northern Alabama has had the most rain so far today, and that's where all of this moisture is kind of being funneled into. I mean, we've had rainfall estimations now just in the past 6 hours of close to 5 to 6 inches of rain. So in addition to that, we may get another 5, 6, 7 inches of rain. And yeah, we're going to see creeks, rivers, streams streams quickly rise with that type of volume of water. So the Storm Prediction Center now upping the chances of flash flooding to not only likely, but very likely. And it includes Starkville. It includes Columbus, Mississippi, where Charles Peak is. It includes all of Metro Birmingham. I think that is going to be a spot to watch tonight. And this will have lingering implications for the morning commute tomorrow. So please be mindful of that. And also here, just on the west side of Atlanta, we think the flash flood potential will certainly be increasing as the rain starts falling for a couple of hours. We've already seen that now. The rain has arrived in Atlanta and going to continue pretty much all night long. So flood watches, these likely will expand. Right now, they include pretty much the entire northern half of Alabama, as well as southern parts of Alabama, southern Mississippi, and far southeastern Louisiana. So just look at all of the rain that we have to get through. We mentioned that one squall that's about to push through Tupelo and areas down towards Starkville, but that second band's got to come through. And then look at the expanse of the rain shield and parts of Alabama and Georgia before sunrise tomorrow morning. So please be mindful of that. On the leading edge of this, we certainly could have severe weather, but not to the extent of what we're seeing out there right now. More of a damaging wind threat, we think, as we head into your Wednesday. Overall rainfall totals, though, through Alabama, parts of Georgia, especially around the Atlanta metro and Birmingham metro areas, could exceed 5, 6, 7 inches of rain, and that is in addition to what we've already seen. So let's walk you through some of the timing. Birmingham, the rain has arrived. It will linger, and we may get rainfall rates at times that exceed over 2, 3 inches per hour. I mean, we're talking very heavy rainfall and the threat of even damaging wind as this kind of all roars in, say around 2 o'clock in the morning, 1 to 2 o'clock in the morning. After that, the rain should die down slowly and surely. The lightning will start to simmer down, and then things dry out, cools down big time behind it. So Atlanta, things quiet until we get into the morning hours. Looks like something's wrong with this future radar, but if it were green, yellows, and reds, that would be the issue we would be dealing with there, say for the Atlanta metro area. So for the southeast, again, the severe threat really comes down tomorrow. It's not gone, though. We look back towards I-10, say along the Gulf Coast, Florida Panhandle, and getting into southern parts of Georgia and Alabama for that threat, especially early on in the day. So there's a look at the squall line. That'll be sagging south. That gets into, say, Dothan, Alabama around sunrise, Tallahassee for the 9, 10 o'clock hour in the morning, and then getting into Savannah and Charleston. At that point, less of a severe threat, more just a heavy rain threat, some lightning, some thunder, and then approaching, say, Lake City, the Swanee River Valley, and Jacksonville. There will be the risk for flash flooding again early tomorrow, but that'll be confined to really parts of Alabama and Georgia. Really the big threat is northern Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia tonight, where we could see totals exceed a half foot or more of rain. And a lot of that, Carl, could fall in a very short period of time. You already saw the standing water there in parts of Mississippi where we have those ongoing severe alerts and tornado warnings while we have the heavy rain, which is likely only to continue for at least several more hours.
Yeah, and I talked about this earlier, the orientation of this weather, the way that the storms are kind of leaned way over in terms of their direction of travel. They're not clearing through. Like some systems just kind of blast through.
Quick, 1 hour bursts of heavy rain, and then they kind of get on out of there.
And in this case, you get these repeated rounds of heavy rain, so I think that's really going to make that threat even more serious. And we've got an ongoing tornado threat, and there is now an observed tag on one of our tornado warnings, Jefferson, Davis, Simpson, and Smith County in southern Mississippi. This is southeast of Jackson. There you see Smith County, still the only county under warning right now, but we're watching this area right there that is southwest of Raleigh, and I want to show you there is debris that is showing up. That area of green right there is most likely a debris signature. That is going to be moving to the northeast, coming towards Clear Springs at 11:33. So it looks like it's in a more rural area. Also looks like it's going to pass maybe just to the south of Raleigh, but it's going to be really close. If you're on the south side of Raleigh, I'd be very concerned about a possible tornado coming your way. Again, we're seeing some debris on the radar. We did get unofficially a report report of a large tornado in this area coming through. So please take cover right now if you are south of Raleigh on Route 35 or east of Raleigh as well. I've got possibly a very serious tornado coming through right now, moving to the northeast about 40 miles per hour. Then an ongoing tornado warning for Clay and Lowndes and Oktibbeha counties until 11:15, but these storms do appear to be weakening at this time.
Stover's makes you happy full.
Kids, dinner!
With 2 times the meat and 3 kinds of cheese, you can't be anything but happy full. Stouffer's.
With CarMax, you get pre-qualified in no time at all. So you can see your personalized monthly payment for any of our cars with no impact on your credit score. That's car buying reimagined. CarMax.
Domino's delivery vehicles are going electric. With over 100 EVs on the road today and hundreds more to come, it's good for pizza delivery and better for the planet.
It took a while to get up here. We started out around 1959. But we didn't do all that just to get here. We did it to give you a truck that'll take you anywhere. This is the new Nissan.
My name is Tanya. I am 42. As a mother of 9 kids, I think I waited this long to get Botox Cosmetic because I take no time for myself. My kids are sports kids. We're always running from one activity to another. I'm still Tanya, and I got Botox Cosmetic. And this is the first thing I've done for me in a really, really long time. My life is still crazy. It's just as full as it was before, just with less lines. Botox Cosmetic is FDA approved to temporarily make frown lines, crow's feet, and forehead lines look better. The effects of Botox Cosmetic may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness may be a sign of a life-threatening condition. Do not receive Botox Cosmetic if you have a skin infection. Side effects may include allergic reactions, injection site pain, headache, eyebrow, eyelid drooping, and eyelid swelling. Tell your doctor about your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, and medications including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects. See for yourself at BotoxCosmetic.com.
In the world of Ninja, surfaces won't stick, chip, or flake thanks to Never Stick technology. Knives stay razor sharp for over 10 years with the Never Dull Sharpener. Meal after meal, time after time. Ninja kitchenware. Never stick, never dull, never stop.
If you already know that a blend of tender, marbled Wagyu beef makes the best burger, good for you. Arby's Wagyu Steakhouse Burger is back. You beef genius? Arby's, we have the meat.
Dude, you coming? Alka-Seltzer Plus Power Max gels with more concentrated power. Because the only thing dripping should be your style. Plop Plop is fizz with Alka-Seltzer Plus. Also tried for fast sinus and pain relief.
Sure, you can get data everywhere, but do you have to use it all the time? That's not really you. With TracFone, you can get great coverage on the most reliable 5G network in America for a lot less. Plans start at $15 a month, no contract. TracFone.
Welcome home! I wasn't expecting this.
Fast Home Rescue, Saturday nights, 8/7 Central, only on the Weather Channel.
If there's pain when you try to poo and going sometimes feels like you push through a pineapple or 2, Colace is the brand you need to soften stools, we're all agreed. Number 2 should be easy to do.
Trust Colace to soften stools with no stimulants for comfortable relief.
When nature and science get together, pretty sweet things can happen. Like our Senecot laxative gummies. To relieve occasional constipation, Senecot starts with the natural Senna plant.
That science transforms into a yummy gummy.
Sweet!
Senecot laxative gummies.
It's a big world out there. During Blinds to Go's Big Sale, experience a world of savings with up to 25% off the entire store. All blinds, shades, drapes, and shutters. It's the Big Sale going on now, only at Blinds to Go. Shop in store, shop at home. We make it easy.
Currently in our area, 40 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, cloudy skies. Low 39. Winds east-southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Wednesday, windy with rain likely. High 59. Rainfall around a ½ inch. Locally heavy rainfall possible. Wednesday night, a mostly clear sky. Low 36. Winds west at 20 to 30 miles per hour. Higher wind gusts possible. Here's our 7-day outlook.
I'm Mike Corey. I travel the world to carve a path for those who aren't afraid to get a little bit dirty.
There's a cocktail of excitement and terror.
Long way down.
That is the craziest thing I have ever done in my life.
Come on, let's go on an uncharted adventure.
I want to show you a time lapse here as the storms roared through Vicksburg, Mississippi. Check this out. There's the Mississippi River, right? Look at the lightning with some of these cells. And then there was the squall line that worked through. Look at the bridge just totally gone. You can see the boats on the river, but heavy rain that lasted for quite some time, obscuring the visibility. I mean, bringing down the visibility to about probably 1/4 of a mile, if that. Heavy rain. And look at how many lightning strikes we had here as things let up a little bit. Still not done with the rain in Vicksburg, but the severe threat is slowly starting to wind down, at least here in the western part of Mississippi. Remember, this is a front, so once the back edge pushes through, things will quiet down. And so that will at least be some good news there for folks who live, say, along the Mississippi River Valley. The same cannot be said elsewhere, though. And we've had numerous tornadoes already. You can get a look at what one looked like here near Bassfield, Mississippi. This is the best video we have today of the tornadoes. This was taken just a little bit above the tree line. You can see the horizon and you can see the twister. And it almost like lifts up for a second and then it kind of reforms a little bit back. And this is kind of the beginning stages likely, because we've seen different video of this likely same tornado and it has a much different appeal to it than it looks like at this point. So dangerous day, dangerous night ahead still. Want to take you live now to Starkville, Mississippi, where we did have some heavy rain and even gusty winds earlier. Right now, it looks like things have quieted down, at least a little bit. I can hear the wind, though. And there's a lot more rain and a lot more lightning that has to work through Starkville here just by looking at the radar. And even if we don't get any more tornado warnings, the threats for danger are not done. Flash flooding likely to become more and more of an issue overnight and tomorrow morning, Carl.
Yeah, no doubt about that. In fact, we're already seeing some flash flood warnings coming out across some of these areas where we've had severe weather already. And, we've talked a lot about the orientation of these storms because the whole system is kind of leaned over, oriented from southwest to northeast. It's not really sweeping through, but rather just kind of sagging across the southeast. And so you've got storms that are rolling through the same areas. You can really see that when you look at this area near Starkville and Columbus, where this flood warning is, you see that there are individual cells that are moving along to the east here, but that whole area of rain, that axis of heaviest rain, is basically unmoved across the area over the last hour. So this is what we're going to be facing. This is what we're up against tonight. We're going to be looking at a flash flood threat in addition to all of the other threats that we've been dealing with. There's a larger picture right there. A couple of tornado warnings to tell you about right now. One of those in the southern part of the state along 59 and just southwest of Laurel, Mississippi. So what we're seeing here is a broad but relatively healthy area of rotation now coming through. Let's time that out. That's coming into Laurel right now and will be moving off to the northeast. So it looks like that's headed for Curry, Antioch, Clio, Lightsey and Eutaw as well. I'm going to go back a couple of frames here to see if we've basically got the trajectory. I think that's about right. Let's also see if there's any debris showing up. Not seeing any debris at this time, but this is going to be passing basically just to the south of Laurel and affecting those areas on the south and also east side of Laurel. So again, that is Curry and Glade and Antioch, as well as Clio and Eutaw. Farther northeast, ongoing tornado warning here until 11:45 for Smith County. We had an observed tag on this storm. The storm does appear to be weakening at this time. We're not seeing as much to it, but there was a debris signature, at least for a time here. This is the correlation coefficient, and right in there, we saw a debris signature. Not seeing that right now on this storm. And again, the entire storm looks like it's weakening, but there is still a little appendage right there, so there may still be a tornado with this storm. So let's just track that forward. That's going to be coming up towards the Montrose area over the next few minutes here. Looking at the larger picture, there's the watches. Ongoing watch for central Mississippi and parts of Louisiana until 2 o'clock in the morning. And then here is the new watch that has just been put out by the Storm Prediction Center. That is until 6 o'clock in the morning for central, southwestern Alabama and parts of southern Mississippi as well. So the entire threat is going to be slowly migrating farther east over the next few hours here. A lot of wind shear in the atmosphere. These are winds in blue at 5,000 feet of 40, 50, 60 miles per hour coming out of a different direction than the surface wind, which is coming out of the south. So that low-level change in wind speed and direction creates the rotation that gets into these storms. But notice how there is a bit of a brick wall in terms of the instability in eastern Alabama and Georgia. So for the most part, that threat will continue across parts of Mississippi and Alabama, but it's not going to progress further northeast into northern Alabama nor into North Georgia.
Steps on the beach count just as much as normal steps. They just lead somewhere better. Corona Premier. Lower carbs, lower calories. Is your light beer Premier?
Buy more, save more in qualifying appliances like the LG Kitchen Suites. Get $300 off instantly when you buy select 3 pieces. Shop daily steals this Black Friday, exclusively at Lowe's.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Do you know about its camera? Like the way it fixes blurry photos. Magically erases annoying distractions. And even fixes photos taken with your old phone. Now that you know all that, did you know switching has never been easier? Start fixing with Pixel, the only phone engineered by Google. Get Google Pixel 7 for free and 50% off Pixel Watch and Pixel Buds A-Series.
At Honda, we know you have to drive through the mud if you want to reach the rainbow. Brave the desert before you find the oasis. Conquer the mountain to see how far your dreams can take you. The all-new CR-V and CR-V Hybrid, part of the Honda line of rugged vehicles.
It's here! Everyone, the holidays are here!
Well, folks, it's finally here. The cup is back.
Out here, there's no shortage of beautiful things. But when you have the capability to go anywhere and do anything, you realize there's nothing more beautiful than freedom.
During the Black Friday sales event, get $1,000 bonus cash plus no monthly payments for 90 days on these Jeep Grand Cherokee models. Visit Jeep.com or a local dealer for a great selection of Jeep vehicles.
At the Home Depot, you'll find appliances to fill every holiday need, in-store and online. From festive sweater washing to keeping your holiday favorites fresh, so you can do more together. Final days to shop Black Friday savings on select LG kitchen packages at the Home Depot.
Dude, you coming? Because the only thing dripping should be your style. Plop Plop is Fizz with Alka-Seltzer Plus cold and flu relief. Also try for Fizzy Fast Cough Relief.
Stover's makes you happy full.
Kids, dinner!
With 2 times the meat and 3 kinds of cheese, you can't be anything but happy full. Stouffer's.
These are the faces of Listerine. The face of millions of germs zapped in seconds. The face of clean. The face of whoa. Some are of intensity. Others, joy. All are of Listerine. Feel the whoa.
I brought in Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein.
Those who tried me felt more energy in just 2 weeks. Here, I'll take that.
Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein, 1 gram of sugar, and nutrients for immune health.
Well, earlier today we saw this tornado in Bassfield in Mississippi. And you can see it's sort of coming in and out of the picture there. You know, sometimes when you see something like this, there is a tornado consistently there. It's just that it's not always strong enough to develop a cloud, and it needs either a cloud or dust and debris to reveal it. Tornadoes can often exist, but in a sort of invisible fashion. But you see it's starting to mature a bit at this point, becoming a little more apparent here, and you notice that there's a lot of tree cover there. That's, you know, pretty typical for the south. And you notice also that the cloud bases are pretty low, and for that reason it's actually pretty difficult to spot tornadoes on the horizon in the south in general. They tend to be faster moving. There tend to be very low cloud bases, so there's not a lot of tornado to see to begin with. And then with all that tree cover and, you know, the humidity being higher and plenty of moisture and plenty of rain, a lot of times you don't realize that a tornado is there until it's right on you. So the southeast certainly one of the more vulnerable spots in the country in terms of the tornado threat. And this tornado threat is going to be going through the night tonight. The tornado watches are up until 6 o'clock in the morning. We've got some ongoing tornado warnings to tell you about right now. Jones County under warning, and now there's been an extension farther to the east, and that for Wayne County as well. So this storm is passing just to the south of Laurel, and we're seeing a broad but pretty vigorous rotation showing up now just south of Laurel, right in there. Let's see if there's any debris associated with that. I'm not seeing any debris right now, but seeing a pretty solid circulation now that is just southeast of Laurel, and it looks like it's going to be moving basically northeast across Highway 84 in the next few minutes here, coming into Antioch, also moving into Clio, Lightsey, and Ucutta. In all those areas, possible tornado coming your way. So please get to your safe place right now. Very dangerous storm now coming up and across that Highway 84. Farther to the north, we've been watching this storm. There was a tornado warning on that. That has been allowed to expire. Then up into the northern part of the state, notice how storms have been rolling across the same areas. You know, the entire, you know, orientation of the system is basically west-southwest to east-northeast, and so storms are just kind of rolling over the same areas. The axis of the storm's not changing that much at all, and so Starkville and Columbus really getting hammered with heavy rain tonight, and there is this flash flood warning going until 3:45 in the morning Central Time. So that is going to be among the many threats that we are looking at through the night tonight. Just very quickly want to show you a lot of instability coming up from the Gulf into parts of Mississippi and Louisiana, certainly in Alabama, and then some of Alabama, but not all of it. You notice that it really drops off dramatically. So as these storms make their way from this area where there is instability over into areas where there's not as much, they're not going to be as strong, which is not to say that we couldn't get some severe storms. It's just not going to be the same level of severe threat into Georgia nor into northeastern Alabama. So, you know, certainly that is helpful here. And in fact, Chris, we're going to watch the area of the tornado threat continuing to contract overnight tonight, but it's still going to be over the next few hours in particular, very high for southern Alabama and southern Mississippi.
And then becoming more, say, a damaging wind threat by the morning hours as it pushes east. It also starts to move more quickly, too, by tomorrow morning. Much colder air moving in behind it. We actually have snow in the Ozarks, parts of southern Missouri, and northern parts of Arkansas, some light snow showers. So just not that that far away from where we're dealing with temperatures in the 60s and 70s and thunder and lightning. We've got 20s and 30s in store once that front clears you. All right, so there's the high-resolution future radar, again, taking it out past where we are right now, still showing you some intense weather here, especially in the form of heavy rain, frequent lightning, even some damaging wind potential for Birmingham, parts of northern Georgia, and then getting down into Louisiana. New Orleans, the middle of the overnight hours could be our most problematic time. Some of those cells could be quite strong. We'll have to watch southern Mississippi, Gulfport, Bay St. Louis, Pascagoula, getting into Biloxi and Mobile, and then the Florida Panhandle and parts of southern Georgia. Bainbridge over towards Thomasville and Valdosta getting in on some of those stronger squalls. All right, so for Birmingham, some of the worst weather has already hit us, and we'll watch for some of these strongest storms to get in just after midnight by 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, and then continuing to slowly push through. So heavy rain on top of what we've already seen. I think flooding is going to be a big issue here around the Birmingham metro area. Easily expecting at least another 2-3 inches of rainfall, but some areas could get even more than that. Same can be said for Atlanta. And be sure to stay with the Weather Channel on your smart TV or streaming device where you can see our live coverage with the latest radars and warnings.
This is Antonelli's Cheese Shop, and we're the Antonellis.
We chose our Spark Cash Plus card from Capital One because we earn unlimited 2% cash back on every purchase.
And with no preset spending limit, our purchasing power adapts to our business needs. What's in your wallet?
Sure, you can get data everywhere, but do you have to use it all the time? That's not really you. With TracFone, you can get great coverage on the most reliable 5G network in America for a lot less. Plans start at $15 a month, no contract. TracFone.
Changing microscopic batteries. Now this is Ergo, and they're rechargeable. Can it get any easier?
It's Cyber Monday all week with big savings on Ergo 6.
That is definitely him.
Dude, that's Jessica taking a little break with a peppermint frosty.
I gotta ask him. Hello.
Hi.
Mind if I sit? Okay.
When it's Frosty time, choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new Peppermint Frosty.
Oh, hey, it's a Donovan's.
You know, legend has it, the Donovans had a barbecue that fed half a town.
You know what I heard? They drove cross country just to walk their dog.
Apparently, they climbed a mountain to save some wild horses. That's what they say.
That's what they say.
Toyota, let's go places.
In the world of Ninja, surfaces won't stick, chip, or flake thanks to Never Stick technology. Knives stay razor sharp for over 10 years with the Never Dull Sharpener. Meal after meal, time after time. Ninja kitchenware. Never stick, never dull, never stop.
The first ever all-electric Chevy Blazer EV. 0 to 60 in under 4 seconds. And up to 320 miles of range on a full charge. EVs for everyone, everywhere. Chevrolet.
Give the gift of shine to your person, your one, your everything. Introducing the You're the One collection, exclusively at Zales, the Diamond Store.
Hi, Susan. Honey.
Yeah?
I respect that, but that cough looks pretty bad. Try this Robitussin, honey.
The real honey you love, plus the powerful cough relief you need.
Mind if I root through your trash?
Robitussin, the only brand with real honey and elderberry.
Stover's makes you happy full.
Kids, dinner!
With 2 times the meat and 3 kinds of cheese, you can't be anything but happy full. Stouffer's.
Turn it up with Cheetos. Now you're getting it on my clothes. And if the sky is looking gray, turn it up and have them
Unbox the icons with Frito-Lay variety packs.
It's more than breakfast. It's an adventure. Collect all 3 glow-in-the-dark tattoos for your whole clan in specially marked Kellogg's cereal boxes. And see Avatar: The Way of Water only in theaters December 16th. This film is not yet rated.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is complete balanced nutrition. Together, we support immune function, supply fuel for immune cells, and sustain tissue health.
Ensure with 25 vitamins and minerals, and Ensure Complete with 30 grams of protein.
All right, this was Starkville, Mississippi about an hour ago when some of the worst of the storms pushed through Starksville, Mississippi. This was shot by our meteorologist, Mike Seidel. He was up, couldn't sleep, too excited to see, the lightning, the high winds. And this was the scenes near his hotel where he'll be kind of hanging out overnight. He'll be up in the morning kind of taking us through some of the damage here in nearby Lowndes County, likely. But again, the threat is not done. And even though the tornado threat, at least for Starkville, might be winding down a little bit, the flash flood threat is only going to be increasing. So this is something we're watching very closely. The instability we're kind of right on that line, Carl. When you look at the instability factor, it's crazy how just stark it is between, say, I-20, Birmingham, similar story. And then you go south of there, that's where you have that, the ingredients for tornadoes. Versus north and east, it's just not going to happen.
Yeah, I've been referring to it as a brick wall because, it's just not going to make a whole lot of progress farther east. And also, you've got plenty of heavy rain coming down in northern Alabama and in North Georgia. That, too, really limits the instability in those areas. So it's going to be increasingly more confined, which I'll show you here in just a moment. Right now, we do have a couple of tornado warnings to tell you about in southern Mississippi along 59 and farther east. That's Jones County, that's the Laurel area, and then another warning in Wayne County as well, coming towards Waynesboro. There you see, we're looking at a pretty strong but broad area of rotation right now near Laurel and moving to the northeast. And so that's going to come right across Route 84, tracking that forward. That's coming into Lightsey, moving towards West King as well. Let's see if there's any debris showing up. Not seeing any debris right now, but again, pretty strong circulation there that is now just about ready to cross that Route 84 there. Then farther north, we see a lot of heavy rain coming down, a large flash flood warning in effect for Clay and Oktibbeha, Webster counties. Areas just north of Starkville and Columbus, that going until 3:45. That certainly is going to be a big part of what we're going to be looking at through the night tonight. Now, here's what we've been talking about in terms of instability. You can think of instability as the fuel for thunderstorms. It's a function of a couple of things. It's the profile through the atmosphere, but low-level warm and humid air is a big part of that, and that is now coming up from the Gulf of Mexico up into Mississippi in Alabama. But it's been cooler and drier farther east, and so it's trying to make some inroads farther east, but it's not having a whole lot of success. You can see that it's just really slowly creeping a little farther east right in there, but up into the northern part of Alabama, North Georgia, you've got all this heavy rain, and as that heavy rain is falling into this already drier air, that's only going to keep it a little cooler and a little drier in those areas. Now, one thing that we have been talking about is the wind shear. I'm going to show you this very quickly. The current wind shear in parts of the southeast, and there's a lot of that. So there's a lot of change in the wind speed and direction from the surface up to 5,000 feet. That's low-level wind shear. That creates spin in the atmosphere. So we like to see where that wind shear is co-located with the instability. You've got wind shear now in North Georgia, but you don't have any instability. And that's why we're not seeing stronger storms in the Atlanta metro. So this product actually is what's called the tornado parameter. And what we can do here is we can put those things together. We can put that low-level wind shear together with the instability and see where the greatest threat of tornadoes is going to be. So, you get into those red colors, you certainly have to be concerned in those areas. You get into the dark red colors, that's where we're really worried. That's where you have these tornado watches currently in effect. So that's where it is right now. That's where the greatest threat is right now. And then watch, it's going to try to move a little farther east, again running into that brick wall in the eastern part of Alabama, not making it any farther north because there's all that heavy rain there. So really confined to southern Alabama, southern Mississippi. That's where the tornado threat is going to be overnight. And then that tornado threat area is going to be contracting as we go into the early morning hours, and we'll see some lingering strong storms, but not as much of a tornado threat. So at least there is an end in sight towards tomorrow morning, but the overnight is still going to be very dangerous. Chris, over to you.
All right, well, check out some of this incredible video of a lightning strike near Jackson, Mississippi. This was earlier this evening, but look at that. Cloud of ground lightning, intense lightning. And again, this has just been one of the dangers that we've been seeing here, especially across the state of Mississippi, where we've been averaging well over 2,000 strikes per 15 minutes, it seems like, and we're still holding on strong here with several rounds of lightning and thunder out there, especially in that last band that's getting into parts of central Mississippi north of Jackson right now. That's the front, and that's got to get through. But look at that, some snow. Back over towards northwest Arkansas, southern Missouri. So that tells you the temperature difference between Arkansas and Mississippi right now. Rainfall has been prolific here just north of Birmingham. We've had totals as high as 5-6 inches. And because of that and the threat for more heavy rain, Storm Prediction Center now increasing that risk here from likely to very likely. So we're talking about a very high risk of flash flooding, which will likely become more and more of a concern tonight in northern Alabama. Also watching southern Mississippi and southern Alabama, where we have those flood watches. Look at how much more rain we have to get through as we head into the wee hours of the morning and sunrise.
Stover's makes you happy full.
Kids, dinner!
With 2 times the meat and 3 kinds of cheese, you can't be anything but happy full. Stouffer's.
The only person who can out-holiday you is you after a cup of Dunkin's new creamy cookie butter cold brew. The donut's just a little bonus. America runs on Dunkin'.
Mom's gift? Of course. I'm looking at it right now. Hey, look, but listen, I gotta go. All right, look, I'll see you tonight.
Best Buy same-day delivery can get you the right tech where you need it, when you need it.
Merry Christmas, Mom.
You shouldn't have.
Almost didn't.
Come on in.
Bright lights everywhere. Ferrero Rocher. Smooth chocolate, crunchy hazelnut, lovingly layered and wrapped in gold. It's Christmas time again, my love. Ferrero Rocher.
Sure, you can get data everywhere, but do you have to use it all the time? That's not really you. With TracFone, you can get great coverage on the most reliable 5G network in America for a lot less. Plans start at $15 a month, no contract. TracFone.
People love Subaru just because it stands for much more than just a car.
Through the Share the Love event, Subaru retailers have supported over 1,700 hometown charities.
Have I witnessed and seen the impact of what we do? You bet I have.
We have worked with so many amazing causes and made a difference.
By the end of this year, Subaru and our retailers will have donated over $250 million to charity.
It's about more than just selling cars. The Subaru Share the Love event, going on now.
So you guys have been in business like a really long time.
That's right. And we've been offering one-size-fits-all solutions the whole time. The whole time. You're just gonna have to accept it. Yeah, accept it.
No, you don't. At Spectrum Enterprise, we design solutions around your needs for success on your terms. Because we believe technology only works if it works for you. So go ahead. Be unreasonable.
The chicken always seems to be a big favorite. People love it.
You're not pulling it out of a box, you're making food.
Yeah, I like being able to put pride in my food and pride in my work. You get to walk right in. You see me making your chicken. This is going to be in your bowl.
This is it.
This is it. This is it.
It's Santa. We got a problem.
Ho, ho, ho!
I travel the world to carve a path for those who aren't afraid to get a little bit dirty.
That is the craziest thing I have ever done in my life.
Let's go on an uncharted adventure.
Currently in our area, 40 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, cloudy skies, low 39, winds east-southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Wednesday, windy with rain likely, high 59, rainfall around a half an inch, locally heavy rainfall possible. Wednesday night, a mostly clear sky, low 36, winds west at 20 to 30 miles per hour, higher wind gusts possible. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Check this out. Listen first off to the wind that was seen here in Muscle Shoals, Alabama. Severe thunderstorm warning prompted this, and this was even a tornado. Don't underestimate the power of damaging winds. Probably near hurricane force, at least in this picture, you can see some of these belongings, chairs, just tossed out like pool floats, kind of ripped out of this person's carport or garage. And so trying to drive in this, you can see the danger. It can be extremely dangerous, if not terrifying, if you're caught in the road in a situation like this. And then not to mention the tornadoes that we've been dealing with as well. Many tornado warnings, many reports of confirmed tornadoes. And again, we'll get an exact tally in the coming days as the National Weather Service offices get out there once daylight approaches and the weather subsides to get an actual account on how many of these were confirmed tornadoes. But we've had several tornado warnings, Carl, earlier this afternoon, this evening, and still ongoing tonight.
Yeah, that's right. It seems like it's been basically unbroken tornado warnings, a very dynamic atmosphere. And there is a tornado watch now in effect until 6 o'clock in the morning. So make sure you have a way. I know you got to go to bed at some point, but just have your phone by your bedside. Make sure you don't put it on airplane mode. And so that way you can be notified if there is a tornado warning issued for your area. We're going to continue our coverage here through the night as well. I want to show you the only current tornado warning that is now in effect. It's in the southern part of the state in Wayne County, coming towards Waynesboro, and we're looking at a vigorous rotation right in there, and that is now just east of Laurel and moving to the northeast. Looks like a brand new tornado warning has just come out, as a matter of fact, for that. Let's get a look at that. That's a tornado warning for Choctaw and Wayne counties. That's going until 12:30 in the morning. The movement here is east at 45 miles per hour. And as we look at the velocity data, there's a broad area of rotation here, but it is strong, and that is coming towards 45 right now, and looks like it's going to be passing to the north of Waynesboro as it moves basically to the east-northeast. So on that path, moving into West King, into Boise, into Gretna, Emory, and also into Paragon as well. In all those areas, possible tornado coming your way, so heads up on that. Now, farther north, I want you to note the flash flood warning in effect for Clay, Oktibbeha, and Webster counties. A lot of rain coming through here, repeated rounds of heavy storms. And when we look at the bigger picture, I mean, look at this mass of rain that is gathering here in east central Mississippi and west central parts of Alabama. It is really going to be coming down across central and northern Alabama tonight. The one good part about that is that it's already a little bit drier and a little bit cooler in parts of Alabama and Georgia. This is looking at the instability, and that's largely a function of low-level warm and humid air and the temperature profiles that go up through the atmosphere. So because it's already a little cooler and drier in northern Alabama, as that big mass of rain comes in, basically it's going to keep the instability down across northern Alabama and North Georgia. So there is going to be a lot of rain. There's going to be a serious rainfall threat, a flash flood threat, but the greater instability will remain farther south in parts of southern Mississippi and southern Alabama, and also will have a hard time making it farther east. It's making very slow progress in southern Alabama, but running into a bit of a brick wall there in the central part of Alabama, and we don't expect that it's going to make a whole lot of progress farther east. So here's a model forecast showing you how this could play out Go to 3 o'clock in the morning. We've got a line of storms coming through northeast Georgia, North Georgia, and northeast Alabama, again with limited instability. So there could be some severe storms, but it won't be the same level of threat. But then here into southern Alabama, that's where there is going to be more instability. So I would expect that these storms certainly do need to be watched very, very carefully. That's where we could be talking about some warnings going through the overnight. And then that area of instability is going to continue to shrink until it ends up just into southeastern Alabama, a little bit of Florida going into tomorrow morning. So that's the good news. That tornado threat is going to be shrinking towards morning.
And then something else will follow, as you mentioned, the flash flood threat, the likelihood now of flash flooding for parts of northern Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia. So watching these areas, including metro Atlanta, metro Birmingham, Huntsville, Alabama, getting into areas, say, around Tupelo, Mississippi, Columbus, Mississippi, and Starkville, Mississippi included in that threat. It's all this whole front kind of combined, but we've just got this deluge of moisture kind of all focused in on these areas in northern Alabama and northern Georgia, where we will likely see at least 3-4 inches of rain on top of what we've already picked up. Many of these areas have seen quite a bit of rain already, just in the last 6 to 12 hours. So for Birmingham, heavy rain continues over the next few hours. By 4 a.m. in the morning, things should start to wind down. Some of these may have some strong gusty winds with them, but the bulk of the severe threat, again, likely staying off to your south and to your west because of that instability. So you got to look at all ingredients there in the atmosphere. And for metro Atlanta, heavy rain will persist overnight tonight and continue into the wee hours in the morning. Our live coverage continues throughout this evening and late tonight, all night long, with Ray Stajic and Todd Bork next.
Domino's online carryout deal includes all your favorites for just $7.99 each. So let's play a word association game. Dips and twists,
$7.99.
8-piece wings,
$7.99.
large one-topping pizzas,
$7.99.
The only place to get this deal,
Domino's.
The refrigerator is Greg's happy place.
My kids eat, but I finally figured it out.
We can get all that we need and then a little bit more at Walmart.
Uh-oh. Now this is going to be...
Stover's makes you happy full.
Kids, dinner!
With 2 times the meat and 3 kinds of cheese, you can't be anything but happy full. Stouffer's.
Because your lives are forever entwined.
Darling, please be mine.
Love entwined. Exclusively at K.
Hey, so what if we have questions about our policy?
And what if it's late at night?
And what if someone still calls us mom for everything?
At State Farm, we're there for your what ifs. Hey, Mom.
Who?
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Turn it up with Cheetos. Now you're getting it on my clothes. And if the sky is looking gray, turn it up and have them
Unbox the icons with Frito-Lay Variety Pack.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Do you know about its camera? Like the way it fixes blurry photos, magically erases annoying distractions, and even fixes photos taken with your old phone. Now that you know all that, did you know switching has never been easier? Start fixing with Pixel, the only phone engineered by Google. Get Google Pixel 7 for free and 50% off Pixel Watch and Pixel Buds A-Series.
This is a glimpse into the not-too-distant future of Lincoln. It's what sanctuary could look like, feel like, sound like, even smell like. More on that soon. The best part? The prequel is pretty sweet, too.
Frightful, but the fire is so delightful. Since we've no place to go, let it snow, let it snow, let it snow.
Warm up this season with Olive Garden's oven-baked pastas, like our new ravioli carbonara. And for the gift that keeps on giving, there's our never-ending first course, which is always on us. Plus, you can share the holiday cheer with our catering. Olive Garden, we're all family here.
I'm right inside the circulation. Be careful a tree doesn't come down on me. Oh my God, I'm in it. This is it. This is a tornado. I'm in a tornado. I'm inside the tornado. Holy.
Wow, just an incredible night here. Dangerous weather continuing to unfold across the south as we head into the early morning hours. There's been multiple and widespread tornado warnings. As we head through the early morning hours, the threat continues. This tense storm here at some winds well over hurricane force.
And plus, we are keeping our eye on widespread flash flood threats. Meanwhile, more than 3 million people are still under severe alerts right now. And that's one of the reasons why we are continuing our coverage through the early morning hours. Good early morning. And thanks for staying with us here on Weather Channel as we continue to track severe weather outbreak all across the south. I'm meteorologist Todd Borick. And Ray, it's amazing to think of how much rain we are seeing from this entire thing. It's not only start off as really severe weather. Obviously, you had the tornado threat, but now it's really starting to transition not only the tornado threat, but now into that flash flood threat.
Yeah, I mean, we've had active tornadoes, reports of some damage and injury so far. We're in a little bit better shape than we were earlier, but a dangerous flash flood risk now continuing as heading through the overnight.
Yeah, that's something we're going to have to keep our eye on for this entire time. But it's amazing to think that for this entire thing, it has been a couple of touchdown tornadoes. We had a couple observed, and there was some damage that's certainly been out there. So we're not quite done with this yet. We're still talking early morning hours, very dangerous time, particularly here in the south, where overnight tornadoes is something we see a lot.
Yeah, and if you're heading to bed, please have a way to get your alerts, and we will continue to have what looks to be active tornado warnings through the overnight. And then the flash flood warnings, when you're in the watch, that means the potential's there for active severe weather, right? So we're watching, and then when you get warnings, that means take action. In the terms of tornado warning, get to your safe place. Flash flood warnings, seek higher ground. So the active radar continuing to show where we have the action here this morning. And as you can see, we've got this heavy rain going through North Georgia and in through South Carolina and western North Carolina, and then the severe weather down here toward the south. So we've got just a couple of tornado warnings in our watch area, which now for some areas is in effect until 6 a.m. in the morning. So again, this is where we're watching from Starkville and down to Brookhaven and Hattiesburg for the potential for tornadoes in and around this watch area. And as you can see, one active tornado warning east of Interstate 59, continuing to push northeasterly. And this active warning now is for Choctaw and Wake counties. That is for the city of Sealis until 12:30. Once again, seek cover if you are in this area. Right now, looks like a pretty dangerous storm. They're showing some rotation, even some those areas of lighter blue there showing a pretty strong velocity. So there is at least some rotation being shown within this thunderstorm, just a little bit upstairs in the atmosphere. So you are in some of these areas. Not only expect strong winds, but the potential for a tornado here. Radar indicated right now crossing 45, just south of Shibuya and north of Waynesboro, and that little pink in there too could indicate where we may be seeing some hail also. And you kind of see a little bit of a hook echo right there. The tornado would be sitting likely right in that area there where that hook is. A little further north now, we go up near Macomb and down near Liberty. Storms heading in your direction, northwest and moving northeasterly, probably at about 50 miles per hour. None of these storms warned at this time, but certainly morning where we're in Mississippi, and these storms could go tornadic at any time if you are in the watch area. Right now, seeing a very, very weak rotation there just east of Macomb and down toward the south near Centerville. There may be some rotation with that storm also. But right now, a couple of these storms are severe if they're not tornadic. This is into some of the parishes of Louisiana, East Carroll, Richmond, and West Carroll, also for the cities of Epp, Forest, and Pioneer until 12 o'clock. Tornado possible here with this storm continuing to push on off and getting into southwestern Mississippi. So radar indicator right now, velocity really not showing much in here in terms of rotation. That doesn't mean it's not there, but it does look like we're kind of on the outer fringes of where the reaches of that velocity radar may be. So again, a dangerous storm nonetheless, strong winds at a minimum. At the maximum, we may see a brief spin up here. So very dangerous situation even as we get into northeastern Mississippi, kind of on the northwestern fringe of the most unstable air. That's what we're looking at here when we see all this orange. This is the available potential energy or the Cape. This is where the best chance for severe will continue continue through the overnight. Notice, though, as we go through Birmingham and Montgomery and points to the east, less instability, but still a threat nonetheless of severe weather. As we're getting pretty close now to the city of Birmingham. So a higher population center here. Strong storms coming in and most likely getting warned on as this warning for Fayette, Tuscaloosa, and Walker counties is a severe thunderstorm warning. So Jasper, Northport, and Tuscaloosa itself. Sea cover now, strong winds potentially to 60+ miles per hour. The threat for heavy rainfall, vivid lightning in here also as some of this heavy rain continues to move east. And this would be an area we're looking at for also that heavy rain and the flash flood threat to continue here now as we head on through the early morning hours. Flood watches are in effect. Again, the watch means be prepared to take action. Birmingham, Huntsville, off toward Hamilton, and down toward the south, Hattiesburg, Monroeville, and just north of Mobile. These are areas, too, that certainly could see some flash flooding from what looks to be some heavy rainfall at the maximum 3 to 5 inches. The problem is, Todd, is that this is going to come at a very short period of time, so the flood risk will continue through the early morning hours.
That's right. In fact, that's already on top of several inches that fell already. Now, some of the video we're seeing here, this is from our very own Charles Peak, capturing some of this destruction that was out of Lowndes County, Mississippi here from earlier, basically from Tuesday night. And look at that structural damage that is going on. As far as National Weather Service are going to have to go and look and see the type of damage here. We did have a couple of observed tornadoes that were on the ground for a period of time, particularly in parts of Mississippi. So the surveys will be coming most likely later on into your Wednesday as well. Let's take a look at the total storm reports, and it's not just tornadoes. We're talking hail, we're talking damaging wind gusts, but you can really pick out where the tornadoes were and where they're concentrated, mainly in Mississippi. A couple that worked its way into Birmingham as well. Now remember, these are local storm reports. Doesn't necessarily mean that we actually had tornadoes on the ground each every one of these places. We had 22 total reports here. Tilton reports of a tornado debris reported with some possible structural damage there. Over in Stringer, Mississippi, trees and power lines down and damage to several homes. This one here in Woodlawn was interesting here because as far as the report went, they said that the people were entrapped in Malone's grocery store, but Charles Peak actually had talked to some of the local fire department there and said that that was not the case. There's not anyone there. But that's what happens with a lot of these storm reports. When they come in, things are being reported, but until it is investigated upon, sometimes these things are may not necessarily be exactly like that. But either way, there are 22 total storm reports. Tornado reports may end up having more as we head through the next couple of hours here. Now, a little farther north, and not just the Mississippi and Alabama thing, into Tennessee. Look at this in Dixon, Tennessee. 1 3/4 inch size hail. That's enough to do some really good damage to cars and houses there. Over in Trenton, Georgia, we have a tree down in the intersection of Brow Road and Cagle Road. So you can see how widespread this is, not only in Mississippi and Alabama, but across the southeast as well. Also, Walker County Airport in Alabama, 46-mile-an-hour winds. And, of course, in Marietta, Mississippi, you have about 50 pine trees that were snapped off. And you got to remember, a lot of times here in the south, too, you have very shallow-rooted trees. So it just takes a pretty strong wind gust to knock down some of these trees. A lot of rainfall. This is going to be a major concern as far as we head through the early morning hours on this Wednesday. Look at this, almost 5 inches of rain that's fallen in parts of Alabama. You got to remember what Rhea just showed, the potential for another couple of inches on top of this just over the past 6 hours. So there's really nowhere for this rain to go there, Ray. And again, this is a little radar recap here. And you can see a little bit of an inflow notch. It comes right out of this, right there. That is where that tornado that had briefly touched down just to the north and east of Columbus, Ray. So, yeah, one of those days that it's tornadoes, it is rain, it is flooding, and we're seeing a wind damage out of this as well. We are not done with the severe threat across the south.
Yeah, we'll have a wind threat continuing and also a rain threat. Water where it's not supposed to be. Check this out in Muscle Shoals. Look at that. We've got debris flying from strong winds and very heavy rainfall. And this will continue to be what we're going to see as we head on through the overnight hours. The problem is you're not going to be able to really see it, right? So tough during the overnight hours when we get severe weather. You've got to take the warning seriously because we could be having this happening. And again, the debris flying around and the potential for not only damaging strong straight line winds, but also looking at that threat for potential tornadoes. Now, we think the tornado threat is lessening a bit. Doesn't mean it's not going to happen. And we'll see heavy rain a threat, too. So where are we going from here? Well, let's look now into southeast Louisiana and even into southwest Mississippi. Notice here we've got this line of storms coming in, and the discrete cells, the supercells within the line, are the ones that will have the potential to be tornadic. And even some hail in here, as you can see the bright kind of cores there of some of these storms heading toward New Orleans by the early morning hours. So it's going to be a slow early morning commute in and around the parishes near New Orleans, around Biloxi, before the storms head down toward the south and east as we head through 8 or 9 o'clock, and we're done. And the severe weather threat will shift east and east into places like the panhandle of Florida. By 3 a.m., not much yet, but notice as we get now into South Georgia, Southwest Georgia, not as intense in terms of the storms, and more kind of a little bit of a loop here. Line echo wave pattern setting up with some of these storms becoming severe. Isolated, though, severe storms with the greatest risk being some strong damaging straight line winds. But again, near Tallahassee at noontime and just to the east of Apalachicola, that threat for severe weather spreading south and east right along Interstate 75 as we head on through the afternoon hours. So we're not done yet. And further north now, as we get into Atlanta now, we're probably getting into the worst of it. So heavy rainfall, the greatest threat here, 2 o'clock in the morning. So within the next hour or so. But notice by 4 a.m., the main kind of line of severe storms comes through, and occasionally, again, on this line, some strong, potentially damaging winds are possible, isolated but possible. And remember, severe storms do rotate, and the potential will be there for maybe an isolated spin-up, aka a tornado, as the heavy rain continues to push through. So it's a trip down 85. It's going to get better as we go after 7 o'clock. If you're going down 75 to the southeast, it is going to get worse, or you're going to be running right into the rainfall and the heavy rain the entire time. So it's a flood risk. There's water ponding on the roadways, and even the action where we're talking about reduced visibilities. You even get past sunrise, keep the headlights on. Hopefully we've got the wipers in good order. As Todd, the rain is going to continue to become heavy as we head on through the morning hours and into maybe the midday and further east and south as we get into the afternoon.
And what's interesting too, Ray, with this, a lot of the South has actually been somewhat dry for quite a while. So it's one of those things where we certainly need rain in the South, getting it, but too much too soon is also going to be a big issue.
Too much of a good thing sometimes isn't a good thing.
Yeah, that's the story of my life, especially being a Detroit Lions fan. Outside, we are dealing with a very active rain, and we're talking about the heavy rain. Now, this is where the problem comes up. We've been showing you the amount of rain we've been seeing over the last several hours. The problem is that when we break this down into smaller increments, you'll notice that even with the 6-hour time with the amount of rainfall accumulation, notice how it's really in a very narrow area here, hitting basically the same areas over and over again. So when Ray's showing you the active radar loop, that's where all the rainfall is falling, and now it's sitting the same areas again. So 4.5 inches of rain right basically along the I-20 corridor, also close to 3.5 inches just to the east of Birmingham. So really on either side of Birmingham we're seeing problems, and even now as far north as southeast Tennessee, so just north of Chattanooga, about 2.5 inches of rain in the last 6 hours. That's why we have the flood watches. That is why it's almost a two-tiered thing with this severe threat, this outbreak, the severe outbreak, with the tornadoes, hail, wind, and now the heavy rain on top of this. So when we're looking at where exactly the heaviest rains will be, again, it's in this area here, and it's starting to shift a little bit farther to the east. I'll show you what we're really looking at, especially with radar. So remember, this is the area that's had already 2-3 inches, almost 4, many areas 4 inches of rain. And look there is more rain falling in the exact same area. It's what we call training. It's almost like boxes of train cars, one after the other. So the heaviest rains are still out across this region. You can see the severe thunderstorm warnings. You can see the tornado warnings that are out. But now we also have flash flood warnings that are out in this area. And this is also going to be encompassing basically from Columbus to Starkville, the same areas that actually had tornadic cells early on today. Now we have the flash flood warnings. And even though we're not seeing the heavy rain, this is only going back 3 hours here. And look at it. In Starkville, 3 inches of rain has already fallen just in 3 hours. That's about 1 inch per hour. Same type of thing over in just to the north of the I-20 corridor. But it's not only in Mississippi and Alabama. Colbert County is also under a flash flood warning until 2:45 local time. And farther off to the east, this is how widespread it is. The heaviest rains are now falling in parts of Tennessee and North Carolina. and also into Georgia again. Ray, we've been seeing a couple of weather just advisories around the Atlanta region with Cobb County seeing some very heavy rain. Not seeing any warnings yet, but significant rainfall in a short period of time.
Yeah, and it may happen. The rain may end in an hour or two afterwards. You may be out thinking, hey, this is great. Then you could still experience water covering a roadway.
That's exactly
so
it.
Don't cross water-covered roadways. The heavy rain threat, Todd, thanks, will continue through the overnight. And everybody wants to know when, so we're going to try to nail down a little bit of the timing here on some of these areas that may see some of the heaviest rain. So Birmingham, Huntsville, Hamilton, be prepped for flooding, even down here in southwest parts of Alabama and Mississippi. The threat's there for some flash flooding with this flood watch in effect. All right, Knoxville about 2 a.m. seeing some of the heavier rain come through. Gatlinburg, Knoxville, down toward Maryville, 4 a.m. More heavy rain. The potential for localized flash flooding is here, so you need to take action, seek higher ground. And even by 6, we're still looking at what looks to be some leftover showers, thunderstorms. Now, we don't think severe, but there may be some gusty winds, which could actually bring in, maybe a little bit more in terms of a threat. Maybe up to an inch of rain, but it looks like a lot of this rain is going to come in a short period of time, so you will not have much time to react. Heading out in the early morning hours, it looks like it could be a little bit wet rather than, looking at wind damage. Heavy rain and strong storms going through Birmingham over the next couple of hours, and it looks like we are going to continue to see that heavy rain push south and east as we head through the morning. Well, when severe weather strikes, we're working to help you and keep your family safe. Remember, you can watch the Weather Channel on your smart TV or streaming device. You can keep up with our live coverage, including the latest radars and warnings for your area.
At Honda, we know you have to drive through the mud if you want to reach the rainbow. Brave the desert before you find the oasis. Conquer the mountain to see how far your dreams can take you. The all-new CR-V and CR-V Hybrid, part of the Honda line of rugged vehicles.
Now Special K fruit and yogurt has even more yogurty clusters? That's music to my ears. Kellogg's Special K. Do what's delicious.
Sure, you can get data everywhere, but do you have to use it all the time? That's not really you. With TracFone, you can get great coverage on the most reliable 5G network in America for a lot less. Plans start at $15 a month, no contract. TracFone.
Come on, oh beauty. Hey. Are you ready?
This baby's coming.
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... All right. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact. For safe, clear driving visibility, be prepared for whatever Mother Nature throws at you with Trico wiper blades. Available at these retailers.
I'm so thankful to you, to you, to you, to you, to you.
Dad, tomorrow, can we go to the playground?
All right, we're headed to the playground.
Yeah, we're going to the playground.
Have fun.
We're coming. Okay. I'll see you later. I'm headed to the playground.
With me. Yeah, just like that.
I've got one more. You think I've never been to the playground?
Shop Best Buy and experience the magic of giving the perfect gift.
Are you okay?
Oh, it's just a cold.
If you have high blood pressure, a cold is not just a cold. Coracetin is the #1 doctor-recommended cold and flu brand, specially designed for people with high blood pressure. Be there for life's best moments. Trust Coracetin.
We can help get you guys back into that house.
Come on in.
Oh my gosh!
Fast Home Rescue, Saturday nights, 8/7 Central, only on the Weather Channel.
Hello, are you kidding me? Is that for me? How? Oh, can't wait to see what you got your mother.
The BMW Road Home Sales Event, on now. Exceptional offers won't last. The BMW Black Friday sales event now through November 30th.
If it hurts when you poop sometimes, like pinching off a porcupine, you're sweating, you're next to the loo. Colace is the brand you need to soften stools, we're all agreed. Number 2 should be easy to do.
Trust Colace to soften stools with no stimulants for comfortable relief.
When nature and science get together,
pretty sweet things can happen.
Like our Senecot laxative gummies. To relieve occasional constipation, Senecot starts with the natural Senna plant.
That science transforms into a yummy gummy. Sweet! Senecot laxative gummies.
Currently in our area, 39 degrees under cloudy skies. Overnight, overcast, low 38. Winds southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Wednesday, windy with rain likely. High 59. Rainfall near a half an inch. Locally heavy rainfall possible. Wednesday night, mainly clear and windy. Low 37. Winds west at 20 to 30 miles per hour. Higher wind gusts possible. Here's our 7-day outlook.
The power of the Weather Channel, now available to everyone.
This is epic!
Trusted live coverage when it matters most is now yours to stream with the Weather Channel TV app, real-time radar, and maps that let you track all the action.
Let's get into the detail.
Personalization, customization, hundreds of hours of your favorite shows, and so much more. There's never been a better way for everyone to watch the Weather Channel. Available now on these platforms. Go to streamtwc.com to start your free 7-day trial.
Severe weather, including tornadoes and flash flooding, continuing overnight. Meteorologist Ray Stajic here at the Weather Channel. And we're seeing a couple tornado warnings and also some flash flood warnings now as our threat is shifting into northern Alabama with the heavy rain and parts of Georgia, north of Atlanta. But some of that heavy rain starting to work south. Active severe warnings and tornado warnings and a ton of lightning. Here's our watch until 2 a.m. for areas to the north around Starkville and around Jackson. Kind of a dividing line here to where the watch will start probably getting cut away at here sooner rather than later. And then down near Hattiesburg, this watch is actually in effect until 6 o'clock in the morning. So still a little bit to go here on the severe weather as it continues to move south and east here and produce not only strong storms with damaging straight line winds, but some of these storms rotating now. And as we're getting into southwest Alabama, we're looking at Choctaw and Clark counties. The latest on a tornado warning as this cell's heading near Gilberttown and Needham. Please seek cover now. If you are in these areas, get to your safe place. Some rotation on this storm coming in and out of southeastern parts of the state of Mississippi and into southwest Alabama here with rotation showing up on radar. Kind of tough to see it, but it's there. Looks a little diffuse, not really sharp, but it does look like we do have a rotating cell. Very dangerous thunderstorm potentially producing a tornado here moving on off toward the north and east. So Gilberttown again in Needham. Does look like you're under the greatest chance here and near Toxie in that area and south of Butler. Coming down the road here over the next few minutes. And as we time it out, 12:37 at Lou, Ararat at 12:43, Campbell at about 12:53, Sweetwater at 1:05. So if you are in these areas, seek cover until the storm passes. Certainly going to be a strong storm with a minimum gusty winds, heavy rain, potentially some hail too, and a bunch of lightning. Heading near Birmingham now. We're in northern Alabama. Severe thunderstorm warnings, Fayette, Tuscaloosa, and Walker counties. So damaging straight line winds, the greatest threat here. But these storms at any time may rotate. We may get a brief spin up on the line, but it does look like right now it is a damaging straight line wind threat, potentially to 60 miles per hour. As you can see along that line, not seeing much in the way of what we call couplet or green meeting red. You know, right now these storms do look like they're maintaining what looks to be non-tornadic but it does look like we are going to continue to see that threat. Maybe this storm right here is trying to get its act together, but for the most part, heading toward Birmingham now over the next couple of hours, severe weather possible, including heavy rainfall with the potential for some flash flooding. So here's a big picture. As we can see, here's the line. There is some flash flooding northern Mississippi and northwest Alabama. A lot of that now is going to spread into Georgia, where you've already seen one round of heavy rainfall. So we may see that threat go up across northwest Georgia for flash flooding and some areas at times getting some of these severe thunderstorm warnings, potentially even tornado warnings. But the greatest instability is south. The greatest threat for heavy rain is north, even getting into western South and North Carolina. As you get around Asheville and Greenville, we do have that threat for very heavy rain. Flood watch is up, Huntsville, and even a part of southern Tennessee here down to Birmingham, and then another area here with that other batch of severe storms. There is the potential for flooding in the watch areas. Remember, watch means we're watching for the potential for flooding. The warnings mean you're going to have to take action and seek higher ground. An additional 2 to 3 inches of rain on average, and this is going to come down in a short period of time, so you will not have much time to react. If you know you are in an area that is prone to flooding, certainly going to want to be prepared overnight. Have a way to get your alerts, Todd, because flash flooding, it happens quickly. Not that these severe storms don't, but a lot of times you can't escape the water.
And that's something when we just talk about with hurricanes, that is the leading, the #1 killer when it comes to hurricanes. Flash flooding is just one of those things. I think a lot of times we always think of the wind component, but now that we're transitioning over to the water component, this is something we have to be really scared about. One thing I want to show you, I want to go back to that image that Ray was showing you, the bigger perspective with the radar. And I also want to show, look at all the lightning strikes that are still coming out of this. So this is a system that still has a lot of potency that's with that. Look at the number of strikes within the last hour. We're about 1,500 that are still popping up here. So, yeah, there is a lot of thunder, a lot of rainfall ahead. And this is where the not only the severe threat with the winds, but this is where the heavy rain comes out of this. Remember, I was just showing you with Birmingham, we're talking 2, 3, 4 inches of rain that's already fallen in the last 6 hours. Look at that line that's going to be coming through just in a couple of hours here in Birmingham. Now, it may be a little bit of a time, hour and some change, but eventually that will drift down to the south and east. But this is something we're very concerned about with that flash flood threat, as that will continue through the morning hours. A little farther down to the south and east, Montgomery, Alabama, same type of thing. May take a little while for the heaviest rain to show up, but here is that line by 4, 5, 6 o'clock. This is just a guidance. Remember, it may not be exactly like this, but it does appear that line is going to want to hold together sometime before the pre-dawn hours for Montgomery, Alabama, and then continue to drift down farther to the south and east. And, well, speaking of the east, we're going to go to a place like Atlanta. Now, we've already seen some heavy rain in places like Cobb County within the last hour and a half from now. Didn't see any severe thunderstorm warning or even a flash flood warning come out of that, but at least a significant weather statement did come out. Well, another line will be coming through by 4 or 5 o'clock local time. And then, unfortunately, with Atlanta, when you're talking about the timing here, look at this, 6, 7 o'clock. Now you're starting to deal with rush hour. Very heavy rain. Could see some ponding on the roadways. So even if the rain does come to an end by 8, 9 o'clock, the latter end of the rush hour, be careful out there in the Atlanta metro area, because you're going to see the ponding on the roadways there. We'll be right back.
Why are 93% of Sleep Number sleepers satisfied with their bed? Maybe it's because you can gently raise your partner's head to help relieve snoring, so you can both stay comfortable all night. And now save $1,000 on select Sleep Number 360 smart beds and adjustable bases. Ends Monday.
Red Lobster's finer points of fun dining. Creating your own ultimate feast is the ultimate form of shellfish expression. Create your own ultimate feast is here. Choose 4 of 10, like new cheddar bay shrimp. Welcome to fun dining.
Let's get you home for the holidays.
Stouffer's makes you happy full.
Kids, dinner!
With 2 times the meat and 3 kinds of cheese, you can't be anything but happy full. Stouffer's.
Oh, hey, it's a Donovan's. You know, legend has it, The Donovans had a barbecue that fed half a town.
You know what I heard? They drove cross country just to walk their dog.
Apparently, they climbed a mountain to save some wild horses. That's what they say.
That's what they say.
Toyota, let's go places.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it helps take annoying items out of pictures. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones. Get Google Pixel 7 for free and 50% off Pixel Watch and Pixel Buds A series.
It's easy to think that all money managers are pretty much the same. But at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different how? You sell high commission investment products, right?
Nope, Fisher avoids them.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Never at Fisher Investments.
Okay, then you probably sneak in some hidden and layered fees.
No, we structure our fees so we do better when clients do better. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
In the world of Ninja, surfaces won't stick, chip, or flake thanks to Never Stick technology. Knives stay razor sharp for over 10 years with the Never Dull Sharpener. Meal after meal, time after time. Ninja kitchenware. Never stick, never dull, never stop.
When you get a chip in your windshield, trust Safelight. This couple was headed to the farmer's market. When they got a chip, they drove to Safelight for a same-day repair. And with their insurance, it was no cost to them. That's service the way you need it.
Safelight Repair, Safelight Replace.
At Domino's, next time you order 2 medium 2-topping pizzas for $6.99 each, you could be in for a shock. Because hundreds of new electric vehicles are rolling out to deliver Domino's across America.
You're good. I'm great.
Dude, you coming? Because the only thing dripping should be your style. Plop Plop is Fizz with Alka-Seltzer Plus cold and flu relief. Also try for Fizzy Fast cough relief.
All right, storm damage coming in from yesterday afternoon, and now as we hit through the early morning hours, we're starting to see more storms pushing east. But this is in Cadwell Parish in Louisiana. 4 people seriously injured. 2 of them had to be rescued from under this debris after a string of tornadoes ripped through parts of Cadwell County Tuesday evening. The Sheriff's Department says multiple homes have been completely destroyed. Multiple animals are dead, including pigs, cows, and at least 1 horse. Residents and family members spent the hours after the tornado looking for the belongings and their animals. So unfortunate situation there. Now that threat continues to shift south and east with continuing not only active severe thunderstorm warnings, but a couple of tornado warnings also, and heavy rain now and severe weather even moving on into Birmingham, Alabama. So we do have some heavy rain in the forecast, Todd. Flash flooding becoming a threat. But, you know, you look at the images and the videos and you just get an idea at times, what these storms have the potential for doing.
And how it's multi-state, too. Yeah. And this severe outbreak is more than just tornadoes. It is wind damage. It's going to be rain damage. It's hail. And unfortunately, we still have more to go. You brought up the rain threat out there, but we still have the risk for tornadoes, especially with this line of storms that are going through. So no time is a good time for tornadoes, but particularly during the overnight when a lot of people are sleeping. Some things you really need to do before you do go to sleep. Prepare your safe room with food, water, helmets, shoes, protective coverings. Shoes, very important, Ray, because if there is damage out there and you have to get out of your house, last thing you want to do is not have shoes on, because there could be exposed nails on the ground. There could be other things that you could be stepping on. That's something that we're really much concerned about. And then communicate with your family about the severe weather threat, and of course, turn on your NOAA weather radio and or mobile alert.
Yeah, you certainly want a way to get woken up. A lot of times, though, during severe weather events, I know my family, we don't sleep. So it's kind of like, looking and watching radar, having a way to get alerts, knowing, where you're going, what action you're taking, And it never hurts if you're in a threat for a tornado, especially if you do have a safe place or a basement. Just camp out. That's what we do. So yeah. So it's good advice there, and good safety measures also. Certainly, we're in that phase now, though. It's more of an action phase, so you should already be ready and know what to do when you are going to be under the threat for severe weather. And some of that happening right now. All right, and we're getting a new warning that's actually just come in, so we're going to try to get to that here quickly, because we are approaching now Birmingham, a highly populated area with not only severe weather, but also now this new and latest tornado warning just came out less than a minute ago. Walker County here now. This is observed, meaning the radar's either picking it up or we've had somebody actually observe this. But this is the cell right here. That was the one we were talking about earlier that looked like it was trying to get a little rotation into it on the line. And this is for Walker County, the city of Wagra, one area that may be affected here over the next few minutes. And, you know, the radar is going to be just a little bit behind where actual ground truth is, but it does show some rotation in here. Not seeing a sharp kind of signature from the velocity, but it's there. There's certainly some rotation right in this area here, and as it moves off toward the east pretty quickly, you're going to have to get into your safe place at places like Wagra, and eventually, as this severe line of storms moves east, there'll be other areas that may be impacted. So get to your safe place now. Even with this line being severe, we could have damaging winds, which are the potential to produce 60-plus mile-per-hour gusts, and occasionally, as we're seeing on this line right now, we do have what looks like some rotation with this storm as it heads on off toward the north and the northeast. So not much time to react as this severe cells. We show you some areas that might be affected, including Drifton, Wagra, Dora, and Subington here just before the top of the hour. So in all these areas right now is probably the best time to get into your safe place, interior room, or into your basement as this storm continues to move east. Let's move out a little bit, and this is perfect to show you where we are relative to Birmingham. So we are just to the west now of Birmingham, but the city of Birmingham and the entire metropolitan area under a severe thunderstorm warning now. But this cell, if it holds together, they may have to reissue, which could include maybe some of the northern suburbs. So if you are in Birmingham right now, certainly be prepared to take action. You do have a severe thunderstorm warning, so you should already be in or pretty close to your safe place. Further down toward the south now, we're looking at another active tornado warning. This is Choctaw and Clark counties now in southwestern Alabama. Take cover in Gilbertown, Needham, and Toxie. As looks like we do have some rotation here just south of Toxie. This storm does have the potential of producing not only damaging winds, but likely we are going to see what looks to be a tornado threat from that cell as it continues to move north and east. Elsewhere, not a lot of warnings, but the ones that are out there will have the capability of producing damage. Heavy rainfall also a threat. And as we go north now again and look at this cell for Walker County, we are looking at what looks to be radar indicated for now, potentially an observed tornado here coming in through Walker County. Get into your safe place right now. If you are going to be out and about early in the morning hours, certainly is going to be something that we'll have to keep our eyes on. Right now, coalition coefficient, we're trying to show a non-meteorological targets, and right now we may be seeing a little bit of that here near Wagra.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it helps take annoying items out of pictures. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones. Get Google Pixel 7 for free and 50% off Pixel Watch and Pixel Buds A series.
The best part of Christmas is basically the presents.
They always hide it in the same exact place.
Kind of want it to be a surprise, but I kind of want to know too.
I act like I never saw anything. That's what you call being sneaky.
Hi, Susan. Honey.
Yeah?
I respect that, but that cough looks pretty bad. Try this Robitussin honey.
The real honey you love, plus the powerful cough relief you need.
Mind if I root through your trash?
Robitussin, the only brand with real honey and elderberry.
Fairlife brings more to your holiday traditions. It's ultra-filtered milk with 50% more protein, 50% less sugar, and a creamy taste. This season, turn delicious into delicious. Fairlife, ultra-filtered milk.
This winter, meet the heroes of performance. Only available at the Acura season of performance.
Research shows people remember commercials with nostalgia. So to help you remember that Liberty Mutual customizes your home insurance, here's one that'll really take you back.
It's customized home insurance from Liberty Mutual.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 Liberty.
MS tries to stop me. MS is like riding into headwinds, but I keep pushing forward.
Does MS define me? No, it does not.
I take Ocrevus, an infusion treatment that's 2 times a year.
A prescription for adults with relapsing or primary progressive forms of multiple sclerosis, Ocrevus is proven effective in reducing relapses in RMS and slowing disability progression and reducing brain lesions in RMS and PPMS.
Don't take Ocrevus if you've had a life-threatening allergic reaction to it or have Hep B. Tell your doctor about vaccinations or if you've had colitis or Hep B, as Hep B could come back. A common side effect of Ocrevus is infusion reactions. Some may be serious and require hospitalization. It can increase your risk of infections, which can be serious and may decrease some immunoglobulins. PML is rare but may happen with Ocrevus. It can lead to disability or death. An increased risk of colitis and cancer, including breast cancer, may exist.
We take Ocrevus. That's more progress, less progression.
Ask your doctor about starting with 2 times a year Ocrevus.
Domino's online carryout deal includes all your favorites for just $7.99 each. So let's play a word association game. Dips and twists,
$7.99.
AP swings,
$7.99.
large one-topping pizzas,
$7.99.
The only place to get this deal,
Domino's.
No matter what type of severe asthma you have, Tespire can help you have fewer asthma attacks and breathe better. Tespire is an add-on treatment for people 12 and older. It is not a rescue medication. Don't take Tespire if you're allergic to it. Allergic reactions like rash or an eye allergy can happen. Don't stop your asthma treatments unless your doctor tells you to. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection or your asthma worsens. Sore throat, joint, and back pain may occur. Avoid live vaccines. No matter who you are, ask your asthma specialist about Tespire today.
Oh, amazing to hear all that lightning. And listen to that rain, too, how hard that rain is falling. So, again, it's a multi-tiered severe outbreak that we have seen starting from early on Tuesday, now extending into early on Wednesday. And we are not done with this severe storm threat as of yet. Again, this is over in Starkville, Mississippi, where, we are still dealing with a threat for severe rain. Look at the amount of rain, how much ponding is on the roadways. And anytime you see that cars are out, particularly during severe weather, it's always tough. Just obviously, everyone has to get home. But listen to that lightning strike, and of course, the heavy rain that continues to fall. Thank you for staying with us as we continue coverage of the severe outbreak that is currently underway across the South. Ray, we're watching this tornado warning that has just popped up, and that's something that we are certainly very concerned about.
And believe it or not, things are happening quickly. Just canceled now.
That's exactly what's been happening with this entire thing. That's I wanted to bring up is that we were just talked about it before the break. It was we had a TDS on there. We actually seen that radar, the inflow notch. We actually saw good, and then just like that during the commercial break went away.
Yeah, looking at the National Weather Service discussion or their chat, escalated quickly, and dissipated at this point, and then cancels at 1:38 a local time tornado warning. So that gives you an idea we're looking at. Quick on the lines, the line of storms, and they're not these discrete supercells. A lot of times they spin up quickly. They can produce damage, debris, signature, gone, and it happens real quickly. That's why we emphasize, take cover and things happen.
And that's where the damage comes out of it as well. We've already seen damage from these quick tornadoes throughout the course.
Yeah, but let's take a look at what's going on though right now, and we do have some of this active severe weather. But again, for Walker County, as I'm looking at new information coming on in, the tornado warning's been canceled, but there is still a severe thunderstorm warning, so there is still a threat for strong winds. And I would not say that we are done with the tornado threat, because here's an isolated cell down in Choctaw and Clark counties in southwestern Alabama, Gilbertown and Needham, and now moving on off toward the east and south of Butler. The potential for a tornado here, as we do see some rotation, looking at the velocity, looking for greens and reds and kind of this distinct kind of signature. We really don't see that, but there is rotation within that thunderstorm. So take cover now. This is a radar indicated tornado moving on off toward the north and northeast, probably about 40 or 50 miles per hour. So, not a high population center, but dangerous nonetheless for those that are in these areas, including Campbell and Sweetwater, Clay Hill, and by 119 in the Hampton area. So dangerous, get into your safe place now. Dangerous severe storm with potentially producing a tornado here. Again, radar indicated here in southwestern Alabama. Now let's go further north now and look at this line of heavy rain and thunderstorms coming through. Now, this kind of lead line that's gone through now the northeastern suburbs of Birmingham, Blount, and Jefferson counties, including the city of Birmingham, has more of a damaging straight line wind threat. Haven't seen any wind damage reports yet, but that doesn't mean it's not there. And then back toward the west, you can see kind of this line here where we had the tornado warning for Walker County. So that's the next round that's going to come right through metropolitan Birmingham here over the next few minutes. So the severe thunderstorm warning back to the west of that, further toward the west, east of Jasper now, here for Fayette, Tuscaloosa, and Walker counties now, a severe thunderstorm warning. Damaging straight line winds, but with these cells at times like we saw right there, I don't know if we could back that up. You know, you can see right there where we had that brief signature, you know, with this cell here. Yeah, right there. And, you know, that's what can happen on this line. We get brief, quick spin ups. You get a warning quickly, and then it goes away. And not only does it last only a few minutes, but it can cause damage. So I would say if you're in any of these areas around Jasper, Northport, and Tuscaloosa, and anybody in between here on the western side of Birmingham and even into the city of Birmingham, get into your safe place. At a minimum, strong winds that may go 50, 60 plus miles per hour. 58 believes the criteria for a severe thunderstorm, and potentially on this line, anywhere along that line, we may see a brief spin up. All right, here's the bigger picture now. We're noticing heavy rain and flooding a threat further north, isolated severe weather further south, and the best instability. So the best conditions for the worst weather is in this area, kind of shaded here in this kind of milky red color. Hattiesburg getting ready to get hit again as this cluster of thunderstorms is heading your way, and a bunch of lightning too. So it's an electrical storm, it's a heavy rain threat, severe weather, and some of this heavy rain producing flash flooding around northern Mississippi and northwestern parts of Alabama, where you're going to have to take action pretty quickly because the rain is coming down pretty hard, and it'll come quickly and it'll end quickly, but we may be seeing what looks to be, Todd, you know, a flash flood threat now continuing north Alabama, north Georgia, and probably in some of the areas in southern Tennessee, and maybe even get into the western Carolinas. Yeah,
it was amazing. We're going back to how quickly these things are. I'm on the Birmingham National Weather Service chat. This is kind of an internal thing. This is how quickly these tornado warnings pop up. First initial tornado warning, radar indicated at 1:29 a.m. local time. The observed tornado at 1:30, and then was canceled at 1:38. So this was within about 8 minutes. You had a radar indicated tornado. It hits the ground, pops back up again, all within about 8 minutes. And that is why we're so concerned about this severe threat. They may not be lasting long on the ground, but they're reaching the ground very quickly and then popping back up again. So we're still under a tornado watch for a good part of central Mississippi. That is until 2 o'clock local time. Now farther off to the east, we have a tornado watch in effect until 6 o'clock central time. That doesn't encompass Birmingham, Alabama, down through Montgomery, Monroeville, and also in parts of South and Mississippi as well. And that is encompasses Hattiesburg. We also have new flash flood warning that just popped up for Jefferson County and Shelby County, Alabama, until 3:45. More on that when we come back.
Real fruit, whole grains, and chocolatey chunks. Doing something good for yourself has never been this delicious. Kellogg's Special K.
At Honda, we know you have to drive through the mud if you want to reach the rainbow. Brave the desert before you find the oasis. Conquer the mountain to see how far your dreams can take you. The all-new CR-V and CR-V Hybrid, part of the Honda line of rugged vehicles.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it helps take annoying items out of pictures. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones. Get Google Pixel 7 for free and 50% off Pixel Watch and Pixel Buds A series.
It's the winter jewelry sale. Get 25% off everything, plus an extra 5% off when you spend $4,000 or more. Give the gift of shine at Zales, the diamond store.
The all-electric 2023 Chevy Bolt EUV. 247 miles of range on a full charge. America's most affordable EV. EVs for everyone, everywhere. Chevrolet.
The best part of Christmas is basically the presents.
They always hide it in the same exact place.
Kinda want it to be a surprise, but I kinda wanna know too.
I act like I never saw anything. That's what you call being sneaky.
I brought in Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein.
Those who tried me felt more energy in just 2 weeks. Here, I'll take that.
Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein, 1 gram of sugar, and nutrients for immune health.
The no-nonsense way means doing more with less. But how do you implement this into your small business? Introducing Spectrum Business Connect with Ring Central. Now you can get all of your business communications in one simple app. Good morning, small business owner.
Hey, everyone.
Watch this. Transfer. Seamless. Transfer again just because we can. Hello? Look at me. I can transfer all day and all night from anywhere.
The chicken just always seems to be a big favorite. People love it.
You're not pulling it out of a box. You're making food.
Yeah. I like being able to put pride in my food and pride in my work. You get to walk right in. You see me making your chicken. This is going to be in your bowl.
This is it.
This is it. This is it.
It's Santa. We got a problem.
Ho, ho, ho!
I travel the world to carve a path for those who aren't afraid to get a little bit dirty.
That is the craziest thing I have ever done in my life.
Let's go on an uncharted adventure.
Currently in our area, 40 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Overnight, overcast, low 38. Winds southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Wednesday, windy with rain likely. High 59. Rainfall near a half an inch. Locally heavy rainfall possible. Wednesday night, mainly clear and windy. Low 37. Winds west at 20 to 30 miles per hour. Higher wind gusts possible. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Severe weather continuing to threaten, including active tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings. Welcome to our early morning coverage of our tornado outbreak. Meteorologist Ray Stajic here at the Weather Channel, and not a whole bunch of warnings right now, but the ones that are active certainly showing some indications of the potential to produce some damage, and that includes our tornado warnings here in southwestern Alabama and southwestern parts of Mississippi, which we're going to take a look at here. All pretty close to our severe thunderstorm or our tornado watch, which for some of us is in effect through the early morning hours until 6 a.m. Hattiesburg, Brookhaven, where we have the potential for severe storms in and around the watch area. So remember, just because you're here and not in that watch doesn't mean you don't have the threat for tornadoes. Now, this is the latest Choctaw into Clark counties here. This is a tornado warning. All right, so radar indicated at this point, if you're in Needham, this is the area where you need to take cover right now. Active storm producing at a minimum strong winds, maybe to 60 miles per hour. That can produce some damage. And the velocity here showing a little bit of a weakening. You can see there was a little bit of a couplet a little further west of that, but right now a storm that looks like it's showing some signs of weakening just a bit, but a dangerous cell nonetheless. These isolated kind of supercells are the ones you really have to look out for, where you'd have an active warning for a little bit longer and the potential to produce maybe a little bit more in the way of more widespread damage if we do get damaging winds with that storm. Now, further to the southwest now as we get into southwestern parts of Mississippi, south of Macomb. This is the latest tornado warning in Mike County and into Pike County, Mississippi. Magnolia, you're in this, so take cover now. This is a tornado warning observed now, and you can see where we're looking at where that tornado be sitting. Right in there looks like where the hook echo is, and he's showing a little bit of a notch there, so there may actually be an observed tornado on the ground. A pretty decent signature here from our velocity. That's where that tornado may be sitting. And again, I always like to say it may not be right there. The radar is lagging where the actual ground truth may be. So if you are downstream and near Magnolia and any of these areas here to the east of where this cell is right now, going to want to get into your safe place. A very dangerous cell here, producing potentially tornado, as National Weather Service chat does say that we do have an observed tornado on radar and maybe even some ground truth. Bartow and Caito, Tylerstown and Mellis, all areas over the next 45 minutes or so that may be affected. So get in your safe place, into an interior room if you don't have a basement, into your basement if you do. Dangerous thunderstorm now, continue to move on off toward the east at about 50 miles per hour. Don't see much in the way of damage reports coming in yet, but storm located near Magnolia, 8 miles south of Macomb, moving east at 45 is the latest on that. So this thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado with the observed tag on it, continuing to move on off toward the east. We jump north and we're getting into a severe thunderstorm straight line wind threat, more than rotating cells. But occasionally on the line, although it does look like it is weakening, which is some good news, occasionally on this line, we may get a brief spin up like we had about 20 minutes ago. Pickens, Tuscaloosa, Walker counties, all under severe thunderstorm warning. Tuscaloosa, you're included in that. So this would be a damaging wind threat, potentially even heavy rain threat along with the thunder and lightning. I just saw a new tornado warning pop up here in Marengo County. This one's a little further south of Birmingham, but either way, we're looking at dangerous weather in and around the Birmingham metropolitan area, and that's that cell we were just talking about where they did reissue and extend this tornado warning now for Marengo County, Dayton, Sweetwater, and Thomaston. This is a severe storm capable of producing a tornado. Again, radar indicator, and as I said, these ones that are sitting kind of out on their own will have potential to be tornadic longer than on that line that's going through Birmingham. That's just the way it works. Showing what looks to be some rotation right there on the tail end of that newly issued warning. This is where, Todd, we're looking at probably the most in terms of potential for seeing maybe an observed tornado here down toward the south, but maybe a long-lived track of this severe storm, Todd, which once again, when they're supercells and they're sitting out by their own, there's nothing else around them to kind of rob the energy from them. So that's why we kind of see a reissue of the warning, and these warnings may last longer than the one we had west of Birmingham.
Well, when you were showing the graphic with the amount of energy that is there, I just think of that cell's all by itself, and it can take all that energy all to itself, unlike the line. And again, it's interesting about that line because this is where it's a multi-tiered severe threat. Because, we have that tornado threat with the supercells, but watch what happens with Birmingham, because not only are we dealing with the severe thunderstorm, the tornado warnings, we also have a flash flood warning that is coming out of this as well. Let me go back and show you that the flash flood warning is in effect for Jefferson and Shelby counties in Alabama. That does encompass Birmingham and areas in the metro area just south of there, also all the way down to Alabaster, city of Alabaster. This is until 3:45 local time. And one of the reasons why it's out there, well, you're not seeing a lot of rain right now, but look at the amount of rain that is certainly coming your way with that line of storms that already have seen severe thunderstorm warnings pop out of that, even some tornado warnings. Some of the estimated rainfall totals just within the last 6 hours, over 5 inches of rain just to the north of Birmingham, but in an area that is currently under that flash flood warning. Look at that, 2.5 inches of rain has fallen in the past 6 hours. And when you look at that radar, a lot way of that heavy rain will certainly come back their way. So not only is this area under a flash flood warning, but a large swath of North Alabama under a flood watch. Same thing for South Mississippi. And this also extends, the flash flood threat does extend into parts of Georgia, even as far north as Tennessee as well. So this is going to be an ongoing threat for the next several hours for the rest of this morning.
Save up to $600 when you pair your Peloton bike, Bike Plus, or Tread with accessories.
Step into your power, Peloton.
It's Peloton's best offer of the season. Visit onepeloton.com. Terms apply.
Who wants burgers?
Ooh, it's the DQ Signature Stack Burgers menu. That is 5 tasty burgers right there. There goes a spicy flamethrower and loaded A1 Signature Stack Burgers.
Go, Mom.
You're still the cool mom.
Thank you.
DQ, happy tastes good.
People love Subaru just because it stands for much more than just a car.
Through the Share the Love event, Subaru retailers have supported over 1,700 hometown charities.
Have I witnessed and seen the impact of what we do? You bet I have.
We have worked with so many amazing causes and made a difference.
By the end of this year, Subaru and our retailers will have donated over $250 million to charity.
It's about more than just selling cars. The Subaru Share the Love event, going on now.
Better luck next time.
Who said that?
I did.
But I haven't even thrown yet.
You threw good money away when you bought those glasses. Next time, go to America's Best, where 2 pairs and a free exam start at just $79.95. It's a quality exam worth $59.
Can't beat that.
Can't beat this either. All right, I'll give you that one. And apparently that one. 2 pairs and a free exam starting at just $79.95. Book an exam today at americasbest.com. Somebody sign this kid.
First psoriasis, then psoriatic arthritis.
Even walking was tough.
I had to do something. I started Cosentyx.
Cosentyx can help you move, look, and feel better by treating the multiple symptoms of psoriatic arthritis. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentyx. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections, some serious, and the lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor about an infection or symptoms, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to. Tell your doctor if your Crohn's disease symptoms develop or worsen. Serious allergic reactions may occur.
Watch me.
Ask your rheumatologist about Cosentyx.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it helps take annoying items out of pictures. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones. Get Google Pixel 7 for free and 50% off Pixel Watch and Pixel Buds A-Series.
The first ever all-electric Chevy Silverado RST with a multi-flex midgate for extra storage. And an available 400 miles of range on a full charge. EVs for everyone, everywhere. Chevrolet.
In the world of Ninja, surfaces won't stick, chip, or flake thanks to Never Stick technology. Knives stay razor sharp for over 10 years with the Never Dull Sharpener. Meal after meal, time after time. Ninja kitchenware. Never stick, never dull, never stop.
This is Antonelli's Cheese Shop, and we're the Antonellis.
We chose our Spark Cash Plus card from Capital One because we earn unlimited 2% cash back on every purchase.
And with no preset spending limit, our purchasing power adapts to our business needs. What's in your wallet?
Right, more damage coming in here from Choctaw County in Mississippi. Overnight, got some trees down, looks like some limbs coming off, and that's a pretty decent-sized limb there, 6-8 inches in diameter. Certainly a debris field here where we are continuing to see, active severe weather produce just this. Not only trees down, but we've seen damage to some property, a few injuries coming, and unfortunately even some animals that have perished in some of these storms, Todd, that have gone through the overnight hours. So Choctaw County, again, in Mississippi, trees down across the road, possible tornado here. And again, that's what we emphasize when you get these tornado warnings and you see damage. Unless you're seeing the tornado on the ground and it's observed by a trained spotter or, obviously the media or somebody, Todd, a lot of times, these reports come in and they're not always confirmed tornadoes.
Yeah, exactly. And again, particularly in the South, a lot of shallow-rooted trees. Yeah. So it doesn't take much in order to take these trees out. It doesn't mean that was a straight line tree damage or not, but damage is damage. Yeah. And especially when you have this big line of storms that are heading through, I would not be surprised if we see more of that as we head through the early morning hours. So, hey, good early morning. Thank you for staying with us here on the Weather Channel as we continue to watch this severe outbreak that is continuing across the South. I'm meteorologist Todd Borick.
Yeah, and I'm meteorologist Ray Stajic, and we'll continue to cover the severe weather through the early morning hours as, active storms, maybe not as active as earlier, but on the line. Yeah, we have had severe storms, and some of those severe storms are capable of producing tornadoes. Just seen a couple of more warnings pop up here in Alabama, and those are tornado warnings. So again, that doesn't mean that we have an actual tornado on the ground, but it does mean that there's the potential for not only a tornado to be observed, but also for damage from whatever is within some some of these cells.
Yep, and again, I'm seeing some hail reports here of 1.5 inches that is coming out of some of these tornado-warned storms, which you'll be getting to right now. So amazing that we are not done with this severe threat.
No, we're not. As we head through the early morning, severe storms continue to push through now some higher population centers like Birmingham and heading toward Atlanta. Probably further east near Atlanta, it's a heavy rain threat. But check out this, let's just say, mass of rain and thunderstorms and a ton of lightning also with these severe storms as they push through. Watch is in effect. This is a tornado watch. So in and around the watch area, the potential for tornadoes, and the southern edge of this watch actually until 6 o'clock in the morning, even up to some of the southern counties of Birmingham and maybe even the city of Birmingham itself until 6 a.m. But we'll probably start pecking away some of these counties as we head through the coming hours. And now we go north and just northeast of Birmingham. This is the line we've been talking about over the last hour or so. Now Blount County is under a tornado warning. This is not an observed tornado, but this is radar indicated. So near Oneonta, Cleveland, Locust Fork, these are areas where you should be getting into your safe place. And heck, I'm saying it over the last hour with these severe storms coming through, you should already be there. There it is right there, just west of Oneonta. The velocity shown greens meeting red. And if it looks a little bit more distinct, or I like to say, if it looks like a sharp kind of delineation between where the red is and where the green is, that shows you that we have good rotation in a bad way, obviously, and potentially a tornado sitting right in there, moving off toward the east. And they're moving at about 40 miles per hour. Looks like it could be embedded right in there, so it's probably rain wrapped, as you can see that kind of little curl and that little bit of a notch there, but it does look like it's shrouded most likely in rain, and it's dark, so you wouldn't be able to see it anyway. But if you are in the area near Oneonta especially, take cover now. Very dangerous supercell heading your way. Further south in southwestern Alabama, Marengo County, Dayton, Sweetwater, Thomaston, radar indicated once again. Tornado warning until 1:45. Take cover if you are in these areas, as this cell sitting out all by itself, potentially producing some weak rotation here down toward the southwest of Sweetwater. So this is another area where we're not seeing a line of thunderstorms coming in, but these are more supercells that are sitting kind of isolated and kind of have the opportunity to last maybe a little bit longer with maybe a little bit longer damage path. So nothing confirmed yet from this storm, but it is nonetheless tornado warning, Marengo County, Dayton, Sweetwater, Thomaston. Please seek shelter now if you are in these areas. And then back toward the southwest now, we're getting into southwest Mississippi. This was the observed tag on this tornado warning for Pike County, including Magnolia. This storm with the potential of producing a tornado, and the observed tag on there, right in there, you can see where we've got that kind of very sharp red and green, even a little brighter orange there, showing where that rotation is. It's likely a little bit further east of that. So if you are downstream or to the east of where the storm is right now, this is the area here that you need to take cover. It looks like it's on the northern part of where the warning is. So northern parts of Pike County, this is where the most dangerous conditions may be. Again, for the city of Magnolia, it looks like the threat is lessening as the storm is moving now east of you, but downwind from that and off to the east of Magnolia, if you know you are in this area in parts of eastern Pike County, it looks like, or northeastern Pike County, please take cover now. So further north, as you get into the city of Birmingham itself now, not only severe thunderstorm warning for strong winds, Blount, Jefferson counties, including Birmingham and Hoover, but now we've seen a flash flood warning pop up. And this flash flood warning does include the city of Birmingham, because we've had one round of rain come through, and now we're getting another round of heavy rain coming on in. It looks like this batch of rainfall with wind is not only going to be coming through Birmingham, but it's going to fall on top of an area that's already seen rain. And Todd, this may be heavier rain than we saw with that first round. It looks like at least the mass of rain, for lack of a better term, is greater than that first round that came through.
And we were looking at some 6-hour rainfall totals ranging from 3, 4, upwards of 5 inches of rain right along the I-20 corridor, a lot of it to the north of downtown. But that just shows you how much water is being held in with these storms.
Yeah, so if you did the math quickly, it's 1 to 2 inches per hour. Yep. The rate it's falling, it doesn't necessarily mean
it's going to fall the entire hour.
The entire time, but that gives you the rate of which the rain is falling, which, yeah, you can see right here. That's why you get flash flooding. I mean, in some cases, you may get an inch or two within 30 minutes or 45 minutes, and that's why we've got the flash flood threat.
And it's a lot of places when you're dealing with the city, you have a lot of asphalt, not a lot of places for that water to go, and that is why we are dealing with the flash flood threat. That's why you don't want to be out in this part anyway, for the simple fact that, well, we've had a lot of multi-tiered severe events going on. And speaking of which, look at this video or this image here from Monroe County, Mississippi, from the Monroe County Sheriff's Department, washed out bridge. And the Sheriff's Department is asking people to avoid Wolf Road near Reeves Circle until further notice. And you can really see the reason why. A lot of this is what happens when you're dealing with water damage or when you're dealing with, what you're looking at right here. It does look like, if anything, it may be due to high water. They may have washed out that bridge. And so the power of water, you don't need a lot of water in order to create a lot of damage there. You can already see how that car is floating. You only need 2 feet of running water to actually float a car. And that is why we do not, the Sheriff's Department, that's why meteorologists always tell you, do not drive through flood waters. Look at some of these storm reports. This is a multi-state event, and this is a severe outbreak. So started as early and as far west as places like Texas and Louisiana. As far as hail goes, we had a couple of tree damage reports too, but the bulk of the tornado reports that we have seen so far has been happening mainly in Mississippi, a couple of which these reports that were in Alabama as well. And just looking at this from Tilton, reports of a tornado, debris reported with some possible structural damage. Stringer, Mississippi, also looking at some down trees and power lines, and also some reported damage to a newsroom from a confirmed tornado that was just to the west of Columbus, Mississippi. I'm sure we're going to be getting more reports as we head through the rest of these hours. And it's not just tornado reports. You can see as far north as Tennessee. Now we have 1 inch and 3/4 inch hail. That's going to do a lot of damage in the town of Dixon. Trenton, Georgia, seeing a tree down an intersection of Brow Road and Cagle Road, and also seeing over in Marietta, Mississippi, about 50 pine trees were snapped off near the intersection of Highway 371 and Highway 366 in Marietta. So this is a multi-state thing, and also we are dealing with rain. So we have wind, we have hail, we have tornadoes, and we have all this rain on top of this as well. Ray and I have been talking about the amount of rain and that flash flood warning that is in the south side of Birmingham, but just the north, really along the I-20 corridor, to the north, we're seeing accumulations of 3, 4, 5 inches within the last 6 hours. So we're going back to that 1 inch per hour rate. And also we've had a couple of radar recaps here, and one of which, what we've been seeing a lot of with these tornadoes right here. This is what we're looking at. This happened back to about 6:30 Tuesday. This is what we call an inflow notch here. So we're starting to see what is a tornadic cell. It briefly drops down, causes some damage, and then it'll lift back up again. A lot of these tornadoes we've been seeing throughout the course of the last several hours were a lot like this. Going over to the velocity mode, going to show the same type of thing where you can see a bit of that rotation there going right there. You can really see it popped out very well right here. And then all of a sudden it'll lift back up again. I would not be surprised we end up seeing this entire thing repeat itself, Ray, as we head through the remainder of the morning hours. And again, we still have flood watches out for the rest of this morning for a good chunk of North Alabama into portion of south central Tennessee, and also as far south as South Mississippi, Biloxi, under a flood watch as well.
Yeah, and Hattiesburg looks like you may be in line for some severe weather too. Starting to get not only some damage reports in terms of wind, but as you said, we're seeing hail, 1 inch hail with that cell in southwestern Mississippi, 1.5 inch hail. So that's about quarter size for some too, which, as you mentioned, can cause damage. So the severe weather continuing now as we head on through the early morning hours. Thunder, lightning here in Starkville, Mississippi. Take a look at this. Yeah, that's impressive. Fire in the sky Tuesday evening, and now as we head toward morning, there's a bunch of lightning with this cluster of rain and thunderstorms. And this was right around sundown as these storms rolled on through. And now as we head toward the next couple hours, sun up. Plenty more of this. I know coming down and heading south on I-75, heading toward Atlanta this morning, there was a little bit of thunder and lightning around. But now the action is beginning to move through places like Atlanta. And as we go through this morning, Baton Rouge, here in about an hour or so, stronger storms. And again, isolated, severe on the line, even around New Orleans, some of the parishes north of Lake Pontchartrain and into areas even further north in the southwestern and southeastern Mississippi. Strong storms coming through. So this looks like it misses most of the morning commute. But for New Orleans and Biloxi, the damage may already be done. So just watch out for ponding of water on the roadways, leftover water, and maybe some debris around. Now we'll go further east, get into the panhandle of Florida and southwestern Georgia. Notice by 7 a.m. now. So we're starting to talk about, the heart of drive time in the morning. And then by 7 to 10 o'clock, stronger storms along I-10 and heading toward Tallahassee. It looks like your timing's within an hour or so of 11 o'clock in the morning. And again, you don't see a very impressive line of severe storms, but the model says, maybe isolated cells become strong, potentially severe, and maybe even tornadic on the line as it heads on off toward the south and east into the afternoon, heading into North and South Florida and Central Florida through the daytime hours Wednesday. Heavy rain also heading toward and into Atlanta, basically as we speak now. But look at this heavy rain up near Kennesaw, and you get near Cartersville and up near Gainesville into the North Georgia mountains too. Heavy rain a threat, but notice by about 4 a.m. as this line comes through, those individual cells may become severe. And again, as we saw west of Birmingham, there could be a quick spin up on the line. So be ready to take action and get into your safe place if we do have active warnings in terms of severe thunderstorm warnings and or maybe even an isolated tornado warning. But heavy rain will continue even into 6 a.m. If this rain hangs on 6, 7 o'clock in the morning, it is going to be a mess traveling in and around Atlanta. But luckily, by later today and lunchtime, it looks like things do clear out. Birmingham, you're getting the worst of it right now. It'll continue to go through the next hour or so. Watch these storms, which have been severe, and even that one tornado warning to your west may continue to do so. But by 3 a.m. and certainly by the early morning hours, by sunrise, most of the action heading down toward the south and east of 59, south of I-20. And Todd, it looks like at least for Birmingham, by sunup, most of it's done, but we'll see for places like Atlanta, points east and south of that. Heavy rain becoming the top threat, but severe storms also possible.
Yeah, again, the amount of energy that is feeding these storms, a lot of which is basically just in Mississippi and Alabama, which is one of the reasons why we're looking at tornado watches there. You'll notice farther off to the east, we don't have that. And that is one of the reasons why place like Georgia, Atlanta, it's more of a flood threat. That tornadic threat may not be as bad. Let me show you at least some of the watches. Let's just reset everything where we are at this time. We have that tornado watch that remains in effect for a good chunk of central Mississippi, as well as a little sliver of northeast Louisiana. That's until 2 o'clock Central Time. So really, basically at the top of this hour, we'll see if that does get extended, but it looks like that will be coming to an end. It is what's happening farther off to the east. We're looking at this entire area. So right here, all that is under a tornado watch until 6 o'clock this morning. So we still have several more hours. Birmingham, Montgomery, Monroeville, and Hattiesburg under that. I would not be surprised, though, when that line goes through, maybe we start seeing some of these counties along and north of I-20 in Alabama get sliced off of this tornado watch as we head through the morning hours. But it looks like it will certainly be holding on at least through the remainder of the early morning hours. There's a bigger perspective. And one thing I wanted to show you was this. When we're talking about the amount of energy that's out of this, I want to get back to this graphic right here. And what we're talking about with that tornado threat, this is the amount of energy that is feeding these thunderstorms. That also matches up very well with where the tornado watches are. But notice we don't quite have the energy farther off to the east here when we're looking at the radar instability. So this is why this area here is more under the flood threat. This area here for Alabama and parts of Mississippi remain under the tornado threat, because we have more of that instability, we have more of that energy that's feeding into these storms, and that is why the tornado risk remains in parts of Mississippi and Alabama. So you can follow our live coverage in Spanish by watching Weather Channel in Espanol throughout the course of your Wednesday, and the team will be there also sharing updates on social media. Just look for everything on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube.
Kids with autism sometimes are overlooked. It makes us feel important that she sees him. Miss Joanne always has the brightest smile. She makes him feel at home.
I ask him, what is it that you need today, Joseph?
Sweet pickle, sweet extra.
We're friends, and I love him.
She talks to him directly, just making sure he's heard. It makes his day a lot easier.
If I could make him smile every day, I will.
Oh, well, for
There's nothing like hitting the waves.
There's nothing like volunteering, but my moderate to severe eczema can make it hard.
Now I'm staying ahead of it.
Dupixent helps heal your skin from within, so you can have clearer skin and noticeably less itch. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain or vision changes, including blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. Ask your doctor about Dupixent.
Trying to catch me right.
They see me rolling, they hating, patrolling.
A 30-day money-back guarantee. That's car buying reimagined, only from CarMax.
At Honda, we know you have to drive through the mud if you want to reach the rainbow. Brave the desert before you find the oasis. Conquer the mountain to see how far your dreams can take you. The all-new CR-V and CR-V Hybrid, part of the Honda line of rugged vehicles.
In the world of Ninja, surfaces won't stick, chip, or flake thanks to Never Stick technology. Knives stay razor sharp for over 10 years with the Never Dull Sharpener. Meal after meal, time after time. Ninja kitchenware. Never stick, never dull, never stop.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it helps take annoying items out of pictures. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones. Get Google Pixel 7 for free and 50% off Pixel Watch and Pixel Buds A series.
There you are. You know, Kath, with Chase Freedom Unlimited, we can cash back on all our holiday shopping, earn 3% at drugstores.
I'll be at checkout. You'll bring the card.
Wait, I'm paying again? Earn big time with Chase Freedom Unlimited. How do you cash back? Chase, make more of what's yours.
Stover's makes you happy full.
Kids, dinner.
With 2 times the meat and 3 kinds of cheese, you can't be anything but happy full. Stouffer's.
Okay, everyone, our mission is complete balanced nutrition. Together, we support immune function, supply fuel for immune cells, and sustain tissue health.
Ensure with 25 vitamins and minerals, and Ensure Complete with 30 grams of protein.
Welcome home. I wasn't expecting this.
Fast Home Rescue, Saturday nights, 8, 7 Central, only on the Weather Channel.
If it hurts when you poop sometimes, like pinching off a porcupine, you're sweating, you're next trip to the loo. Colace is the brand you need to soften stools, we're all agreed. Number 2 should be easy to do.
Trust Colace to soften stools with no stimulants for comfortable relief.
When nature and science get together,
pretty sweet things can happen.
Like our Senecot laxative gummies. To relieve occasional constipation, Senecot starts with the natural Senna plant.
That science transforms into a yummy gummy.
Sweet!
Senecot laxative gummies.
Find out where that road leads. Take on any challenge. When you have the #1 brand and dependability, you stop thinking about what you can't do and start doing what you never thought possible. Get 2.9% APR for 48 months plus 500 trade assist cash on a new 2023 Forte.
Currently in our area, 40 degrees under cloudy skies. Overnight, cloudy skies. Low, 39. Winds southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Wednesday, windy with rain likely. High, 60. Rainfall around a ½ inch. Locally heavy rainfall possible. Wednesday night, mainly clear and windy. Low, 36. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
I'm Mike Corey. I travel the world to carve a path for those who aren't afraid to get a little bit dirty.
There's a cocktail of excitement and terror.
Long way down.
That is the craziest thing I have ever done in my life.
Come on, let's go on an uncharted adventure.
And here's a look right now, actually looking at Caldwell Parish in Louisiana. This is from Tuesday. 4 people have been seriously injured, and 2 of them had to be rescued from under debris after a string tornado ripped through parts of Caldwell Parish. That will be on Tuesday evening. And we actually have the person who actually filmed this, Michael Beard. Let's talk to Storm Tracker Michael Beard in Caldwell Parish, Louisiana. And Michael, were you able to see the tornado itself, and or did you show up after the with this debris here? But how much in the way of damage have you seen in and around the area?
I did not see the tornado. I was chasing it from just south west of that area, and due to the road network, I lost it, but was able to keep up a pretty good pace, and I eventually got up to the damage area. The damage area itself was maybe an eighth of a mile to a quarter mile wide. Maybe a mile in length. I mean, it was a very quick and violent tornado that just kind of just popped up out of nowhere. It was a very hard area to get to. The damage was severe. There's 3 or 4 foot wide trees that are completely knocked over. Several houses in the area were completely wiped out. 2 of the people that were injured, when I was talking to a deputy, they said they had to rescue them from the debris. One of them, the male of the house, has broken ribs. Him and his wife were taken to a hospital in Monroe. 2 other people in the house across the street were taken to a local hospital there in the county with bumps and bruises and scratches and everything. And they're in serious condition from what the deputy told me, but they're all expected to survive. It may take a little bit of time to recover, but for the most part, everybody is okay. Sadly, we did lose a couple animals. There was at least 4 or 5 horses or cows, from what I was told by officials on the ground and neighbors who were searching the fields that were lost. At least 1 horse, several pigs. So it was a kind of a farm neighborhood where everybody was real tight-knit. Everybody was helping each other. Everybody knows each other. The deputies knew every single house and their owners by name.
Yeah, and that's and this is one of the unfortunate things that is the devastation that we're seeing. We're watching some of the images here. We're talking to Storm Tracker Michael Beard in Caldwell Parish, Louisiana. And again, when you're talking about the violence, again, just looking at the images you have, I mean, it's hard to even see what that was in terms of the house or any of the buildings that are coming out of this. Are you seeing, in terms of the day-to-day, were you able to see other damage in terms of whether it was wind damage, hail damage, water damage? What else have you seen today?
There was flooding in the area, not major, just more of a like take it slow kind of thing, ponding on the side of the road, on the curves and stuff. I didn't see a whole lot of hail damage, if any. Generally where the hail cores were, they were off out in fields when they'd pop up and they'd rapidly collapse, and these storms cycled all night long. So you'd get a storm that would look really, really good, and then it would collapse, and then you give it about 20, 30 minutes, and then get itself going again.
And that's something we've been seeing, both Stachik and I was just talking about this, where a lot of the tornadoes we're seeing, it literally is within 8, 9, 10 minutes. It goes from tornado warning to an observed tornado to being canceled. And it seems like this pattern continues to repeat itself. We got about another 30 seconds here. Is there anything that you are going to be doing for the rest of the day? Tonight, are you going to be staying here in Caldwell Parish? And are you going to be looking for more damage throughout the course of the morning hours?
I'm headed back to Dallas. We've got a strong cold front that's dropping temperatures there with some decent winds. So when I'm back in Dallas and the DFW area, I'll be looking to see if those strong winds cause any damage there. But from that area, everywhere that I checked from when I followed the path of this storm, mostly of what I saw were just small limbs, ponding on the roadways, nothing major, just in that one area with that storm that just kept cycling. That same storm came out of Texas and ran through that area. That's the only major damage that I saw.
Okay, well, again, thank you so much. That was Michael Beard, Storm Tracker, showing us some of the damage you've seen from Caldwell Parish, Louisiana. And Ray, again, we've seen this damage there. And again, that was a really quick, violent tornado. It may only be on the ground for a couple of minutes, but look what happened.
Yeah, and we're starting to get not only damage reports in, but also I just saw power outages starting to mount up. The active severe weather will continue. Some spots may still have active severe storms right through the early morning hours.
Oh, hey, it's the Donovans. You know, legend has it, the Donovans had a barbecue that fed half a town.
You know what I heard? They drove cross country just to walk their dog.
Apparently, they climbed a mountain to save some wild horses. That's what they say.
That's what they say.
Toyota, let's go places.
Save up to $600 when you pair your Peloton bike, Bike Plus, or Tread with accessories.
Step into your power, Peloton.
It's Peloton's best offer of the season. Visit onepeloton.com. Terms apply.
Hey guys, detect this. Living with HIV, I learned that I can stay undetectable with fewer medicines. That's why I switched to Dovato.
Dovato is for some adults who are starting HIV-1 treatment or replacing their current HIV-1 regimen.
Detect this. No other complete HIV pill uses fewer medicines to help keep you undetectable than Dovato.
Detect this. Most HIV pills contain 3 or 4 medicines. Dovato is as effective with just 2.
Research shows people who take HIV treatment as prescribed and get to and stay undetectable can no longer transmit HIV through sex. Don't take Dovato if you're allergic to its ingredients or if you take Dofetilide. Taking Dovato with Dofetilide can cause serious or life-threatening side effects. Hepatitis B can become harder to treat while on Dovato. Don't stop Dovato without talking to your doctor, as your hepatitis B may worsen or become life-threatening. Serious or life-threatening side effects can occur, including allergic reactions, lactic acid buildup, and liver problems. If you have a rash or other allergic reaction symptoms, stop Dovato and get medical help right away. Tell your doctor if you have kidney or liver problems, or if you are, may be, or plan to be pregnant. Dovato may harm your unborn baby. Use effective birth control while on Dovato. Do not breastfeed while taking Dovato. Most common side effects are headache, nausea, diarrhea, trouble sleeping, tiredness, and anxiety.
Detect this. I stay undetectable with fewer medicines. Ask your doctor about switching to Dovato.
You're helping her study for a geography test. When a burger with steak, butter, and bacon sounds like the best, she's about to find out you can't read a map. Hey, Sonic steak, butter, bacon, cheeseburger.
Sonic. At the Home Depot, you'll find appliances to fill every holiday need, in-store and online. From festive sweater washing to keeping your holiday favorites fresh, so you can do more together. Final days to shop Black Friday savings on select Samsung kitchen packages at the Home Depot.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it helps take annoying items out of pictures. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones. Get Google Pixel 7 for free and 50% off Pixel Watch and Pixel Buds A series.
It's more than breakfast. It's an adventure. Collect all 3 glow-in-the-dark tattoos for your whole clan in specially marked Kellogg's cereal boxes. And see Avatar: The Way of Water only in theaters December 16th. This film is not yet rated.
Back continuing coverage now of severe weather, which has lessened a bit, but still very dangerous storms. Meteorologist Ray Stajic here at the Weather Channel. Continuing coverage now of the active weather and the storms. Not only a wind threat, but now we're starting to see power outages adding up. In Alabama alone, 29,856 customers, many of them in Jefferson County, which is the highest population center in the state where Birmingham resides. So starting to get Power outages, Walker 4.9, so almost 5,000 customers without power. In Tuscaloosa, 994. So things happening in terms of damage, power outages, and a lot of this now starting to move east and south of east as we go through the next few hours. Look at a lightning show going on. So not only do we have rain, severe storms, even the occasional tornado warning, we also have thunder and lightning to worry about too, right? So lightning strikes can be very dangerous. I mean, I know it's not that time of day where people are going to be outdoors, but you've got overnight workers, people who work the graveyard shift that we do have to be concerned about. Still tornado watches in effect. So the watch means in and around the watch area, the potential for some of the storms to become tornadic. So southern parts of Mississippi and Alabama, even Birmingham, you're still in the watch. Not quite sure where the cutoff is there. It may be 6 a.m., but either way, we'll start to watch this watch get pecked away at from probably northwest to southeast as we go through the morning. Here's one of our active tornado warnings. And this one's been pretty active for quite some time here. Marengo County. For the cities of Dayton, Sweetwater, and Thomaston still looks like it's going east now of Sweetwater, but as you get near Alberta, heads up now, this storm has the potential of producing a tornado as the radar is indicating right now a rotation within this thunderstorm upstairs in the atmosphere. Seeing a little bit of a signature there. Right there is where we would look for that rotation with the velocity. Strong winds at a minimum, maybe getting to 60 plus miles per hour. There might be a little hail in there. The storm's had a history of producing 1 inch to 1.5 inch size hail back toward the west and southwest, and a storm that certainly could produce more hail as it moves on off toward the north and east. So again, Marengo County, that's a tornado warning. In Mississippi, Eutaw County, this is a active tornado warning. Again, radar indicated until 1:45. Moving to the northeast now of Tylertown and heading on off toward the north and east at about 40 miles per hour. That's been the forward speed on these storms. So you don't really have much time to react, but get into your safe place. In and around this area, it looks like it's looks like there's the county boundary, eastern Walthall County, right in there. You can see the rotation where that arrow's pointing. That's where there may be a tornado sitting. So a dangerous storm nonetheless, and a severe thunderstorm out ahead of that. Hattiesburg, you're now in an active severe thunderstorm warning. Forest and Lamar counties, dangerous storm capable of producing strong winds, heavy rain, and potentially even some hail, too, as these storms continue to move on off toward the east. Into it now, Birmingham, it's starting to get out of the active weather, but Shelby, St. Clair County, severe thunderstorm warning. All these heading toward Anniston, Todd, and eventually over the next few hours and towards sunrise, we'll start to see across the border maybe some of these severe storms. I don't think widespread could start getting into parts of North Georgia.
Yeah, I have a feeling that over the next couple hours, it's going to transition from the severe storm tornado threat to a rain threat. That's going to be the flood threat. And I want to share one of the reasons why is because we're talking about the amount of instability, the amount of energy that these storms have. And Ray was talking about where the tornado warnings are, the tornado warnings and watches are. Notice how it lines up where this orange and yellow and red shaded area. That's where the greatest instability is. That's where the greatest jet fuel is for all these storms. But farther off to the east, notice that we're not dealing with that. It's almost just a giant wall that's just blocking the instability and blocking the energy from pushing farther to the east. That is why over here is the rain threat. Over here it is a rain and severe storm threat and the tornado threat as well. Some of the rainfall numbers we've seen just in the past 6 hours, and these numbers will be changing because we're always looking at every 6 hours. But again, 4 inches of rain within the past 6 hours just from that particular spot in, around, and just north of the Birmingham metro area. Some areas about an inch, inch and a half, 2 inches of rain. But look at how widespread the flash flood threat is that encompasses really a good chunk of Alabama, Mississippi, and now pushing into parts of Georgia, South North Carolina, at least the western parts of those areas, and also southern Tennessee. Now, as far as the amount of rain we've seen recently, the drought monitor actually showing that a lot of these areas are either dry or under a moderate drought, even a severe drought down here in the panhandle of Florida, even parts of Georgia, looking at very dry grounds. We haven't seen a lot of rain across the southeast for the last several months, but that's starting to pick back up again. So flash flood warning still out there, even though we're not dealing with any rain at this time. A big area had seen a lot of rain in a short period of time from Columbus over toward Winona, and that is why flash flood warning does continue. Just the rain over the last 3 hours, about an inch of rain per hour. Farther off to the north, we're still looking at a bunch of heavy rain that's falling over Alabama. Even farther off to the east, a lot of rain falling your way as well. More updates coming your way when we come back.
moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. Now, there's Sky Rizzy.
Things are getting clearer. I feel free to bare my skin. Yeah, that's on me. Nothing and me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin. That's my new plan. Nothing is everyday.
Achieve clearer skin with Sky Rizzy. 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. In another study, most people had 90% clearer skin, even at 4 years. And Sky Rizzy is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
It's my moment, so I just gotta say. Nothing is everyday.
Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine, or plan to.
Time to ask your doctor about Sky Rizzy, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic. Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it helps take annoying items out of pictures. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones. Get Google Pixel 7 for free and 50% off Pixel Watch and Pixel Buds A series.
Buy more, save more in qualifying appliances like the LG Kitchen Suites. Get $300 off instantly when you buy select 3 pieces. Shop daily steals this Black Friday, exclusively Lowe's.
I joined Uber One to save money on my important deliveries, like gravy nachos, staplers, market price swordfish.
And the $0 delivery fee is clutch, because I'm famous, but not famous, so.
Uber One saves me money on vodka.
Holla at me.
And I need to save money for when I get canceled.
Yup.
Because I don't want to go back to selling pictures of my feet.
Oh, I'm in this place. Save money with Uber One.
By Friday. Now let's head over to the tower cam for a, hey, folks, we seem to have a visitor. Oh, it looks like
you paid too much for your glasses.
Who?
Anyone who isn't shopping at America's Best, where 2 pairs and a free exam start at just $79.95. It's a quality exam worth $59. Now, let's take a look at traffic.
What are you doing?
Looking at traffic? 2 pairs and a free exam start at just $79.95. Book an exam today at americasbest.com. Hi, Mom.
This holiday season, give your family the gift that keeps on going.
Her very own Energizer Bunny?
Energizer Ultimate Lithium. The #1 longest lasting AA battery.
People love Subaru just because it stands for much more than just a car.
Through the Share the Love event, Subaru retailers have supported over 1,700 hometown charities.
Have I witnessed and seen the impact of what we do? You bet I have.
We have worked with so many amazing causes and made a difference.
By the end of this year, Subaru and our retailers will have donated over $250 million to charity.
It's about more than just selling cars. The Subaru Share the Love event, going on now.
The first ever all-electric Chevy Equinox EV. Up to 300 miles of range on a full charge. A starting price around $30,000. EVs for everyone, everywhere. Chevrolet.
Video that occurred earlier on Tuesday. This was from our storm tracker Charles Peak, and some of the video here from Lowndes County, Mississippi, around Steens. What we're seeing here is where doors are blown out of a fire department structure and steeples knocked off a church. So again, a lot of the damage that we are seeing, mainly wind damage, whether that came from a tornado or from straight line winds, remains to be seen. But what we've been seeing over the course of the last several hours, going back to Tuesday afternoon when this severe outbreak started, is that we've been seeing time and time again, Ray, with the amount of these tornado warnings that seem to pop up. They come from nothing to a radar-indicated tornado warning to an observed tornado. So there is a tornado on the ground to being lifted 8, 9, 10 minutes later. And then what we're seeing, though, is some of the damage that's coming out of this. And again, whether or not that was from a tornado or winds remains to be seen. That's what the National Weather Service will have a survey through. But look at the amount of damage we're seeing out of this.
Yeah, and luckily starting to see more discussion about weakening line of storms. The Weather Service office in Atlanta, they're talking about a line of storms that is weakening as it approaches with a heavy rain threat. Maybe some winds 30, 40 miles per hour, but that can still do damage. I did get a report out of Paulding County near Dallas that at least a couple of trees down. It says one tree, but there may be more. And the active severe weather continues, starting to get the power outages numbers adding up here. Almost 30,000 customers without power. So you figure that's a household. So if you go average, maybe 4 in a household, you're in 6 figures in terms of the amount of people being affected by the power outage. And that is Birmingham, right? Jefferson County. So power outages starting to mount up as the severe weather continues to push east now. And take a look at the amount of lightning in this area of rain and thunderstorms also. There are warnings. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings, a couple of active tornado warnings and flood warnings, and this watch. This active tornado watch in effect until 6 o'clock this morning for most of these counties south of Jackson and Meridian up toward Birmingham until 2 a.m. here, so about to expire, if not already at the top of the hour here further north. So there is still the potential for tornadoes within not only the area of thunderstorms moving to the south of Birmingham, but also these areas to the south, now near Marengo and Thomaston. This has been an active warning that has been ongoing over the past couple of hours, and did see a report come in of train spotter reported a tornado I-55 south of Magnolia with this storm in Marengo County. So it has at least produced one report of a possible tornado now near Alberta and Thomaston. The rotation there where you're seeing kind of that blue touching the green is where we may see active tornado as we speak. But right now it's radar indicated. Don't have any reports of anything on the ground. Not only that, but we've got brief heavy rainfall, and you can kind of see the hail core up there toward the northeastern side of this warning. There's also been reports of 1 to 1.5 inch size hail, so that can cause damage. Southern Mississippi and Walthall County, radar indicated again. This is a tornado warning. Does show some signs of maybe the rotation weakening just a bit, but further toward the east now, you could see in this severe thunderstorm warning, there may be some rotation on the velocity there, as it looks like the cell is outrunning that active warning, and there may be a little bit of a hook not only developing there, but continuing and going south of Columbia. So if you are in these areas in Walthall County, and also let's go east and show where the severe thunderstorm warning is just east of that right here for Marion County around Columbia. There could be maybe an issuance here of some rotation with that cell coming through. Remember, all thunderstorms do rotate. The question is, do they rotate enough to produce a tornado? More active storms near Hattiesburg, severe thunderstorm warning. Winds maybe to 60, Forest and Lamar counties, including the city of Hattiesburg, Petal and West Hattiesburg. But storms are progressive. That's the good news. So the flash flood threat here is limited, but some places may get multiple rounds of heavier rainfall. Perry County, including Richton, 2 o'clock, possible tornado here with this storm, and also a hail threat. As you can see, some brighter reflectivity to the west and northwest of Richton, and that rotation right there where you're seeing the green touching the red is where the best opportunity of a tornado may be, as we got that tornado possible tag on it right there in the circle. That's where we may see that tornado threat. And other areas that may be threatened by that storm as it moves east include the Richton area and further north and east of that. Really not a high population area, but if you are in these areas, please continue to take your necessary precautions. Now, Birmingham looks like you're getting out of the worst of it, but now the active storms and the severe storms are coming east, damaging straight line wind, the greatest threat. Calhoun and Talladega counties, including Anderson, Oxford, and Talladega. This line heading on off toward the east at about 40 miles per hour. There's heavy rain and continuing to look at what looks to be more of a damaging straight line wind threat. Say that quickly a couple of times, rather than a tornado threat. But again, on the line, there could be isolated spin-ups or tornadoes. So I still think we need to be cautious as we go through probably the next few hours.
And that's why the tornado watch does continue, at least for the next several hours as well. And again, there's never a good time for tornadoes, but when we talk about the severity of it, a lot of this is really tough, particularly during the overnight hours, early morning hours here. Some of the things you really want to do ahead of time, but if it's still out there, make sure you prepare your safe room, food, water, helmets, shoes, and protective coverings. If you've seen some of the images, we had the shoes, very important, Ray, because if there is damage and you have to get out of your house, there is exposed things all over the place, exposed nails. That I certainly do not want to talk about or do not want to be stepping on any of this stuff as well.
Yeah, and, communicate with your family, too, where you are, where you're going, and, also maybe give a call to somebody that may not know that they're going to be threatened by severe weather and make sure they have a way to get their alerts. Your nighttime tornadoes, most likely in the Mid-South, 2.5 times more likely to kill than during daytime, and people are likely to be sleeping and not hear the warnings.
That's right. So, again, we're going to be talking about more of these tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, flash flood warnings, all of this when we come back.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it helps take annoying items out of pictures. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones. Get Google Pixel 7 for free and 50% off Pixel Watch and Pixel Buds A series.
Bright lights everywhere.
Ferrero Rocher, smooth chocolate, crunchy hazelnut, lovingly layered and wrapped in gold.
Christmas time again, my love.
Ferrero Rocher.
I don't have any updates.
Still haven't closed. Larry, are we still on for 3?
I'm on the phone.
When you and your team need space to work.
I didn't get that attachment.
I'm sending it.
And a place to eat.
Carl, is that mackerel?
No, it's trout. Has anyone seen my mayonnaise? I've been oh, found it. False alarm.
It matters where you stay.
Fish tacos?
Carl. Oh, yeah.
Hilton for the stay.
Stover's makes you happy full.
Kids, dinner.
With 2 times the meat and 3 kinds of cheese, you can't be anything but happy full. Stover's.
At Honda, we know you have to drive through the mud if you want to reach the rainbow. Brave the desert before you find the oasis. Conquer the mountain to see how far your dreams can take you. The all-new CR-V and CR-V Hybrid, part of the Honda line of rugged vehicles.
This holiday season, give your family the gift that keeps on going.
Her very own Energizer Bunny?
Energizer Ultimate Lithium. The #1 longest lasting AA battery.
No nonsense for small business means everything you need, nothing you don't. You need speed. Spectrum delivers the fastest internet speeds in the nation. You need to stay connected. They give you Spectrum Business Connect with Ring Central so you have all your business communications in one single app. You need outstanding value. Get internet at 600 megabits per second for only $49.99 a month and Spectrum Business Connect for $19.99 a month. Plus, add Spectrum Mobile for just $29.99 a month. That's everything you need. Now, what don't you need?
Nonsense.
No contracts, no surprise fees, no added taxes. Get 600 meg internet for only $49.99 and Spectrum Business Connect for $19.99. And they throw in the no nonsense for free. Call 855-276-7444 and switch to Spectrum Business today.
I travel the world to carve a path for those who aren't afraid to get a little bit dirty.
That is the craziest thing I have ever done in my life.
Let's go on an uncharted adventure.
Currently in our area, 41 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Overnight, cloudy skies. Low, 39. Winds southeast at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Wednesday, windy with rain likely. High, 60. Rainfall around a ½ an inch. Locally heavy rainfall possible. Wednesday night, mainly clear and windy. Low, 36. Winds could occasionally gust over 40 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Wind damage, flash flooding, and power outages. Well, that dictates how our morning is going so far. Welcome back to our continuing coverage of our tornado outbreak. Senior meteorologist Ray Stajic here at the Weather Channel. And the severe thunderstorms and tornadoes have produced not only property damage, but we're getting power outages. They're starting to come in now. Jefferson County in Alabama, the winter in a bad way, right? Just over 18,000, almost 19,000 customers without power. Total in Alabama, almost 40,000. So starting to see impacts not only to property, but in terms of the lights going out in places. That is happening now, and that threat will continue through the morning hours. So hopefully you've been prepared, and you will be prepared here in and around North Georgia. And along this line of thunderstorms, too. Look at all that lightning, some intense lightning going on, and further on down toward the south, too, in southern parts of Mississippi. We also have severe weather threatening. That's why we still have a tornado watch in place until 2 a.m. to the north, until 6 a.m. further south, Hattiesburg, Selma, and even near Birmingham. You're still under this tornado watch, but I think the threat now is slowly moving east and southeast of you. So active severe storms now continue near Columbia for Marion County. This is in southern Mississippi. Dangerous thunderstorm, potentially producing damaging winds and hail. This thunderstorm moving east at about 40 miles per hour. So if you are in near the areas around Columbia and points south, reflectivity showing strong storms, and the rotation here on the velocity showing there might be a little bit of a couplet down to your south-southwest, so possibly some rotation within this storm. But right now it's a severe thunderstorm warning, but it does look like maybe developing a little bit of a hook on it. Either way, it should be in your safe place for this severe thunderstorm warning. And further east of Hattiesburg. Now you're out of the threat, at least with this line of storms coming through. But Perry County, this is a severe thunderstorm warning near Richmond. Richton, that is a tornado possible tag on that one, so there may be some rotation. Dangerous thunderstorm heading right over Richton or just past you now, as you can see on the velocity where the green is touching red here, where we may have that potential for some of that rotation going on. So hopefully you're in your safe place. Not only do we have that threat for strong damaging winds, but then hail reports with these storms too, about an inch to an inch and a half in diameter. Now, as we move off toward the east, now we get into Greene and Washington and Wake counties now, crossing the border here between Mississippi and Alabama. A large severe thunderstorm warning. Chatham, Fruitdale, and Milry. A tornado possible also with this tag as it moves off toward the east. So at a minimum, strong winds, potentially to 60 miles per hour, hail, heavy rain, but even the threat here even for a tornado as it moves on off toward the east. Now further north, as I said, back here near Birmingham and Alabaster, it looks like the threat is lessening for severe weather in terms of wind and tornadoes, but there is a flash flood threat with a flash flood warning. But now further east, Calhoun and Talladega counties, a severe thunderstorm warning. Anniston, Oxford, and Talladega. Again, gusty winds, and some of those gusty winds continue to push east now and getting into some areas further east down near Folsom and Bowden and areas in between there over the next 30 minutes. So dangerous thunderstorms continue to push east now, crossing the border here of Georgia and Alabama. It does look like we will start seeing the potential for severe storms getting into West Georgia, but it doesn't look like the tornado threat will be as high as the severe thunderstorm threat. And then we'll throw on top of that, looking at radar right now, Todd, maybe a flash flood threat.
Yeah, and that's going to be our biggest concern. The farther east you go, the flash flood threat. Right. More immediate concern right now is, of course, the severe thunderstorm, the flash flooding, and the tornado threat. Here's one of the reasons why we're not expecting much in the way of that tornado threat farther off to the east. What we're looking at here, radar and instability. That is what this little shading here is of the oranges, yellows, and reds. Look at the amount of instability, the amount of fuel in the air that really feeds these thunderstorms. And notice again where all the lightning strikes are popping up again in an area that has the greatest instability. So this also matches up where the tornado watches are. But notice it's almost like a giant door sitting right here, and the instability is not moving farther off to the east. So we still have a lot of rain, and we still have that flash flood threat that's farther off to the east. But it looks like that severe threat may not be as bad. Does it mean that there won't be any severe thunderstorms, or maybe even a tornado that won't make it to Georgia? Yeah, there's certainly that possibility. But it looks like the better opportunity for severe storms will remain a little bit farther off to the east. I do want to show you just some of the rainfall totals. Again, this is just within the past 6 hours. Look at this, the little swath of the heaviest rain in and around Birmingham, really on either side of it, almost on either side of the I-20 corridor. But look at that, 5.2 inches of rain within the last 6 hours. And we're seeing many areas that are also under flash flood warnings as well as flood warnings, and you can see a flash flood threat through the rest of this morning. Very widespread, particularly in around Birmingham, but also extends as far south as Montgomery, as far east as Greenville, South Carolina, just shy of Nashville and Knoxville. Atlanta Metro is going to be within that flood threat as well. Now, this is an area that has been dry for quite a while. We're looking at moderate and even severe drought in parts of the southeast. So this is an area that definitely could use the rain. The problem is it's going to be too much rain in too short of time. Looking at a couple of flash flood warnings, they're still out there for parts of Mississippi and around Starkville and the I-20 corridor. But another area here that is dealing with the flash flood warning is right here in parts of Jefferson and Shelby County. That's until 3:45 Central Time. So really the good part of Birmingham and south of Birmingham toward Alabaster, that is where we're looking at the greatest amount of heavy rainfall. We're going to continue to see the heavy rain push farther off to the east. So we're not quite done yet with the heavy rain threat. We're going to talk a little bit more about the severe storm threat as we head through the overnight and early morning hours.
That is definitely him.
Dude, that's just a guy taking a little break with a peppermint frosty.
I gotta ask him. Hello.
Hi.
Mind if I sit? Okay.
When it's Frosty time, choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new Peppermint Frosty.
Ever wonder why they call it the American dream and not the American goal? Or plan? Maybe it's because in dreams, you can do anything. In dreams, you can hold your entire world in the palm of your hand and turn time inside out again and again. And you can do it all with your eyes wide open.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it helps take annoying items out of pictures. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones. Get Google Pixel 7 for free and 50% off Pixel Watch and Pixel Buds A series.
Oh, hey, it's the Donovans. You know, legend has it, the Donovans had a barbecue that fed half a town.
You know what I heard? They drove cross country just to walk their dog.
Apparently, they climbed a mountain to save some wild horses. That's what they say.
That's what they say.
Toyota, let's go places.
Stover's makes you happy.
Fairlife brings more to your holiday traditions. It's ultra-filtered milk with 50% more protein, 50% less sugar, and a creamy taste. This season, turn delicious into delicious. Fairlife ultra-filtered milk.
Applebee's new sizzling skillets, starting at just $10.99.
At the Home Depot, you'll find appliances to fill every holiday need, in-store and online. From festive sweater washing to keeping your holiday favorites fresh, so you can do more together. Final days to shop Black Friday savings on select Samsung kitchen packages at the Home Depot.
I'd like to thank our sponsor, Liberty Mutual. They customize your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. Contestants ready? Go! Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
And welcome back to coverage, continuing coverage here on the Weather Channel. We're looking at time lapse from Vicksburg. You're looking across the Mississippi River. Ray, look at that. Look at that line of storms that are moving through.
Yeah, you can see accompanied by thunder, lightning, strong winds, heavy rain, and you can't see tornadoes in this, but there's been confirmed tornadoes, damage, properties, power outages. And now we're starting to see flash flooding, but still active severe storms. So as we go through the next couple of hours, looking at what looks to be an increased risk for flash flooding, but still isolated severe thunderstorms and even maybe tornadic storms.
Yeah, and what's looked like is happening here, we're going to have the line of storms that are moving through, but then we're going to have what we call these little bowing segments. These, where you'll see a straight line coming through, and then you're going to see a little kink in that line. And right along that, just to the north, that's where we're going to see these little spin-up tornadoes. We've been seeing it for several hours. I would not be surprised. We will continue to see this threat, and that's one of the reasons why we are going to continue to at least keep our eye on this for at least through the early morning hours. And good morning, good early morning. Thanks for staying with us here on the Weather Channel as we continue to watch this. I'm meteorologist Todd Borick.
And I'm meteorologist Ray Stajic. And yeah, Todd, we are looking at what looks to be the threat for severe weather. Now, as you go further south, more isolated cells will have the opportunity to maybe stay severe longer, and then further north, that threat will be more for those quick spin-ups like you talked about. But let's look at the radar real quick and take a look at what we're talking about in terms of the active weather right now. And that's across northern Alabama, northern Georgia, but down south, now we've got a couple of new tornado warnings that have popped up in through Mississippi and Alabama, and all within this tornado watch. So this isn't in effect until 6 o'clock this morning. Meridian, Hattiesburg, Monroeville, Montgomery, and Birmingham, all under this watch. So in and around the watch area, that's where we may see the chance for tornadoes. Now, getting close and just to the southwest of Hattiesburg, this is the latest with an observed tag on it, tornado warning. All right, so very dangerous thunderstorms, which with an observed tag on it, it looks like we may have a tornado crossing near the Pearl River area, crossing Mississippi Route 13 now between Lambton and Hub. So this is where we are seeing rotation and potentially a tornadic cell here moving on off toward the east. So where we've got it circled, that's where we are seeing the velocity with red touching the green most intense, meaning where that tornado may be sitting. And if we track it out now and see some other areas besides Columbia, Purvis, and West Hattiesburg that may be affected, downstream of that in the southern suburbs of Hattiesburg may be affected by that cell. Greene, Washington, and Wake counties, also in southern parts of Mississippi, severe thunderstorm warning. This is until 2:30. Tornado possible. Chatham, Fruitdale, and Milry, and then further off into this area east of Richton, you can see where that circulation is, with red near the green here on the velocity. The best opportunity for maybe a tornado sitting in there. So some active weather here to the south, and then northeast of this, we've got another active tornado warning now that's popped up as we get into Alabama. This one just southwest and west of Montgomery, and this is for Dallas County until 2:45. Severe thunderstorm warning capable of producing tornado here with this tornado warning. Selma, Selmont, and West Selmont all under this tornado warning for what looks to be a rotation there within this thunderstorm on the velocity circled and moving on off toward the east. So certainly looking at what looks to be more active isolated tornadic cells, but further toward the north, Todd, this is where we may see what looks to be in terms of severe storms, probably rather than tornadic storms, as we get into areas north of where we're seeing these isolated supercells.
And what's amazing too is that it looks like this severe threat is continuing, and it doesn't look like. A lot of times when you have these overnight systems, you may run out of energy. And just because you don't have the heating of the day, that's not the case here. We still have a lot of really rich environment here. And just by talking about this, we have a new tornado warning that just popped up. We've been talking about Mississippi. We're back in Louisiana again with another tornado warning that has just popped up here now for Livingston Parish. That literally just popped up as we were talking. This is another cell that we're looking at. I'm going to flip over to velocity mode here and see if I can get at least a little bit here. So what we're looking at is this particular right here, that little tiny, a lot of times when we are looking at velocity mode, you're trying to look at colors that are you got the greens and reds. This one has a little bit more of a yellow, but either way, though, we are looking at that particular cell that is moving, unfortunately, off to the east. Some of the cities that could be impacted by this: Livingston at 2:07 a.m., Holden 2:12, 2:18 for Albany, Baptist at 2:21, and Hammond at 2:26. Again, this is a new tornado warning that's just popped up. Let me just look real quickly. It is radar indicated 1-inch size hail, currently 11 miles northeast of Denham Springs, Louisiana. moving east, racing along at 50 miles an hour. So not only are we talking about the threat for severe storms, threat for tornadoes, but we still have the threat for, very heavy rainfall that comes out of this as well. I've been showing this graphic here for quite a while because it really shows why we are seeing the severe storms popping back up again. This area right here that's shaded with yellows, reds, and oranges, that is our instability. It takes all the things that are going on in the atmosphere and the amount of lift that we can come out of this. Well, all the storms that are most of the severe storms that are on this are coming in this area right now, and that is why we are very much concerned about these little supercells, these little that could be created, and whether or not we are seeing a severe thunderstorm warning in the yellow polygons here, or the tornado warnings in the red polygons. In addition to all this, we're looking at a big area that could be dealing with a flood threat. So even though we're not looking at the areas under severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings, look at the flood threat. It extends all the way as far east as places like Greenville, South Carolina, just south of Knoxville, Tennessee, Atlanta, entire metro area. They're a likely threat for seeing at least some flash flooding that comes out of this. So trying to time this out through the remainder of the morning hours, we still have that tornado risk. We still have the wind risk, and we also have the flooding rain risk. So as this line continues to try and hold together through the next several hours, it's moving through Atlanta during the very early morning rush, Montgomery, Mobile, then through Pensacola, Destin, then eventually into parts of south central Georgia. So this is a risk that is not just severe thunderstorms, not just tornadoes, but then we have the flood risk on top of this. This is a multi-tiered thing, and I don't like the way how this thing is shaping up, because it does look like it just wants to continually push farther to the south with the tornado risk, and then farther to the east with the flood risk.
Yeah, and we hope we get out of Atlanta by rush hour this morning, and I think it's going to be close as we look at what's going on right now, Todd. Thanks. Some of that heavy rain starting to get into the Atlanta metropolitan area. But first, let's go back, take a look here in Muscle Shoals in Alabama. This visual just kind of gives you an idea what severe storms look like. Very strong winds and heavy rainfall. Flying debris, that's why we do ask you to take cover. It may not necessarily be from, trees coming down or power lines coming down, but notice here too, you've got flying debris, there's chairs, likely garbage cans, and, things that if they do strike you, could hurt you pretty badly. All right, so we are looking at what looks to be not only a severe weather threat in terms of wind, but heavy rain. And as we go north and into North Georgia, starting to see some of that heavy rain, the thunder and lightning now being realized. Severe thunderstorm warnings, not a bunch of them, but we're starting to get some pretty close to west central parts of the state of Georgia. Further south now, though, we go into Louisiana in Livingston Parish. This is a tornado warning, an active tornado warning for a cell that could be producing a tornado. Livingston Parish, again, moving on off toward the east. You can't really see it well on the radar, but you can see velocity. There may be a bit of a couplet there and potentially some rotation within that thunderstorm. And then as you head on off toward the east and south of Montpelier, some of those areas may be affected. Into Mississippi, Lamar and Marion counties now for Purvis and West Hattiesburg. This is a tornado warning now, an observed tornado tag on this one, where we may be seeing a tornado here down toward the south and moving on off toward the east. So there's a confirmed tornado near now Pineburg, 9 miles southeast of Columbia. I believe with this cell moving east, there's potential of 3/4-inch hail. And so this is a very dangerous thunderstorm, probably the one right now that's got the best opportunity to produce damage, moving on off toward the east, heading toward Purvis and West Hattiesburg. So active severe weather continues there, and it also continues further on off toward the east and north, where we're going to see more in the way of severe warnings come in as we head toward places south of Waynesboro in Mississippi. You've got Greene, Washington, and Wake counties. Fruitdale, Millbury are affected by this storm with a tornado possible, so there may be rotation in and without this area heading on out into now getting into southwest Alabama, so impacts there in terms of wind and potentially hail. Again, some of the hail reports with some of these storms have been up to 1.5 inches in diameter. Chatham, Topton, and Wagerville all under the threat, so please get into your safe place if you are in these areas. For active severe weather, the severe weather will continue to rumble through the nighttime hours tonight and into the morning. Could be pretty interesting, especially for areas of North Georgia and further south, where we may see active storms continue early Wednesday.
Where can you get holiday ready and host the entire family ready? Lowe's, actually. Black Friday is here. Get our best deals on everything for the season while you can.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it helps take annoying items out of pictures. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones. Get Google Pixel 7 for free and 50% off Pixel Watch and Pixel Buds A series.
After 15 years of the Share the Love event, Subaru and our retailers have donated over $250 million to charity. In fact, Subaru is the largest corporate donor to the ASPCA and the National Park Foundation, and the largest automotive donor to Meals on Wheels and Make-A-Wish. Get a new Subaru during the Share the Love event, and Subaru and our retailers will donate $300 to charity.
Do you struggle with occasional nerve aches in your hands or feet? Try Nervive Nerve Relief from the world's #1 selling nerve care company. Nervive contains alpha-lipoic acid to relieve occasional nerve aches, weakness, and discomfort. Try Nervive Nerve Relief.
Let's dive in.
What about your back?
It's fine.
Advil Dual Action fights pain 2 ways. Advil targets pain at the source. Acetaminophen blocks pain signals. Advil Dual Action.
Come on, oh beauty.
Hey. Are you ready?
Into your power. Let's go.
You didn't come to work out. You came to outwork. Let's get it.
Yo. Boom. 2 + 2 = 4. Come on, you got this. Everyday man's on the block. Beats.
No challenge, no change.
The ting goes. Let's go.
Get up to $600 off Peloton packages. Terms apply.
Why are 93% of Sleep Number sleepers satisfied with their bed? Maybe it's because you can adjust your comfort and firmness on either side, your Sleep Number setting, to help relieve pressure points and keep you both comfortable all night. And now save $1,000 on select Sleep Number 360 smart beds and adjustable bases. Ends Monday.
Hey. Jake from State Farm.
We have to know.
Yeah, these are State Farm pajamas. No, what if we have to talk to somebody about our policy, but it's late at night? Call us 24/7.
Great. Because what if someone still calls his mom for everything?
We'll walk you through everything. At State Farm, we're there for your what ifs.
Oh, yeah, Mom, everything's great. Yeah. I mean, not my mom.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Stouffer's makes you happy full.
Kids, dinner.
With 2 times the meat and 3 kinds of cheese, you can't be anything but happy full. Stouffer's.
I'm right inside the circulation. Be careful a tree doesn't come down on me. Oh my God, I'm in it. This is it. This is a tornado. I'm in a tornado.
And not a dangerous place to be, right? And it's been a dangerous night that's been unfolding now into the early morning hours across the South as we head on through our Wednesday. There's been multiple widespread tornado warnings, intense wind just like we're seeing here, and some of these winds well over hurricane force. And we're going to continue to keep an eye on the widespread flash flood threat. 3 million under severe alerts right now as the active weather continues here. Now on a Wednesday morning, meteorologist Ray Stajic here at the Weather Channel joining you, Todd Bork with me. And this severe threat will push into parts of North Georgia. Not seeing severe warnings, at least widespread, but it does look like to the north, the storms are more severe, meaning not getting many tornado warnings. And down toward the south where we're seeing more isolated storms, those are the ones that have the opportunity to become tornadic, and some of them are. Looking at the radar right now, you could see very heavy rainfall, eastern Tennessee, northern parts of Georgia, getting into the Carolinas, and also north of I-20 in Alabama. And then further south with lightning and thunder, we do have a few just about a handful of tornado warnings. So we'll get to them in the parishes of Louisiana here. This is Livingston Parish. This is a radar indicated tornado. That means that we've got rotation indicated within this thunderstorm and not necessarily a tornado reaching the ground. But nonetheless, that doesn't mean you don't take necessary actions. Get to your safe place. As we can see from the velocity where that couplet is, looks like on the northeastern side here. Yeah, right there of where the warning is. But now it has been reissued for Livingston Parish, a very small area. So the thinking here most likely is that the storm will probably weaken. But either way, if you are in these areas in Livingston, northeastern corner of Livingston Parish, take cover now. You won't have much time to react. Another warning in Mississippi. This is a tornado warning and an observed one. This has been the most dangerous cell we've seen here over the last hour. Lamar, Marion parishes, or Marion counties, excuse me. The observed tag on here near Purvis and West Hattiesburg, and you can see kind of a little bit of a washed out rotation there just to the southwest of Hattiesburg and kind of in no man's land right now. But some areas impacted could be those areas just north of Purvis here, south and southwest of Hattiesburg over the next 30 minutes or so. So that is an observed tag on that, as we have had some reports of, observed tornado here near McLaren and Barron Point. Please get into your safe place. This storm will have the capability of continuing to produce potentially a tornado. A little further east now, as we're crossing the border here of Mississippi and Alabama. These are active severe thunderstorm warnings. Greene County, Washington County, Wake County for Chatham, Fruitdale, and Milry. Tornado possible here. Strong winds at a minimum. Heavy rain and hail threat. Most of the hail has been about an inch to an inch and a half in diameter. Some other spots where you need to take cover, Waggerville and even Jackson at 2:54 and 3:05 local time, respectively. So dangerous storms now with some rotation indicated. That's why we've got the tornado possible tag on this cell, so we can see where that rotation is west of Fruitdale there, kind of where the one warning ends and the other one begins. This rotation here is where we may be seeing the strongest of the winds and potentially rotation leading to a tornado there. Up into Dallas County now, Selma, Selmont, and West Selmont. Tornado warning here, radar indicated once again in Alabama. South of Selma looks like where the worst of this storm may pass, but still get into your safe place as the rotation looks like it is pretty broad right now, but does have the potential to produce damage as this storm continues to move on off toward the east-northeast at about 40 miles per hour. So these storms are moving along. Luckily, they're progressive, but still can cause damage, and certainly should be in your safe place here if you are in these areas affected, especially south of Selma. Get into Selmont and west of Selmont. These are some of those areas that may be impacted. Then further upstream, Benton, Whitehall, and into Ottauqueville and Burkeville in the next let's say 40 to 45 minutes, even up to an hour, you may be affected here by, at a minimum, a severe thunderstorm, but potentially that storm may stay tornadic. All right, let's give you orientation where we are. There's the Georgia and Alabama border. Alabama now, these eastern counties, Clay, Claiborne, and Randolph counties. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, so strong winds and potentially hail, along with a heavier rainfall becoming a threat. Notice how we're starting to see this line bow out a little bit more, so that would mean maybe damaging straight line winds from this line of storms going through Folsom and Fruithurst and Ranburne, and those spots may actually translate down into west central Georgia now for potentially more severe weather. But the threat for spin-ups or tornadoes on this line is lessening. It's not zero, but it's at least less than it was earlier. And look at the widespread rain across North Georgia, especially up near Chattooga counties and into Rome, Blairsville, into the North Georgia mountains, and even on into the Carolinas now, where we've seen already in some spots here over the last 6 hours a couple of inches of rainfall. So that could mean ponding of the water of the roadways, looking at a flash flood threat, and as we had said here, up to 3.5 inches of rain over 6 hours. Rain falling heavily, more heavy rain for North Georgia, moving into the Carolinas, and watching this rain head south as we head on through the coming hours.
I'm Mike Corey. I travel the world to carve a path for those who aren't afraid to get a little bit dirty.
That is the craziest thing I have ever done in my life.
Let's go on an uncharted adventure.
A wind advisory is in effect. Currently in our area, 40 degrees under cloudy skies. Wednesday, windy with rain. High 60. Rainfall near a half an inch. Locally heavy rainfall possible. Wednesday night, mainly clear and windy. Low 36. Thursday, partly cloudy skies. High 43. Higher wind gusts possible. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Took a while to get up here. We started out around 1959. Then we took a hard left in East Africa. A right at Baja. A 180 in the empty quarter. And that 65-degree incline at Hell's Revenge. But we didn't do all that just to get here. We did it to give you a truck that'll take you anywhere. This is the new Nissan.
Tower cam for, hey, folks, we seem to have a visitor. It looks like...
Looks like you paid too much for your glasses.
Oh.
Anyone who isn't shopping at America's Best, where 2 pairs and a free exam start at just $79.95. Book an exam today.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it helps take annoying items out of pictures. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones. Get Google Pixel 7 for free and 50% off Pixel Watch and Pixel Buds A series.
What do you got there? A hospital bill for me? For $1,200?
Gap!
Did you say Gap?
Yeah, he did.
He's talking about expenses that health insurance doesn't cover.
Gap! That's why there's Aflac. It pays you money to help close that gap.
Aflac, huh?
Don't tell me he high-stepping. He stole my move.
Get help with expenses health insurance doesn't cover at Aflac.com.
This holiday season, give your family the gift that keeps on going.
Her very own Energizer Bunny?
Energizer Ultimate Lithium. The #1 longest lasting AA battery.
If there's pain when you try to poo and going sometimes feels like you push through a pineapple or two, Colace is the brand you need to soften stools, we're all agreed. #2 should be easy to do.
Trust Colace to soften stools with no stimulants for comfortable relief.
When nature and science get together,
pretty sweet things can happen.
Like our Senecot laxative gummies. To relieve occasional constipation, Senecot starts with the natural senna plant.
That science transforms into a yummy gummy. Sweet! Senecot laxative gummies.
There's never been a better time to get away. With a great deal on the Hyundai you've always wanted. With America's Best warranty and up to 3 years complimentary maintenance. It's your journey. Own every mile at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Hurry in to get our best deals of the season. Get in and get away.
Now, get 0% APR on 7 of our most popular models, or sign and drive one home today. Hurry in.
And welcome back. I'm meteorologist Todd Bork. We're still dealing with severe storms here across the south, whether it's a severe thunderstorm, tornado, flash flood warnings. We got it all, and that threat does look to continue. On top of this, now we're starting to see the power outages really begin to ramp up. This really has jumped up in Jefferson County. That's where Birmingham is within the last 30, 40 minutes. Now we're up to, at least as far as the state goes, 45,000 customers in the state of Alabama without power. Jefferson County getting the vast majority of that with at least 17,500 customers. And again, these are customers. Doesn't mean they're individual people, because a customer is a household or a building, and then it's the people that are within inside that as well. Bigger perspective here. I want to show you how widespread this is and why we are looking at severe storms. Now, again, the amount of rain we're seeing and how widespread this is, it stretches all the way up to the mid-Atlantic states. The area that is most concerning is where all the lightning strikes are popping up here. And then within that, ahead of this line is where we are seeing the severe thunderstorm warnings and the tornado warnings. And that is what we're going to be zooming in on. On top of all this, look at all the warnings we have. We have reds, yellows, and green polygons indicating tornado, severe thunderstorm, and flash flood warnings all at once. Lamar County here in Mississippi, a tornado warning is out there, at least right now. It is radar indicated, meaning that there has been some rotation seen on radar, and that's what the surface has indicated that the tornado warning is in effect. What we've been seeing a lot of these tornado warnings, that they just come out really quickly. They get issued, and then they go away just as quickly. This one is until 2:45 local time, so at least another 18 minutes or so from now. So make sure you do find your safe spot. And notice that it's just to the south and west of Hattiesburg. Purvis, you are right really in the path. This is the time to take cover immediately. We have seen with these tornado warnings, they go from radar indicated to observe very quickly. It doesn't mean that's what's going to happen with this one, but there has been a tendency for that to happen for the last several hours. So just be prepared that we could end up seeing a tornado on the ground with this as well. Repeated severe thunderstorm warnings go one after the other after the other. You can see how this thing is all lining up, because with this, it's not necessarily moving off to the east and southeast. It's really just this one cell. Look at all the lightning strikes coming out of this. Again, a tornado possible tag, meaning that there is some rotation, maybe not enough in order to see a tornado warning come out of it, but the tornado possible tag here means that there could end up being a spin-up tornado. You can really see it well when you're looking at velocity mode. That's where we are now. Greens are movements toward the radar site. You can actually see that beam coming through your screen everywhere, every now and then. Reds are going away from it. So there's that radar beam there. So what we are seeing is that we're seeing these two areas starting to rotate around each other. That is what causes severe thunderstorm warning to be issued. Could end up becoming a tornado warning soon or not, but that tornado possible tag is the next step, meaning that it's not just only a tornado warning. There is some rotation that's certainly coming out of this, and that's something that we need to pay attention to. In Fruitdale, maybe a little bit of an inflow notch trying to come out of this as well. That is what we're seeing with that. So some of the cities that could be impacted by this: Fruitdale at 2:31, Hawthorne at 2:54, Waggerville at 2:59, Jackson at 3:10 a.m., and Alma at 3:18. These are all cities that could be impacted by this storm itself. Farther off to the north and east, Dallas under a radar indicated tornado warning just south of Selma here in Alabama. Notice how this is a very narrow one, very small tornado warning polygon, but still could be impacting your area. The same type of thing. Notice how you're looking at the radar beam to your north. Greens are heading toward the radar site. Reds are away from that, and there is that circulation. That is why the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning out of this. So again, take cover immediately. I know we're in the middle of the night. We're still about another 20 minutes or so with this tornado warning. And what we've been seeing a lot with these warnings, that they will be issued, maybe go away, and then come back again somewhere upstream. Severe thunderstorm warning a little bit farther off to the north and east. Now it is past Anniston, but is now about ready to cross over the, at least part of it, about ready to cross over the Georgia-Alabama state line here. So Folsom, you are right in the middle of this line of storms. We may not be seeing any type of circulation out of this, but we are seeing is the possibility for some maybe 50, 60 mile an hour winds that is with that main line that comes through. And on top of this, we have that flood threat because we have a lot of rain in a short period of time. One thing I want to show about with Georgia, notice how the lightning strikes are confined mainly to northwest Georgia, farther off to the east from Athens, Gainesville, even for Atlanta Metro. We have one little lone lightning strike here, but for the most part, a good part of this area not seeing a lot of lightning strikes. So we're not quite seeing the intensity of storms as we are farther off to the east, but the flood threat is certainly there. Same type of thing off to the north. Notice the lack of lightning strikes from places like Crossville over toward Knoxville and in around Athens. Yeah, there's a couple strikes here and there, but the bulk of the convection, bulk of the more intense storms are a little bit farther south. But this is still an area that we could be seeing a flood threat that comes out of this. So let's take this ahead. I want to show you again the available energy. So that's this little area shaded right here. That is where the tornado and severe thunderstorm warnings are popping up, because this is where the biggest energy is. This is where the greatest energy, like the jet fuel that's really firing off these storms. That's why these tornado watches remain in place for parts of Alabama, Mississippi, but not necessarily for places here in Georgia. But the rain threat is there. And as we take it through the rest of the morning hours into your early morning rush hour, it'll be passing through Atlanta, then affecting Augusta, Savannah, and then over down toward Tallahassee, and then really beginning to weaken by early this afternoon. So we still have that risk for severe storms, as well as some very heavy rain, 2-3 inches of rain additional on top of what we're seeing here in parts of southwest Georgia and South Alabama. Stay with us. We're going to continue to keep our eye on the threat for severe storms as we head through the early morning hours.
Oh, hey, it's the Donovans. You know, legend has it, the Donovans had a barbecue that fed half a town.
You know what I heard? They drove cross country just to walk their dog.
Apparently, they climbed a mountain to save some wild horses.
Now That's what they say.
That's what they say.
Toyota, let's go places.
In the world of Ninja, surfaces won't stick, chip, or flake thanks to Never Stick technology. Knives stay razor sharp for over 10 years with the Never Dull Sharpener. Meal after meal, time after time. Ninja kitchenware. Never stick, never dull, never stop.
With one of the best savings rates in America, banking with Capital One is the easiest decision in the history of decisions. Even easier than this.
Stop. You're in.
Oh, cool. Yep, even easier than that. What's in your wallet?
When tough pain hits, hit back with fast and powerful pain relief. Advil provides longer-lasting relief than Tylenol Extra Strength and treats pain caused by inflammation directly at the source. So get tough on pain and Advil the pain away.
5 breadsticks for my triple treat. 3 layers deep. 10 Cinnabon mini rolls to eat. And the pizza plus another pizza.
The triple treat box, only from Pizza Hut.
Deep sea driving, I see.
Something like that.
Well, here's something else. With your Farmer's Policy perk, new car replacement, you can get a new one.
That is something else.
Get a whole lot of something with Farmer's Policy perks.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
More truck owners are switching to Ram, which means more people behind the grill are switching to Ram.
Can you flip that?
And more people behind the grill. More first leg of the road trips. And more uncles who take Thanksgiving football games too seriously are switching to Ram.
During the Black Friday sales event, get 0% financing, plus $3,250 total bonus cash, plus no monthly payments for 90 days on select 2022 Ram 1500 models in dealer stock.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it helps take annoying items out of pictures. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones. Get Google Pixel 7 for free and 50% off Pixel Watch and Pixel Buds A series.
COVID-19. Some people get it, and some people can get it bad. And for those who do get it bad, it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, asthma, or smoking. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, don't wait. Ask your healthcare provider right away if an authorized oral treatment is right for you.
Welcome home. I wasn't expecting this.
My brother Paul created an organization that assists communities after natural disasters. Now my wife and I run the global response team.
Come on in.
This is so amazing. Thank you all so much for coming in and doing this for us.
Fast Home Rescue, Saturday nights, 8, 7 Central, only on the Weather Channel.
And severe weather continuing this morning, but from Tuesday here, Goshen Springs, Mississippi. Yeah, big light show here. Damage reported with some of these storms, and very active late Tuesday night, and now as we roll into Wednesday morning, we've seen plenty of thunder and lightning, and not only severe thunderstorm warnings, but also active tornado warnings. And we continue to cover the active severe weather as we head on through now the pre-dawn hours leading up to our Wednesday morning. So there's some good news that a lot of areas have been cleared from our tornado watch, but the bad news is that there are more areas that are under tornado warnings here down in southern Mississippi and southern parts of Alabama. Some of these warnings include here southwest of Hattiesburg. This has been an active warning for some time now into Lamar County for Purvis and West Hattiesburg. Radar indicated. So this is radar indicated, meaning there's rotation within this supercell, but right now not getting any reports of a touchdown, but still damaging winds and severe weather in and around this, including hail, maybe 1 inch to 1.5 inches in diameter, and severe thunderstorm warnings around it. But as you can see, kind of tough to get any rotation, but if it is there, looks like it's around the Purvis area and moving east of that here pretty quickly. So if you are in the area near and east and northeast of Purvis, get in your safe place, take cover if you haven't done so already until the storm passes. So that's Lamar County. That is a severe thunderstorm, which could also impact McLaren at 250, Barron Point at 255, Mainhead at 301 and 304 into New Augusta. So those areas that may be impacted at least by some strong gusty winds and the potential for a tornado there. All right, now we're getting into Alabama, southwest central Alabama, Greene, Washington counties now. Here's Jackson, but this cell is now near Greene and Washington, near Fruitdale and Wagar and Wagarville. So an active storm with potential tornado here, moving on off toward the east. And you can see kind of that tight couplet there just to the west of Fruitdale. So if you're in Fruitdale, hopefully you're in cover now, because the radar does lag by a little bit to where the storm may actually be. I mean, remember, this is still imaging. This storm is moving, so moving on off toward the east. And yeah, right there, I'm just seeing this observed tornado tag put on this in Washington County now. So very dangerous situation setting up here. Observed means either by radar or by spotter. Don't have any information that we've seen a confirmed tornado on the ground, but nonetheless, getting a little bit more of a signature here. If you are in Fruitdale, Wagar, Hawthorne, these are areas that may be impacted here. Get into your safe place now. 322 in Karsten, at 336 at Choctaw Bluff. This cell now with an observed tag on it, heading on off toward the east and threatening these areas in Washington County over the next, looks like to be 40 to 50 minutes. Rolling into Ottawa and Lowndes counties, this is Ottawaville and Prattville. This is a radar indicated tornado warning. This tornado warning heading toward Whitehall also. And the potential here is for, again, a tornado to be produced by what looks to be a supercell that does have rotation upstairs within this thunderstorm, not necessarily on the ground. So certainly going to be some strong winds and potentially a tornado with this cell as it heads on off toward the east. And this is one that has produced damage back toward the west, has produced large hail, and has been the one that's had the opportunity to stay tornadic longer than some of these other cells we've seen. Some more areas that may be impacted at 303 Prattville, at 310 local time, Millbrook, 316 Elmore. So if you're in and around these areas, get in your safe place now. The potential here for a tornado, radar indicated right now with this tornado warning, continue to push on off toward the east. Now, as we get into North Georgia and into the Atlanta metropolitan area, starting to see some counties closer to Atlanta get into severe weather. Now, this is an active severe thunderstorm warning for winds potentially to 60 miles per hour. Carroll, Coweta, and Douglas counties. This storm here damaging straight line winds, the greatest threat, heading on off toward the east at about 40 to 50 miles per hour. So starting to see some of the action more in terms of straight line damaging winds further north now. Get into some of the southwest suburbs of Atlanta. And if those cells hold together, we'll see some other areas affected, including Noonan, Peachtree City at 356 and 410 respectively, out toward Greenville and Griffin here by the bottom of the 4 o'clock hour, as it does look like we'll probably see the intensity hold just a bit. But I think for the most part through the morning hours, that area and that line of storms probably more severe than it would be tornadic. The ones further south, Todd, the isolated storms will have the opportunity to spin a little bit more and rotate. That's probably where we'll see the tornado warnings.
Yeah, those cells that are ahead of that main line, the supercells. Yeah, and one thing you always want to look for too, particularly these cells, is that everything seems to be moving off to the northeast. If you have more of an easterly push, those are the ones that have the likelihood of maybe being a tornado that comes out of it. And this is something we want to break down maybe a little bit more on a local scale here. So we're going to take what Ray did and then break it down in more city by city time. So I'm going to start big here and show you again the bigger perspective. You can see that line. This is the line that we can see those little kinks, those little tornado warnings that can come up. But it's the ones that are ahead of it. These are the ones that are the little supercells, the ones that could have a little more sustainability. And that's also where the tornado warnings are as of this time. So take this with a grain of salt. It's not going to be exactly like this, but let's time this line out in a place like Montgomery. Already you have that tornado warning just off to your west, but by the time we hit later on this morning, let me just go back and stop it right here. It'll be really pushing through in the next couple hours, and by the time we hit 7, 8 o'clock, the line's already through. It's going to be off to your east. You may still have some lingering spotty shower within an hour or two, but for the most part, by the time we hit this afternoon, you're done. We're done with the rain here in Montgomery, so it's mainly a morning thing. In Atlanta, it's going to be in a very early morning rush hour thing, so already seeing that severe thunderstorm warning just off to the south and west of Atlanta, but this main line really begins to push through as we head through the next couple of hours, maybe 5, 6 o'clock. And again, notice the very heavy rainfall. You have a lot of concrete here, so a lot of areas could easily have ponding on the roadways. If we don't have flash flooding that comes out of this, the ponding on the roadways could make for somewhat of a treacherous ride in to Atlanta, particularly during the early morning rush hour. By the time we hit about 7, 8 o'clock, the heaviest rains are now off to the east and southeast. And so by the time we hit 8, 9 o'clock, especially for those heading into work by the 8:30, 9 o'clock hour, the rain, at least that main line, should be done. The problem is you may still have some leftover traffic and leftover rain. And also a little bit farther down in the south in places like Tallahassee, it does not look like this line is going to be as strong when it moves through by 11, 10, 12 o'clock or so late this morning, early afternoon. But that threat does continue, Ray. And once again, as we look a little bit farther ahead, the city timing showing that it's going to be more of a morning thing. But as we continue to go on this morning, more and more tornado warnings keep popping up.
Yeah, and we're getting a couple confirmed. Just seeing coming in now, a tornado likely just crossed US 45, moving toward Tibbie. That's coming in out of Mobile, so southern Alabama. And the threat for severe weather, Todd, will continue as we head on through the early morning hours with some areas continuing to see active tornado warnings. You got under Albany and down near Dothan and Destin, respectively. The greatest threat and severe weather possible here through today. So probably in this direction, the threat will continue to lessen. So to the northwest this morning and then through the afternoon. Flash flooding a threat basically along the I-85 corridor and down the I-75 corridor and into southeastern Alabama. Probably greater threat here early and then later in the morning and into the afternoon further on down toward the south and southeast. So we layer that on top of the severe weather threat, and it's going to be a heck of a morning. You know, hoping that by 7 or 8 o'clock, most of the rain moves out of Atlanta, but the damage may be done. As you can see, further south in Montgomery early, we have rain and thunderstorms, and Hattiesburg are getting out of the worst of it. But notice, as we're seeing and confirming, I mean, the model's not going to exactly place where the severe storms are going to be, but it gives you an idea that all along this line, especially further south, we'll have an opportunity for some of these storms on this line to become severe.
And with this, Ray, again, as we're talking about these tornado warnings, the one that just popped up here for Washington County now has an observed tag, and now the threat is considerable. So now we're starting to ramp up this particular cell itself. So again, look, first of all, I wanted to show you all the lightning strikes we have here. Going to go back here and show why they are talking about this. And again, Ray, when you're looking at this, look at the inflow notch that we are seeing with this. That is the inflow notch. That is one of the things that are being picked up on radar, and that's one of the reasons why the tornado warning has been issued, and it does look like it has become a little bit more dangerous. So here in Fruitdale, 242, really, you got 2 minutes. You got to get your safe spot immediately. 4 Point at 245, Seabird at 257, Hawthorne at 304, 310 for Wagerville. This is a dangerous cell. Take cover immediately.
I'm scared what I might find. I'll be safe with you by my side. Ain't nothing out there can take it stride. I know you hold me up so I can fly.
Over the last 100 years, Lincoln's witnessed a good bit of history, even made some themselves. Makes you wonder, what'll they do for an encore?
Real fruit, whole grains, and chocolatey chunks. Doing something good for yourself has never been this delicious. Kellogg's Special K.
Let's dive in.
But what about your back?
It's fine!
Advil Dual Action fights pain 2 ways. Advil targets pain at the source. Acetaminophen blocks pain signals. Advil Dual Action.
Welcome to the pack, where an accident here, some stray fur there, and the occasional surprise are no big deal. With products designed for every stage of pet parenthood, Bissell helps you live in the moment, not the mess. Shop them all at Bissell.com.
Entresto is the #1 heart failure brand prescribed by cardiologists. It was proven superior at helping people stay alive and out of the hospital. Don't take Entresto if pregnant. It can cause harm or death to an unborn baby. And don't take Entresto with an ACE inhibitor or aliskiren, or if you've had angioedema with an ACE or ARB. The most serious side effects are angioedema, low blood pressure, kidney problems, or high blood potassium. Ask your doctor about Entresto.
We really had our hands full with our 2-year-old.
So naturally, we doubled down with a new puppy.
Thankfully, we also have Tide Ultra Oxy with odor eliminators. Between stains and odors, it can handle double trouble.
For the #1 stain fighter and odor remover, it's got to be Tide.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it helps take annoying items out of pictures. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones. Get Google Pixel 7 for free and 50% off Pixel Watch and Pixel Buds A series.
Do you believe in magic? In a young girl's heart, how the music can free her whenever it starts, and it's magic. Do you believe in magic?
Since being the first to make wipers over a century ago, Trico has protected drivers in all kinds of weather. Torrential downpours, gale force winds, wintry blasts, even when it's raining cats and dogs. Hey, who came up with that phrase anyway? Just imagine if it actually started... All right. No matter what the conditions, Trico wipers maintain maximum windshield contact. For safe, clear driving visibility, be prepared for whatever Mother Nature throws at you with Trico wiper blades. Available at these retailers.
I'm Mike Corey. I travel the world to carve a path for those who aren't afraid to get a little bit dirty.
That is the craziest thing I have ever done in my life.
Let's go on an uncharted adventure.
And welcome back. Meteorologist Todd Bohr continuing to watch severe storms across the south. Tornado warnings continue to pop up. We have a couple of ones that are looking a little more formidable than the others. Look at all these tornado warnings that are out here in Mississippi at this time. We have Lamar and Marion counties as until 3:30. So the town of Lumberton in this. Purvis, you have that severe thunderstorm warning. One thing I want to point out too, that, oh man, you can really see the couplet there. When we talk about the couplet, we are on we're in velocity mode, and what we're looking at is reds and greens. So you see that radar beam going by. The red, the green is movement going toward the radar beam. The red is going away from it. So anytime you see these little reds and greens together, that is where we're seeing the circulation. That is why the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning, and that is why as radar indicated. So as of right now, we're not quite seeing anything that may be on the ground, but the potential is certainly there. We are still looking at the possibility for some tornadoes that come out of this. And again, just trying to time this out. Lumberton at 3:07, so the possibility of you being hit with this tornado, or at least this tornado warning storm, is still moving through then. 3:15 local time for the town of Young, Carnes at 3:26, and Maxey at 3:33. And if we can go over, this is the one that we're going to keep our eye on. This is one I like to stay on for a while. Looking at some of the things that are coming out of the National Weather Service chat, a significant tornado remains on the ground approaching State Highway 17 near Tibble. So that is what we're looking at. It for a while there we had, if we wouldn't mind stopping it, Jensen, just right when we said the inflow notch, right there, right here. That's right after Fruitdale. Well, when we look at radars, sometimes we're trying to look at where there may be a hook, where there may be some type of rotation. It really gets picked up well on radar, and that's exactly what's seeing there. It's what we call the inflow notch. We're starting to see some air being pushed into this cell itself, and then starting to wrap itself around, and that is that little hook that we're seeing. That is what spawned the tornado warning. But now we have the observed and the considerable tag, meaning that, again, according to the National Weather Service, there is a significant tornado remains on the ground approaching State Highway 17 near Tibbie. I believe I am saying that correctly. But again, this is a very dangerous situation. You need to get in your safe spot immediately. Wouldn't mind timing this out if we can. Look at that. That, again, is that velocity mode. You can really see that couplet. You can really see the reds and greens close together where we have that strong rotation, a very strong, tight rotation that does look like it's moving almost due east of Fruitdale. In a situation like this, anytime you have more of an easterly push, this really means that we are definitely seeing a very strong tornadoes coming out of this, at least in this situation, at least the setup we are seeing today. Seabird, this is a very dangerous situation. Time to get up, get in your safe spot immediately. 2:55 is your time, so you're really talking 8 minutes from now. Less than that, you got to find your safe spot, get in the most most interior part of your home. If you do not have a basement, a lot of places, especially when you're looking areas that are very close to the Gulf, you don't really have basements. You don't have a lot of places to go below. You got to get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Again, we are looking at this thing racing along at a decent clip, moving east at 40 miles an hour. Hawthorne at 3:01. So you're talking about 13 minutes from now for Hawthorne. Sunflower at 3:08. Again, these are all estimated times. They could be a little different. Elma at 3:32 and Aliska at 3:37. This is dangerous. This is a period of time that if you are up right now and you know anyone that is within any of these cities, time to call them. Because if you don't have your NOAA radar up and ready, if you don't, if those people don't necessarily have their phone turned on to the alert mode, this is something that is really dangerous. What we're looking at now is correlation coefficient. This is big words, but basically what we're looking at is non-rainfall type of things that could be definitely in the air. And what our weather producer Jensen has circled here, we're looking at something that is, what this is looking for is something that is not rain. We obviously have rain falling. When you're seeing all these little areas in red, that is rain falling. What we're seeing here, if we can go back to, I'm going to keep that circle there, if you can go back to radar or velocity mode, I want to see if that lines up exactly, and that's right where the couplet is. So now we are looking at something that is in the air, something that is not rain, that is in the air. That meaning that there is most likely debris that is in the air, and you can see it matching up where that circle is. That is something that is now being lifted, whether it's a tree, whether it's a shed, whether it is something we don't know as this time. But this is why we are looking at this, and this is a very dangerous situation because radar is showing, and we are having confirmation that there is obviously something that is on the ground, and that is something that is tearing up, whether it is a tree, a house, we don't know, but this is extremely dangerous. Make sure you find your safe spot now in Seaburn, 255. Again, you're 6 minutes away, but even less than that, you need to get inside. Make sure you have as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Make sure that you grab your family members, your pets, and make sure that you have your safe spot with this particular cell as it continues to race off to the east. It's basically just to the and it's also going to be approaching Highway 43 there, right here, just to the north of the town of McIntosh. So a very narrow band of that tornado warning. And also right around this is an extreme, is a severe thunderstorm warning. So we have a bigger line of storms. We have that main wind that's going to work its way through. But again, that tornado warning, we just have, we have a PDS, a confirmed large and dangerous tornado is located over Tibbie or 6 miles south of Chatham, moving east at 40 miles an hour. So this is significant. This is a dangerous situation as we are looking at this. Again, correlation coefficient. What we're looking at is this thing right here. That means that there is debris in the air. There is something that is not rain that is falling, is being lifted up and is doing some damage. It's just across Highway 17, just south of Chatham there. Very much concerned about where this is heading as it is off to the east. If you don't mind tracking it at least one more time, get more of these cities in there again. Cities of Wagger and Waggerville, town of Uniform at 251. It's on top of you right now. In fact, when we're looking at this, it's impacting you. Hawthorne at 303 and Cortelyou at 311. Get in your safe spot now. If you know anyone in these towns right now and you're awake right now, call them. Make sure that they find their safe spot as well, because this is extremely dangerous. An observed tornado is on the ground and is racing off to the east at 40 miles an hour. We're going to continue to keep coverage on this storm itself, but right now, that the county of Washington in Mississippi, you're under a severe tornado warning right now.
Vision insurance doesn't do you any good if you don't use it. Just like this treadmill I bought that I keep saying I'll use, but never do. Yeah. With hundreds of frames to choose from, you can put your vision insurance to good use at America's Best. Book an exam today.
This holiday season, WeatherTech offers a variety of amazing gifts for everyone. Laser-measured floor liners and cargo liners that fit vehicles perfectly.